shout them out today.
Very true. And just to let these two know that I love them dearly. They drive me mad sometimes, you know. I swear to God.
Come on, let's go.
But I do love them dearly because they've been here for me, especially this year was tough. Boy, I'm about it. I'll tell you, you know, this year was tough. Lost a mother-in-law, all sorts of stuff. But you know what? These two here, every day check up on me. Okay? So love them. All right.
Right, let's go. Tommy, don't forget there's 2 boards, different logos. Yeah?
Wow. It's big.
Yeah, it's our biggest year, I think, in terms of sponsors.
And you have to understand that when we started this,
Okay.
when we were saying that the music industry had to put back in to people that wanted to get access to it, no word of a lie, doors were being shut in our face the whole time. This is a 14-year journey and you're all part of the family.
Sorry, Kwame, I was just going to say, without these sponsors, this wouldn't be free for everybody. It's so important that for Creating Vision, everything that we do, every initiative that we run is at no cost to you. That's always been our thing, 14 years and still doing it. So big shout out to these guys for sponsoring.
Right, so what we do, this is not one of them dry seminars. You know the ones I mean, right, where people fall asleep and blah, and you're like, how can I stop? I've got to get out. I need an excuse. We don't do that shit here. Okay? So, we are now going to lift the energy properly. Right? When I point at each one of these, I'm going to shout out the name. And when I shout out the name, right, it's going to start here and then go across, and then it's going to get louder and louder and louder. And then I'm going to run across to them.
I know
No, you can, so what it is, I've switched it round, so...
It's all right, just stay to that.
I'll go over here, you stand over there.
Okay,
Brilliant.
there you go.
Even better. Okay, so, do you know what, Nikki? I'll do one, you do one.
All right, let's go.
Brilliant, you ready?
First time ever.
Pow.
Good to go.
Okay.
You got
Here we go.
one side. It's
All
a
right.
competition now.
Right, who does it best? That's a competition, yeah, go on, let's go.
Universal.
Island!
Virgin.
Hypnosis!
Warner Chapel Music.
Arts Council!
It's Arts Council again because they gave us quite a lot.
Arts Council!
Because I'm virgin already.
Yep,
Yeah.
you got your odd
All right.
child.
Odd Child. Wait. Odd Child found Labyrinth, you know. Come on. Odd Child.
PRS!
Warner Records sponsor Manchester as well, you know. Warner Records.
Ministry of Sound from the start.
Been with us since the beginning, Ministry of Sound. They got it. PPL.
BMI! What about the BMI today?
Atlantic been with us for a long time.
Metropolis, first year, love what we do, and we go strong.
Tileyards. Oh, wait a second.
Creating
Creating
vision.
vision.
There is one that's not on the board, I just realised. Okay, so we've been going for so many years, and this PR company has supported us from the start. They help us on every angle, they help us spread the word, they got us a music week in different publications, and that is Doorbell. So I want to give a massive thank you to Doorbell.
One last one. Social media company that actually got it. TikTok.
That's it. Right, that's
I
it
think
then.
that's it. That's all
Right,
of us.
thank you. Enjoy the
Hopefully that
day.
got the blood rushing a bit and stuff.
And
Just
yeah,
to say, if you see us, feel free to talk to us. We're very approachable. It's all about networking today. Please talk, me, and hopefully we'll see you again on this panel someday in the future. Good to go.
Yeah, one thing we have to do for the gram is where's the camera?
where's Tegan? Where's Tegan?
Camera.
Oh, camera Moses.
Come this side. Someone. Moses, you come. We do this.
We
and
did it last
basically
year, it was
we
quite
did it
good
last
fun.
year. It's quite good fun actually.
Where's Nikki going?
I don't know where Nikki's going. Who knows? Come
Right,
on in.
because we need to
So,
start.
what we'll do,
We're
we're
going
going
to
to
turn
face this
way.
way, but there's a reason for it. You'll see. All
And
right.
they will have-
After 3, right, we need you to say, and please don't be embarrassed. I need the people at the back there. Man with the cap there. Person with the shirt. Blonde hair.
Okay,
Red.
let's go.
Right. We need you after 3 to say welcome to the Ultimate Seminar, but you've got to say it loud. You've got to say it loud like you know what, like you want the Tories out. Richie, I love you. All right.
We're saying
After
the
3. 1. Welcome to the Ultimate Seminar, right? That's what you're going to say after 3. 1, 2, 3.
Right, introducing Nick.
5
Okay,
minutes to go, guys. Just a moment. 5 minutes to go until we release the booking forms.
brilliant. Nikki and Andrea, please give it up for them. Everybody say Nikki. Andrea. Lovely. All right. So, the person that's just coming up onto the stage, if anybody follows me on Insta will know we go cold water swimming regularly, and this is the guy who always takes loads of the footage of me diving into minus water. Anyway, this, believe it or not, right, this is Nick Raphael. He stands there quite casually, but the simple truth is, when nobody understood the power of and I'm talking about a record company level, right? The power of hip hop. This person put his money where his mouth was for a then unknown rapper, and he decided to license just a few of his albums in Europe and became the label for a rapper, a small guy called Jay-Z, right? This guy also, amongst other things, and believe you me, you're talking about a person that's got over 15, 16 platinum albums here, also signed Sam Smith, right? With Joe, okay? So what we're trying to say, this is the kind of level that we're going to straight away, all right? Please put your hands together for Mr. Nick Raphael.
So nice to see you, Fraser. I've been given a separate microphone. Is this working? 1, 2, 1, 2. I'd rather sit at the end, but anyway, I'm going to sit in the middle for a minute. Thank you to Kwame. Thank you to Andrea. Thank you to Nikki. It's very unusual for me to be the moderator and not to actually be on a panel or being interviewed. I've previously been here to be interviewed, the person been talking about myself. So today is actually about talking about these wonderful people that aren't me. But I want, really important for me, is you guys have questions ready from the beginning, right? I don't want to wait to the very end and have you ask these incredibly high-level, intelligent people about things that relate to what you do. I want everything to relate back to what you're trying to achieve. You haven't come here today to find out how Brexit affects the music business, right? But it might affect you in the future, right? I want you to ask these people, because these people have huge knowledge of what you are about to go through. They've all been through the process, and they've all hit the top of their field. So I want you to get the most out of this. So stay awake, stay alert, have your questions ready, because it's very unusual to get this level of people all up in one room for your benefit. So please, please, please have questions ready. And if you have something you really, really want to ask, put your hand up, right? And then they can answer your question when we're discussing stuff. Okay, so I wanted to introduce and bring to the thing. I'm just going to go from the top and go across the top. No particular order, just makes it easier for me. I'm going to introduce Ben. Ben, please come to the stage. Ben is the president and COO of Hipgnosis. Does anyone know what Hipgnosis does? No? Does anyone know? Yes, correct. They buy catalogs. And they have made a huge value in the music market for music properties, which filters down all the way to new artists. So I appreciate what Hipgnosis do and what Merck has done. So I welcome Ben to the thing. Next up is Crispin Hun. Not only has Crispin been an artist, so he's been in your shoes, he's now an advocate for artists, for songwriters, and he goes across the board, and he can tell you lots of stuff that relates to you. And he's at the highest level talking to government and arguing the cause of artists, independence, and he spends a lot of his time arguing against the majors. And we need people like that. So thank you, Crispin. Okay, is that fair? Okay. Next up is Liz, who have seen over the years at all different companies, whether it be Polydor or Atlantic. She's held senior marketing positions, and she now is, what is your technical title at Atlantic now? General Manager. She's now General Manager of one of the most successful labels in the UK. This is Liz. So she will give you the label perspective and the label side. She will also give you a perspective of how she got in the business at some point. Okay, next up is Keith. So Keith is a variety of things, right? And has got a massively deep knowledge. But he ran global strategy at one point at Spotify, correct, Keith? Correct. This is in-depth knowledge. He's someone I've never met before, but I'm fascinated to talk to. So welcome. Thank you. Now, is there anyone aspiring here to be a manager in the music business? Yeah, cool. Quite a few of you. Well, Annabella, right, runs music. She's the chief executive of the Music Managers Forum. This is a group of people who pool their knowledge and so that they can do stuff together to help managers, which helps artists, which helps the writers, which helps the community. But you know what's really good about the thing? I've been in the major side, I'm now on the independent side, is you need people like this, because when you're doing a deal and something comes up that you don't understand, if you're part of an organization like this, you can call her, or she could recommend someone within their system who's very good at this stuff, correct? Exactly right, yeah. So this is, and then when you are a success yourself, you can give back by being one of the people at the higher end and helping the next level through. This is really important. So I want you to realize to have someone at this level who is on top of, who represents all the managers, really helpful. Then we have Kenny from PRS. PRS can help you collect your money, okay? So this man collects money for you. Come to the stage. The money collector. He said not him per se, but he's one of the people. And he can get you signed up. And he can make sure. So Sonny Kwame said to me when I was talking about how do I describe these people, how do I discuss these people? He said one thing, that when you are an independent artist, there are two bits of PRS. One for the label, is that correct? and one for the artist.
Yeah, so it's your mechanicals and your performing rights.
Yeah. A lot of people register as themselves as an artist, but don't think of themselves as a label. When you self-release, you are the label.
Publisher.
Pardon?
Publisher.
Publisher, yeah. But if you're a self-making
Yeah.
artist,
Yeah.
a lot of people make that mistake. Am I fair?
Yeah.
So if you've written a song, you want to be registered
Absolutely.
as the publisher, and you want to be registered as the artist.
Well, as the writer, PPL would handle the artist.
Okay,
side,
artist,
so that would be your neighbouring, but we can get into that.
Okay, good. And last, but by no means least, and thank you for joining us on our panel, is Indy, who I've worked with, who is a world-class expert at PR. She worked with me when I was at Sony. She was at Columbia when I was at Epic. And we've known each other for many years. She knows everything there is to know about PR in the music business. And she does a lot of work in diversity and inclusivity, correct?
Correct.
Is that good explanation? Good. So now you know who you got on the panel. I want to ask straight away, has anyone got a question that they want to start the panel off with? I hate this thing where everyone sits there, listens to all the stuff that we say, and at the end we're trying to rush all your questions into 5 minutes. Is there anything straight away?
One at the back.
One at the back. Could someone either give me a microphone? Do I need a microphone? Because you can use this one. Well, I can use this one. Sure? Is this one working? I have to push to speak. I'll use this one.
Don't worry. Just ask it. Stand.
Shout out.
Is that me?
Yeah. It's you. You've got your hand up.
Musician, I'm a music educator. I've been educating young people in music for 30 years. Not good enough. We really want to count. One thing that always seems to confuse people is the fundamental difference between the rights in the composition and the rights in the master recording.
Yep.
Yeah, it really screws. So if you just spend like 30 seconds really nailing that down, so you realise that you've got these two completely fundamental different sets of rights
PRS question, obviously.
in the recording.
Okay, there are 3 people I'm going to get to answer this question, right? Mr. Buying Rights at the end, Ben, Crispin, because he represents them, and Mr. Collecting Rights here, okay? So, Ben, you're going to start because you're on my left.
So I think for me, most simplistically, somebody has to write the song first. That's the composition. That is the publishing rights. Those are typically owned by the songwriter and by the publisher. And then somebody has the privilege of singing that song. That's the artist. And that master recording, that instance of that composition, that's owned by the label or the artist, and they share in that revenue stream.
Crispin.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, it's really important to understand the distinction between the two, and it's really important to understand that on the whole, if you are an artist as a writer, then you own your song rights, and you will always own them in the deals that you do. Commonly now, unless you sell them someone like Hypnosis, of course, but commonly now, you will all publishing deals will be a kind of licensing deal under a fixed term, so you will get your rights back, and I think that's very important for every single creator out here. Holding on to your rights is in this sort of changing paradigm of the 21st century, holding on to your rights is probably the most important thing. Whereas traditionally, just to sort of expand on what you've said, traditionally in the recording world, the people who pay for the recording own the copyright in the recording. So there's a very, very different relationship between, when I was 19 and I first signed my first major record deal, I was extremely pleased to get a major record deal, but they still own my recordings 30 years later, and I have no way out of that. There is no return of your rights in the recording side. But nowadays there are, deals are more flexible, deals are much more creative friendly, and it's really possible if you push onto it to do a kind of licensing arrangement or to have some kind of rights reversion where you get your rights back after a certain amount of time. And lastly, copyright in the UK is a kind of half American, half European version. In America, copyright is a property right, so you can sell it, it's to be bought and traded. In France and in Germany, the moral right is stronger. So the French feel that, you know, I'm going to do a cod French accent now, forgive me, but how can you sell your art? You know, your art is part of you. You know, so you have a moral right to stick onto it, just like, you know, you can't send your children into slavery even if they're begging you to sell them into slavery. You can't because it's morally wrong. And I think if that becomes the dominant, especially as we move into AI, where people need a kind of right to themselves because you know, your voice, for example, is a part of your personhood, and it's an incredible invasion or an abuse of your personhood if somebody takes your voice and uses it to sing a song that you don't want them to sing, for example. So we're now at a kind of at a point where we really need to analyze where copyright is and how it, in my view, I would say this because I'm a creator, it should always remain with the creator.
Kenny, you got a round of applause.
That deserves a round of applause, you know. Who do we have in the room? Do we have anyone that writes their own music? So songwriters, put your hands up, write up. Okay, that's it. Well, there's no point asking you. That includes producers, by the way, you're writing music. So producers? Okay, cool. So, yeah, it's it can get murky, it can get a little bit confusing, but I'll just try and simplify it. Like, typically music's split up into like two kind of aspects. So you've got what's written, and then you've got what's recorded. So you might hear someone, I own my masters. If they're saying I own my masters, they're typically talking about the sound recording. Yep. And then you've got the writer's share, you know, like producers, composers, authors, songwriters. This would relate to your publishing, right? So you might hear of a publishing company, a company like Sony, well, it would have been Sony ATV, Sony Music Publishing, and then you've got like a record label like Atlantic Records. Sorry guys if I've mentioned a label that you don't subscribe to. It's not an advert. But just give an example. So at PRS, what we do is we handle anything to do with the publishing aspect of music, which is all about composition, right? So that's all about songwriters, it's all about producers, composers, and actually publishers as well. Yeah. Now, so who handles this master recording side? That would be PPL. So not to be confused, PRS would typically be about writing music, and PPL would cover essentially something called neighboring rights. You know, which is all about your master share. So it can get a little bit confusing, but I hope that's kind of a simplified version of it. Now, on that publishing side, you've got something called a performing right and a mechanical. Anyone ever heard of a mechanical right before? Cool. So when you sign up to something like PRS, there's plenty of what we call PROs, performing rights organizations around the world. I'm not going to say any of them because they're competitors. But yeah, PRS, of course, we are in the UK, and you can sign up to us if you're if you're writing music and releasing music. Of course, that music will typically be recorded, but we will handle, like I said, that writer's share of the work. So, performing right, mechanical right. So PRS, actually, we're actually technically two companies, because you've got PRS and MCPS. So it's very important that if you're able to sign up for PRS, you're able to also, like, you look into signing up for MCPS, which is a completely different license. So MCPS handles your mechanicals, just in case anyone's writing. And of course, PRS will handle your performing rights. So that's essentially like your public performance rights, okay? Yes, please. You're a singer-songwriter. Yeah. Absolutely. So if you say both, we're talking about PPL, which is free to sign up. So absolutely sign up for PPL, all right? And then PRS, which is not free. It's actually £100, but you know, we took a lot of, there's been a lot of feedback over the years. So for under 25s, it's £30 to sign up, right? And it's just one time, that's one-off payment. You don't pay it annually. Pardon me? Yep. Yeah, so MCPS is a separate license. That's for your mechanicals. So mechanicals essentially would have been, like back in the day, you know, well, I say back in the day, it was only the other day, guys. You lot had way more experience than me. You know, you produce, so mechanicals essentially is about the right to copy music, right? So that would relate historically to like CDs, vinyls, mini discs, you know, you name it, even DVDs essentially. You know, but your mechanicals now, so how you generate these royalties is actually through streaming as well. So streaming, you're streaming income on DSPs, the Deezers and the Tidals and the Spotifys. It's kind of split up into different revenue sources or aspects, right? But your mechanicals is one aspect of that, and your public performance is another aspect of that. Because every time your song gets played out in the world somewhere, it's a public performance, whether it's live and you're actually singing at a concert or a festival or a bar up the road, or if it's just being streamed, you know? So every time you go into a restaurant, for example, or even a circus, anywhere, that is a public performance of your work, okay? And someone's got to pay. You can't go in the studio, you can't go hard all that time and write all of this music, you know, and not be compensated for it. So what we do is we seek out bars and restaurants and any entity essentially that, you know, might want to play some music out there. We will seek a license on your behalf. So when you sign up for PRS, you're effectively saying you own the rights to your music, but you're licensing it to us essentially to go and collect money for you. Yeah? I will kind of leave it there because we could go down a big rabbit hole, but that's...
Hello, this is working now. No. Right, so he's getting very granular, and I think that is important to know that, but it also explains when he's getting granular why it's important to have good representation as an artist, because there is a lot of detail to collecting things. I'll just make something really easy and simple before I go on to the first question, which will relate to further members of the panel here today. Does anyone know who wrote I Will Always Love You that Whitney Houston performed? Okay, good. So when that song gets performed, Dolly Parton is receiving the publisher side, right? And Whitney Houston and her label are receiving the performance side, yeah? So that's an easy way just to sort of understand. I've just picked a song that everyone knows is written by someone else, the separation of the two sides.
Nick, some people might not know the song. Can you sing it? Just
No.
to kind
Oh my God, I got a psychic who's going to kill
of
me.
never mind.
You probably could. Okay. I'm going to move on to another question. This is a question we had before. I think relates to everyone, yeah? This was actually given to me, I think, by Nikki or Andrea, which is, where is the industry, right, currently with streaming? We obviously have someone who is a streaming expert. We have someone who works for a label here. We have someone who represents the managers. I'm sure it'll affect... By the way, I also get onto the PR and how the modern landscape affects things. Focus on the current landscape, DIY artists. Is this what labels look at for numbers, fan base, before wanting to sign an artist? So I can answer some of those questions myself. I'm not here to answer those questions. I'm going to start with, at the end, because you're the expert, right?
So they say.
Okay.
Don't believe experts.
What do you think is the current landscape for streaming? What do you see?
Okay, so I'll try and keep this short because obviously streaming has become huge. It kind of brought the business back. We all know that. So, you know, hats off to the streaming platforms for at least doing that, for bringing the business back. We're at $80 billion retail in the music business. So it's a big business again, which if you wind back the clock to when I started in 2000, it was on its last legs, right? So it was not really seen as a big business back then.
One thing. If you could
Talk directly into the
Oh, sure.
mic.
How's this?
Or even better still, the handhelds that are around, just talk straight into the handheld. Reason being,
this better?
because we're beaming now
Switch it on.
all over the world and shit.
It is on. Is it on?
Go for it. Just go to
Why don't I
testing
just
1,
do
2.
this? Is that better?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're at $80 billion. So it's a big business again. Of course, no, nothing lasts forever, right? So we've had growth of streaming over the past 10 years. The past sort of 5 or 6 years have been what you might call hypergrowth. It's been driving the business forward. Basically, where we're at, to answer to long story short, is it is slowing down. So if you, and particularly if you're an artist, you can chase streaming and get popular through streaming platforms if you're lucky. We all know it doesn't necessarily end up with money coming out the other end and in your pocket. So alongside streaming now, what's becoming super important in the industry is selling stuff again. You know, selling vinyl, selling merch, obviously going on tour, having a merch stand when you're there. Direct-to-consumer sales are becoming important again. But where we are with streaming is basically it's kind of dividing into Northern Hemisphere markets and Southern Hemisphere markets. The Northern Hemisphere markets like the UK, like the US, like Sweden where it all started, you're having lower growth, starting to slow down. It's a mature market almost. Quite high, what we call ARPU, average revenue per user, so people are paying more money for their Spotify or Apple Music or whatever in those markets. And it's been fantastic for Western music, right? So pop, hip-hop, rap, now country, it's all just gone ballistic on streaming. But in the Southern Hemisphere markets, where there is a lot of growth, like in India, China, Africa, those markets, they're low ARPU, so people pay less for their music. They're more advertising-driven markets. It's harder to make money there, but it's easy to get known there because the populations are huge. But it's also better for non-Western music, which is why we're seeing the growth of Korean music, Afrobeats, Amapiano, all that stuff, all that good stuff, more all forms of Indian music, which are also kind of coming into Western markets. So whereas streaming is still driving global growth, it is still driving steady growth, but for you, the artist, it's important to put it in perspective. It is a route to market and growing an audience. It's not going to pay you a lot of money. You need to think about all those other ways of making money as you develop. Does that answer the question okay?
I was going to say, it might make you money. We've got a load of members whose artists are smashing it on streaming, and as a result, they're often independent because they're seeing the money come through. I think it depends how popular your music ends up being. I mean, if you end up having a hit and doing really well, you can actually earn really... I remember just during the pandemic talking to one of our members, Andy Musgrave, actually, who said, because of streaming, we do have enough... It's AJ Tracy's manager. We have enough money coming in that we can survive, the artists can survive and others can, and the team can. Whereas an awful lot of artists just weren't seeing anything from streaming, as you say, and so when the pandemic hit and touring stopped, they were in big trouble. So, I mean, as with everything, and actually for catalogue, so for what we were talking about, Whitney Houston, now, if you've got a song that's been a hit, instead of just earning when you sell that physical music, you can be earning 20, 30, 40 years later. I mean, that's your pension sorted if you have a hit.
Yep,
it all depends how popular you are.
I'm going to move this on to Liz. From a major label perspective, about how streaming has changed things, how it's changed finding artists. Liz isn't responsible for the A&R, so don't all inundate her with your emails of your music that you want her to hear. There's other people that do that within her company. But I wanted to get Liz's perspective on that question.
Is this on? Do I press that? Hang on. Is that working?
That's definitely on.
Oh, great. I'll take that. Hello, everyone. Streaming's transformed, obviously, the way that people can access and consume music. There's absolutely no doubt about that. About 10 years ago, I'd say, when it really started to sort of hit, I think a lot of labels were sat there going, well, there's billion streams here, and we've had 100 million streams there, and those numbers kind of, I suppose, were a way of us selling in how popular an artist was at the time. But I do feel personally like that was it almost kind of rubbed away what's really important, which is you're building your community, building your fan base, and building a long-term career for yourselves. And I think the industry was sort of throwing around a lot of numbers and trying to get support on artists to keep the streaming going. But now we're a lot more knowledgeable, and as you say, it's matured a lot. We can see really what's kind of lean in and lean out plays. So we know what's kind of generated by algorithms and editorial. We know what's generated by fans going to find your music. So what I would say is we love streaming platforms and the fact that what they bring to an artist's career. I personally like the fact that it's quite borderless in that, you know, we can look at an artist that's from the UK and see what spikes are going on in other countries, and we're able to jump onto our international team earlier, we're able to jump into communities abroad earlier, and it feels like that global impact of streaming is really, really important. Two artists that I'll reference there are Maisie Peters, who's our pop singer-songwriter, who's actually just hit 1 billion streams. But a lot of those streams have come from the US, where she's been touring, Australia, Germany, the UK. So what we can see is a truly global reach for her now. And the other artist is Fred again, whereby he kind of started getting really popular here, and then America, and then Australia. And, you know, those, I've mentioned the same markets because they're actually the key ones for a lot of us. And actually, it was Fred's catalogue that really started to connect with the new music. So what I saw was we might have released, we released a track called Delilah from his third record. But actually what was happening was in the markets that were catching up, Maria, We've Lost Dancing suddenly spiked. So what we can do then is work with our streaming partners to connect old music with new music, which is really exciting. So catalogues are a great way to sort of find new fans and make sure the artists are getting, you know, are rising up in different territories. You can't, or we can't control where someone might find an artist on streaming. They could come into a Kate Bush, be a Kate Bush fan off the back of Stranger Things, and that song's, what, 40 years old? But to a lot of people, it's brand new because of a sync. Like, I like the fact that you can get everything all the time, and obviously you can really find your pockets, your community, you can make your playlist. Like, it's a really great way of, obviously, people curating music, but I don't see it as if an artist came into us and said, I'm on this streaming platform, I've had this many streams, we wouldn't just look at that. We'd look at the live tickets, the community, the size of the social platforms. We'd look at engagement. We'd look at all kinds of things that would really help us get a rounded picture of who the artist is. Hopefully that adds another aspect.
Okay. Great. Thank you. I'm also going to open this so Indy can answer as well. Is not only we had streaming click on, and it's had an effect on DIY artists and everything else, we got social media, and that has changed the media landscape and changed how people promote themselves and get seen. And as someone who is an expert in this field and probably seen as bigger changes as I saw from physical to downloads to streaming, you've seen the same, and how that's affected promoting and creating an artist and creating their image, and how all that sort of stuff, including, by the way, when they make a mistake and they get involved in cancel culture. I know that's a really massive question, and yeah. Go.
So big. Going back to streaming quickly though, we were talking about how community is so important, where you find your pockets, your followers, the ones that will always show up for you. I'm working with an artist called Arijit Singh, and if you follow Bollywood, he is like India's biggest singer, and he's done like a huge catalogue of songs. He's actually the world's third most followed artist after Ed Sheeran and Ariana Grande, and he's coming to the O2 next year, and he's already selling out the show. So it's, when you think about it, he's very little known here for us here in this room. Does anyone here heard of him? Yeah. Okay. And you know he's huge, right? But he's not huge here. But he's huge here in that people will turn up and they have a community. There's word of mouth, it's social media. You know, people will just fill those seats. But it just kind of shows the sort of power of community. He has a relationship with his fans. And I think that social media, is going to your question, has shown how important it is. Obviously, we're post-pandemic. In those years where we were all shut in, social media became the only way for artists to communicate with their fans. They couldn't go to shows and meet their fans. Obviously, there are other ways to communicate. One of those is having people sign up to your newsletters and creating that sort of direct contact. You know, newsletters are very underrated. People kind of think, oh, it's quite a dry way to communicate, but actually it's the only way you can communicate directly to your fans. Social media is a way where they find you, and it's content that that it's not actually bespoke, it's not personalized to them, and it's not really revealing something maybe deeper that you could really release and share in things like newsletters. One thing also that social media has kind of taught us is that we can be very authentic. We can be our real selves, and we can also find our voice and reach our fans. But there's also obviously a darker side of that where we may reveal things or talk about things that may be, you know, less comfortable for others to hear, and those moments can be quite hard to sort of pull back from. So I think I always try and advise my artists, like, just bring your true self, and if you want to speak on things, be ready to go on the record, because once you go on the record on social media, you can delete them later, but you know, screenshots are always there, as we've seen in the last sort of few weeks, how information is shared and then debunked. It's social media. You can be hung, drawn, and quartered, as we know, and it's just really important to just be aware of that. But also at the same time, artists can tend to or have this sort of always-on mindset, like, I've always got to post, I've got to be on TikTok, I've got to think of what content I'm going to put out there, what music, what I'm saying. And it's actually a huge pressure for artists, and it can take a huge toll on your well-being. So that's another thing that I always advise, is just make sure there's people around you that are checking on you. Check on yourself as well, and just step away and know that it's there when you come back.
Thank you. Wise words as well, because even as even as someone who has no media profile, I've stepped off social media for 3 months, just because my wife's like, you get too bogged down in it, get yourself away from it. And I got to say, it's a bit embarrassing to say this publicly, I thank my wife for encouraging me to come off social media, because no one needs to hear what I'm saying about anything. I'm going to ask back to you something, because I'm then going to relate it to the panel. Stand up if you're here because you're an artist, or you're a performer, or you're a writer or a producer. Just stand up, so I can just get a sense of how many people that is. All right? Cool. Stay standing up. Stand up if you're on the panel and at some point you've been a performer or an artist. Well, I want to say, I'm doing this for a reason. None of us today are performer. I'm sure you still do some performances, but we don't. That's not our income anymore. A little bit, okay. But none of us four make our living or standing up here as current artists, are we? That's not what we're standing here for. So please all sit down, but realise, when I'm going to ask this next question to all of the panel, how they started versus what they do now, yeah? How they got their break into the music business. It's not to kill your dreams, because some of us got to fulfill our dreams in the process of becoming an artist. We hit a ceiling. It's like being a professional football player, yeah? You might go and be a professional football player, but at the age of 35, you're probably not going to be a professional football player much longer, because they don't need players above the age of 35. They've got a bunch of 20-year-olds who are going to replace you. And that's a terrible thing to say, but it's a fact, right? So you might go into this today, and your only dream is to be a singer, a producer, a writer, right? And then what will end up happening is, over the course of your journey, you might turn out to do something differently. Myself included. I was a performer, I was signed, I was a DJ, I did 1,000 shows. I'm never, that's not how I've really made my living. I made a living like that for a minute, but that's not how I did it. Kwame, who runs this, has gone on tour with Michael Jackson and Prince, and has had records in the chart. First time I met Kwame, I was playing one of his records. That's how I met Kwame, right? Called Good Lover, and I loved the house remix. Very good at the time. So you've got to realise why you're here, and that's why I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to get onto a serious question at the end. By the way, this is a serious question as well, but a serious question. So I'm going to start at the end of the panel with Ben. How did you even enter into the music business? Was music your first job, right? And obviously today you got this mega job, right? And I don't need to hear every sort of promotion and every job you've had along the way, but what was your first break into the music business?
Great question. Are we on here?
Yeah.
There we go. So I actually started my career in technology, in software development, which is seemingly a long way from music, although, well, it certainly was back then. Although today, with the rise of AI, there's obviously a huge overlap of technology and music, DSPs and that. So I was fortunate. I worked for a company. We provided software to music publishers and record labels. We did some arguably very mundane things, or what people think are mundane things, song registration, royalty processing, all of these kinds of things. But it was great for me because I got to learn like the absolute fundamentals of the music industry. So we probably could have spoken for an hour or two on the original question of what's the difference between publishing and masters, and you did a good job of keeping us under control there, right? But I was fortunate to have that break and to get to work with all kinds of music companies, small independent companies, all the way through to the majors. And from there, it was really about taking the connections that I made. And I think this is something we might talk about later, what's important as you develop your career. It is about finding those people who can help you in your career.
Networking.
I mean, I'm not a natural networker, I'll be honest, right? But you find ways to create those relationships with people and to gain the skills. And I think, you know, what I was able to do is get myself into various roles where we really learned how to create value out of music and find ways to tap into untapped value that was in music and catalogs of music. And that's how I end up today at a company where we buy catalogs from some of the most iconic artists and songwriters in the world. But there's a lot of music out there, and even those iconic artists and those iconic catalogs are not always maximized in how you go about ensuring that they have the right legacy and that you continue to develop the audience for them and expose them to new audiences. And that's how I end up where I am today.
Thank you. Crispin, yours is... you're going to tell us, but I'm guessing you came through as a recording artist.
Long story. Yeah, I was started off always writing songs for myself, and then I realized that nobody else would probably sing them, so I started singing them myself. Luckily got a major record deal, had a sort of brief flash of being vaguely famous and vaguely cool, and then it went the way of all things. We had a fantastic time. We toured the world. You know, there's nothing like 2,000 people screaming for more at the end of the day's work to make you feel great about yourself. But it reached an end.
Crispin,
yeah?
You made a classic album.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
You got a fan on the panel.
And then,
just worth a mention.
You know, and then it all went tits up. I got offered a solo record deal. I just made all of the demos for that solo record deal with Hut Records, and then Hut Records got closed by whoever had bought Hut Records, EMI. So I thought, excuse my French, fuck that. I'm going to go and work in politics, which was always my second love. So I went and worked in the House of Commons as a Labour Party researcher. But then I realised that you have to adapt. You know, politics I love, but music is what I live for, and it's what drives me. So I started writing songs for other people, and very luckily, the first thing I was asked to write was for something for Lee Ryan from Blue, and bless him, he's a great singer, but I completely took the piss and wrote the most sort of schmaltzy thing I possibly could, and it was a massive hit. So then, you know, you have to adapt. You have to keep adjusting yourself. You have to sort of face up to things and not keep chasing old dreams, but find new dreams to change. And exactly as you said, you know, it's much like football. You have a bench life of sort of 20 to 35, unless you're one of the extraordinary phenomena, you know, that's still carrying on, like the Rolling Stones or something. Whether they should or not is arguable. But to go back, to an earlier point, it's also important not to hold aloft those extraordinary phenomena, you know, and AJ Tracey in a way is one. He's the sort of poster boy of DIY, and he's done incredibly well, but he is like a lottery winner. You know, the rest of you have to work we're all, you know, it's a competition, and competition is for losers, and we're all losers, and you have to kind of admit that you're a loser, and so you know, you have to work your way up from being a loser, because what you do is phenomenal. I'm rambling now, yeah. Okay, so I finished back in Parliament, started writing songs, was very lucky, wrote some songs with some very brilliant people who had success. And then I thought I would kind of, you know, variate that, you know, portfolio career. I thought I would combine, you know, streaming came in. I had some success in streaming, but I wasn't earning the money I was used to earning from records, because records you can make a lot of money out of. But so then I thought I would combine both my talents, politics and music, and became a kind of musical politician.
You're doing a very good job of it. So
Good,
congratulations.
Good. That's me.
Surprise, surprise, on next is Liz, who I never knew when she stood up had been a secret pop star, or at least an aspiring secret pop star.
I really dithered as to whether to stand up at all because I was in honestly the shittest indie band. No one's ever going to hear it because it was pre-YouTube, which has protected me. But yeah, I was in a band, a guitar band at uni. I kind of worked out that I kind of liked the marketing and the promotion of it more than I actually liked being in it, which was a good lesson, I suppose, because I ended up doing marketing in a record company.
And doing a brilliant job of it. So
Thank you.
I'm going to carry on going down the panel, and I don't want to cut Liz off, which I just have. I'm trying to make the point that some of you coming today, 2 points have been made so far, which, and then I'm going to get all the way down the panel, is Ben's point about networking. You are here today. Network with your peers that you're here with. One of you might collaborate on something. One of you might be a manager and sees your talent and takes you to the next level. Someone might write a song with you. Someone might give you an idea you didn't have before. Use your network. We've all done that to get to the place we are, right? And second of all, the reason I did it was to show that you might think being an artist is your only route into music, but it might lead you to another thing that might be something you can do for longer and might be more lucrative for you based on your skill set. You know, there are a lot, myself included, are failed artists on this panel, right? But I don't go around telling everyone I'm a failed artist. I tell them about all the things I did very well, okay? I don't highlight the bits that are bad. It's like if I was doing a Tinder profile, I wouldn't be highlighting the fact I'm 5'8". I'd be highlighting some of my other positive factors, okay? Okay, sorry about that to anybody else who's also short with me.
I'm more than happy to say that my band were terrible. But I got quite obsessed with what marketing was at quite an early age. It was about 13, which is really strange. But I just remember going in to buy a whole record in a record shop around that age and just thought, right, there must be someone's job to help an artist find an audience or to put that record in front of people. And then I sort of worked out it was marketing, went off to do a marketing degree. And during that time, I was able to do an internship. I wrote to 25 labels. There were actually 25 major labels at that point, weirdly. One person called me from East West Records, which is actually, funnily enough, now Atlantic. And I ended up doing my internship at Atlantic Records, which was absolutely incredible and a bit of a weird full circle because I'm now there several years later. But yeah, I think like for me, I was just obsessed with helping artists to find an audience, basically, and was very lucky to get into that internship. And from there, I worked at a design and art direction company where we did shoots and artwork and things like that for artists. Then I went into Polydor Records and I was there for 150 years, marketing assistant through to head of marketing there. Then I left there to become MD of an indie label called Glassnote Records, where I was really fortunate to learn much more about how small the world is and how you can really look at your artists wherever they're from and really try and make an impact with them in all countries across the world rather than just the UK market. And from there, I took all of that back to Atlantic Records several years later, where I'm GM. So yeah, that's my route in, but terrible.
I'm going to ask you
band.
one question before you hand over to Indy.
Sure.
Just to make the point, because now as expected you get paid on internship. How much do you get paid on your internship?
I got nothing. I got travel for 6 weeks.
Right.
Yeah. And I got 100 quid a week for a couple of months.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, just to be a thing, most of the people who are on the stage who ever did an internship would have got to be paid nothing. The other thing is, you sent out how many letters to get one internship?
25.
25 letters. Just think about this. If you send out one thing and you don't get a response, well, that's on you, right? These people aren't looking for you. You've got to put yourself in front of them. Anyway.
And all it takes is for one person, and then remember, I knew nobody in music whatsoever until I wrote those letters. And I think that's part of why we're all here today, to sort of make sure that you can see us, chat to us, learn about what we do, and just so that we're not a barrier to you guys getting into it, basically. So.
But also the other thing I want to show you that we're no different to you 25, 30 years ago.
Okay, well, I had many pivots. I'm like the queen of pivoting. I changed careers like about 3 times before I got into music. I didn't study a music business. I didn't study PR and marketing. I actually had a BSc, but I went to Manchester University, which was in the 90s. Still is a great city, but it was like the best city to go to and have, soak up all of the music culture there. I went into fashion and then advertising, but it was a big advertising agency, Saatchi & Saatchi. I worked my way up from being a PA. I didn't have any mentors, but I had an ally, and that was my boss. And he saw something in me, and he helped me to get into the graduate trainee scheme through the back door because I was a PA. I didn't do the graduate run, but I got in, and hated advertising. But I always wanted to get into music, and I, knew lots of people in the music scene. And through my network, I was recommended to meet Kim McRae, who was then head of press at Epic. Didn't get the job, was gutted, but I sort of pestered her, and she just really was. I was just like, can I come in and shadow you and just learn more, talk to you, whatever. And she was just like, actually, there's a job going at Columbia. There's a press officer job working for Carl Fish, who's now probably one of the best PRs in the country. He does Adele, he does Dua Lipa, Beyonce, and he taught me everything I need to know about PR. Basically, I got the job at Columbia, and that was my first job in Columbia. And I learned so much. I was there for about 3-4 years, and I got headhunted to join Radio 1 and 1Xtra when 1Xtra began. And it was, just huge time for 1Xtra, being like the start of something huge that the BBC's bringing with the whole kind of pirate radio mentality and the scene, the underground. Underground becomes overground on national radio. It was a big moment. Went over to TV, ended up being at the BBC for 11 years, and then got headhunted to come back to Sony Music. I was director of communications, and that was a lovely moment. First sort of woman of colour in that role. And then I just realised I needed to actually start working for myself, putting something back into the industry, working with more cause-related work. So I felt like I needed to put back in working with charities and cause-related organisations. And that's kind of a very short summary
of an incredible career. I'm going to move it along to the right. And say to Kenny, you got an interesting career, I know. And I know you've done lots of different things, but I want the start, right? Because Kwame said to me, I've got to move on to other things. But I want all of your starts. So what did you do at the beginning, not how you got to this very moment? So all I want to know is how you became in the music business. What was the thing that got you in before you got into what you're doing?
I started off as a grime MC when I was like 16. So I'm from Edmonton, so we would be on, yeah man, come on. Axe FM, so any of your favorite grime artists would have been there back in the day. Went to university and then came out of university, did my masters, and then doing youth work. So like a very common story. And then was singing in the youth centre. Someone heard me. She was like, I want to sign you to a management deal. I was like, this is crazy. Why would you want to do that? And then she just like put me and my friends in the studio. We were working literally every single day. I landed in front of Tim and Danny and Guy Moot. They signed me to a pub deal with Sony ATV. And then, Lincoln Elias and Ashley Sykes started managing me. But all the while, through our youth work, we were always looking and working with young artists and stuff. So we found this artist, a young girl, her name's called Bella. That was 9 years ago. We started managing Bella. And just was hustling, working, writing, recording, touring the States, playing crazy shows, Abu Dhabi, Grand Prix, opening for Pink, working with Frank Ocean, and then, yeah, Bella started taking off as I started doing this. My first tune was like on a Tom Misch beat, which went crazy on SoundCloud. And then me and my business partner, Christian Oddington, big him up. He is like the focal point of everything we've ever done. And then Glenn Sonko as well. Yeah, we just have been grafting for years. And then, so we just manage a whole bunch of people now, producers and artists and stuff. And then we set up tour management as well. So we do like Rags Original, Tewa, Nipah, Marie Dahlstrom, and Kadeem Terrell. And we do a bit of security and stuff. And here we are, got headhunted 2 months ago. And now I'm at PRS and I'm sitting in front of you guys. And it's kind of nice because I used to sleep on the subway in New York and in hostels in Denmark and all of those kind of crazy places, just trying to get after it. But never give up, innit? You just do bare crazy stuff and you take the money and here you are.
Thank you. Is your mic working?
Yeah, I think, is this mic? Yeah, it is working. I actually went in Leeds Sound City and went and sat in the audience like you guys are and saw some people talking on a panel about music management. I didn't even know it was a thing. And then I was like, oh my God, that's a job. That sounds amazing. Went off
What
to
year
uni.
was that?
96, I think. I think it was 96. 95, anyway, a long time ago. Bloody long time ago. But no, went to university, ran the band sock, hosted Battle of the Bands, found a band to manage. They started doing really well, got gigs around Nottingham and Leicester and Derby and thought, this is it, we're going to do stuff. And then we got a letter from someone in London who said, you can't use that name anymore. You've got to change your name or I'm going to sue you. My son's band, who's a boy band, is the same name. So we didn't know what to do. There was an MMF, but they probably didn't have a website back in those days. I had no idea what to do, so we caved because we were scared of the lawyer letter, changed the band's name, completely lost our fan base. No one knew who we were. Then the band split up, and then I thought, oh, shit, well, I don't know what to do now. So actually, I went off to politics in the end, and then 20 years later, saw a job ad in The Guardian for the chief executive of the MMF, Webbo, who some people here will know was stepping down. And it said it needed someone who could do politics, campaigning, understood copyright and a bit about the music business, understood how you bring people together, how you help professional development. And I thought, I can do that. And so been doing it for 8 years now. And the difference is now, I think, I hope, if I'd known about the MMF then and actually known there were roots in and that there's supportive bodies out there who can help you build those connections, maybe I would have actually made it as a manager rather than just giving up at that point. So there's loads of organisations. I mean, we talked about PRS, there's the IVAs, there's Musicians Union. We're here to support managers. So it's brilliant everyone's here today, but remember, once you leave here, join the organisation. If you're not already, come along to stuff. It can really help you get a foot in the door if that's what you want to do.
Thank you. Ben.
It was a long time ago, but I got into the business through drugs. Drugs.
Drugs?
Really? Well, it was a long time ago. Really? No, I used to work in the pharmaceutical industry. And I answered a job advert, to your point, which was senior research person or whatever it was, executive, International Federation for the Phonographic Industry. And I fancied that. I phoned my wife and I said, do you think I'll get this job? And she said, you're a good man. I can't see you working in porn. I said, phonographic. Sorry, this is, I'll make it quick. Anyway, long story short, I got the job. The funny thing is, and this is to the point made by a couple of people here on the panel, the music industry is many different industries. So I got the job at IFPI, did it for 6 years, and about halfway through I realized this isn't the music industry, I'll work for the civil service of the music industry. And then I got a job, I was hired by EMI, but it'd been bought by Guy Hands. And I was like, this isn't music, this is fucking private equity, banking. And then I went back to the BPI, which is the UK version of the civil service for the music industry. Then I went to Spotify. I thought, right, this is it. I'm in the music business. This is my dream job. I was there for a bit, and I thought, this isn't music. This is fucking tech. And then I went back to a business that I helped co-found many years ago, Media Research. We analysed the music business along with video and games, and you know we do quite well. I run the consultancy business. A lot of our clients are investors looking to pour money into music. They know nothing about it. I'm like, I don't work in the music business. I work in the investors business or the consulting business. So I've never worked in the music industry.
That was the cleverest answer.
But moral of the story is, to your point, Nick, is if you're an artist, this is my advice to you, is know who you're talking to. Because when you're in the business, you can be talking to people about your art, and they might know absolutely fuck all about music or your art. You need to know if you're talking to somebody about your art, or you need to know if you're talking to somebody about business or tech. Because there's many, many different people working in the business with different sort of level of engagement with the art at the end of the day. I got into music because I loved it. I wanted to, if you'd have said, you know, what industry could you work in, I'd have picked music. I just went about it a long way. Yeah.
Questions?
Kwame, questions?
Yeah, it's questions time.
Okay, go on. Shout it out. Go on, Kwame's got a microphone.
Thank you.
What's your
Hello,
name?
I'm Ria. It's lovely to meet you guys. First and foremost, thank you so much. This is incredible. It's my first time here.
By the way, can I just say, this person has got one of the best pitch decks that I've ever seen. Her pitch deck is out of, like, she gave it to me and I was like, unbelievable. Just to say, QR codes, everything.
I've got some for you guys too today.
Is that your
Thank
manager?
you so
Is
much.
Kwame your manager? Go on, ask your question.
I got your email, by the way.
Oh,
Yesterday.
yay! Yes, he knows. It's actually just following on from some things that we mentioned in the talk. I've seen a lot of my opportunities like, oh my God, I love you. I actually love you. But a lot of, feeling like a star now, I love it. I wanted to ask, a lot of my opportunities, like the biggest things I've gotten, have been from, you know, like you said, putting yourself in a position to be seen, to be heard. But on the opposite side of that, like very recently as well, some of the craziest things are happening where it is just like the stars aligning and kind of A&Rs or opportunities finding you. And I wondered, in your experience, what your kind of battle between do you look for or kind of it comes to you in terms of finding talent or nurturing talent?
I'll answer it, but then I'll pass it on. I think it's up to you to put yourself in the ether, and then start the thing, and then the world comes to you. If you sit in your bedroom and make music on your computer or your guitar, and the only person you play it to is yourself or your mum, no one's ever going to hear it. So you know, if you want to get wet, you got to stand outside. You know, it might not rain today, but it might rain in 5 days' time. You don't know the day it's going to rain. And if you keep going back inside, you'll never get wet. And it's a terrible analogy, but you hopefully understand what I mean. But, you know, managers help. Being part of societies help. Talking to the world, finding the Kwames and people like that help. But I'm not here to answer the question, which I just have. Anybody else want to answer?
Just before we do, I have to do this over here, to this one. Right? And I have to do this because I want you all to just know that I do this info bulletin because, as you know, we're just not a normal seminar, right? So this one here is Annabella, right? And I know Nick gave Annabella the big up, but you have to understand. The MMF, when Annabella joined, seriously, was it not, full basically of stuffy old white blokes, right? Who literally, and it was very narrow, okay? There were 350 managers trying to do their thing, not very, very well. Annabella comes in, here we are, X amount of years on, 1,500 managers now, reporting directly to government. And she taught me more about the industry than loads of people. When she came in, she didn't know much about it. But she's taught me more about the industry. That's why she got the glitter glow. The end.
Thank you.
I might have answered the question, but I would say to everyone, put yourself out there. Don't be scared. No one's going to know you're doing something if you're only doing it in your bedroom. Every one of the people here who's talked about their careers had to put themselves out there.
That's right. I'll add to that. Believe in yourself, believe in yourself, believe in yourself. Have faith in yourself, have faith in your God if you have a God. And listen well. Network. There's a lot of organizations out there, MMF, FAC, MPG, MPA, PRS, PPL, labels left, right, and center. Like, you will find your way, but if you find your tribe as well, stick with your tribe. Don't go and snake them once you sign your pub deal and start working with next man. Like, they're the ones that invested in you. So for as long as you're with them, stick by them. Don't be bookie. That's another one. Don't be bookie. Trust in yourself, trust others. The music industry is not as bad as everyone makes out. You see all of these stories that are sensationalized online and this contract here and there and whatever. Yo, man, there's Dittos, there's Centrics, there's Sound Exchanges. There's so many companies out there that are for the smaller artist or for the independent or at the grassroots level, arts councils, you name it. It's happening. People are working. MMF, people are grafting. So, you keep it, you keep going, keep grafting. Develop yourself. It's up to you to develop yourself. We talk about artist development, but there's also audience development. Study audiences, media research. I can't tell you how many organizations there are out there, but network with people. Don't be scared. Tell people who you are. Tell people what you're on. Don't be scared, man. These Americans, they're way ahead of us. They will sing in a lift. They will sing. They will stand in Chuck E. Cheese or them Dunkin' Donuts and they will sing. I'm not saying go and be crazy in Krispy Kreme, and you get me, but they're not scared. So I will leave it there, but there's a message there somewhere.
I'll come to your question. I got two questions, which is self-serving for two things. One for my involvement in Creating Visions, before I take this lady's question over here, and one for my own company that I currently have. How many people here want to do A&R? Okay. How many of you that put your hand up are signed up to Creating Visions? Do you understand what Creating Visions does? They allow you to learn about how the A&R process works and then go into record companies and present the ideas you have to showcase your talent. Are you aware that the lady who won the A&R award this year for black music in the UK came from Creating Visions, right? It is Melanie. Okay, give her a round of applause. It came from there. Now, her break came from that process, okay? She signed La Bianca, okay? One of the biggest breakthrough hits from the UK this year to 5K. And the two guys that run 5K, when they went up on stage to collect the award, told the entire music business it was her, it wasn't us, because they're gracious and good people, right? So that's another example. The record business isn't all the negatives that you hear. Second of all, I am looking for people who want to do A&R. In my new company, there's a guy called Charlie here, and I'll introduce you to, who's looking for people all the time to come in and start on an intern basis and see if you can do it. But you should do both, right? Because there is a hard thing to get in. And I also will say, at the moment, unless you're doing it yourself, the labels A&R departments are getting smaller. Just as statistically true. So there's less opportunities. But it's still one, if you're going to be on the corporate side, no disrespect to Liz, no disrespect to Indy who do the PR side or the marketing side, I still think it's the funkiest and fun side, right? So, because I come from that thing. So take those opportunities, but first and foremost, one does not preclude the other. Sign up to Creating Visions. It has a proven track record of hits. Kwame introduced me via Creating Visions when I was a label president to an artist, and the record did over 100 million streams on Spotify alone. And the brother of the producer was one of the guys on the thing. The network worked, right? And that will be loads more of those now that will become public. Now that Melanie's won the award, that will become loads more of those. This is Creating Visions is only going to get bigger as an opportunity for you to get your opportunity in the record business. What's your question? Sorry.
I'm coming now, don't worry.
What's your name?
My name is Cassiane.
Hello.
I am an alternative hip hop artist and activist and creative entrepreneur. So I'm like a multifaceted person. My question is for Indy. Oh, thank you. My question is for Indy, and it's mainly around like PR. So as a person who practices activism and all, speaking about the atrocities that are happening in our world and standing 10 toes on it whenever I like post stuff or talk about it, what would your advice be to someone like me who is an artist and an activist, in terms of like putting forward what they believe in on the internet, of course, because I feel like a lot of people in our field seem it like it's they would be performative if they're just posting, oh, free Palestine or whatever. So it seems performative, but obviously it's not for a lot of people. So what advice would you give to artists like that?
Great question, thank you. I couldn't say more how important it is to be authentic and be your real self. And as an artist, there's like three things you need to think about. One is your story, that is who you are, what you stand for, your values, your journey, your purpose, why you're here, all those things, and how you express that. The other is your music. They're very intertwined because obviously your story is going to be told through your music, but also it's how you describe your music, and the third, and it's also your voice. So when we're talking about like political issues, I think it's part of your art. When it becomes part of your art, then that's the best way for you to express it. But you can also express it in any other way you choose. But it's as long as it's authentic to you, and your community and your relationship with your fans becomes even deeper because it's something emotional. I'm going to say something really nerdy here because there's two parts of your brain. One is like the really sort of rational, logical part of the brain. The other part is the emotional part of your brain. And that's our animal side of the brain in a way. But the emotional part of the brain is where we make our decisions. And it's also like, for good or bad, we can make emotional decisions, but that's what drives our decisions. And that's how fans connect with your music, is the emotional part of your brain. So when we are absolutely authentic, it resonates. And I couldn't say more, like if there's something you really believe in, and it's authentic to who you are, then just that is the truest way for you to express it through your art. The third thing is obviously visuals and how you visually represent yourself, because we're in the music business, so it's music and your brand is equally important.
Just one quick thing. I've had about 3-4 people hit me up. Managers in the audience, put your hands up. Who's got a management question? Because I know 4 of you have already come up to me and said, can I ask the management question? Who's got one? Okay, you've already had one. I'm going to go to the guy at the back. Not to say that you can't have another, but you've just had one. So the person at the back, go ahead. Here, I'm bringing you. Here we go. Go.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Kwame and the team, for having such an amazing time, and for the panel as well. My name is Given, and I'm part of a band, but also I manage the band. My question is this: I think, how do you diversify the sustainability of your act? I'm talking about from ACE, applying for ACE funding from different places. Not just funding in that space, but also looking at your platforms. If you're going to be writing music or music that needs to be played on a bigger platform on Spotify or Deezer or this or that, writing for algorithms and all of that, as well as going to the government side of things, where there's a venue trust fund that venues do get to always have for grassroots artists or acts that are still starting off. My question actually is then, how do you reconcile and diversify the sustainability of your act as you're growing and developing? Because when you look at the circuit, bands and genres and all of these things are things that take precedence. You know, promoters look at, oh, do you play this? Do you do this? Do you do that? What is your numbers? What do you look like? Who do you sound like? They want to know what you sound like first before you do anything. How do you as a manager compile all of that together and then say, I want to plug this into a sustainable work model that allows an act to find who they are and also bring the crowd that they do find and go further into bigger performances and festivals and venues per se?
We were just having a chat because I don't manage, our members manage, and so you're looking at how does an act become sustainable. It's really, really, really hard work. We've talked here about all the different new revenue streams. You've mentioned Arts Council funding. It's really hard, particularly in the early days. Most artists lose money for quite a long time, and therefore managers don't earn either. There's a long development process. And you talked about Music Venues Trust. There's a big issue at the moment for small venues because it often costs the artist more to get to the venue and perform in the venue than the fee the venue can possibly pay, which is why, as you say, you end up looking at, are there other ways we can make this work, investing our own time and money, looking at all the different amazing funds out there. I know Help Musicians have funds to help with touring, Arts Council do, as you say. There are loads and loads, and there are amazing kind of funding tools on various websites that can kind of tell you of all the different things you can apply for. From a management perspective, as I say, it's hard for the managers too, because whilst your artists aren't earning money, but they need your support and time, they're not earning money either. So quite a lot of professional managers will often do other jobs as well, alongside while they're developing artists, or they'll have various different artists that they work with. So at different stages, or work with producers. Actually, during the pandemic, an awful lot of our members, we surveyed them. Obviously, live is about 80% of artists' income overall when we surveyed the members. So when live stopped, the artists lost 80% of their income, the managers lost 80% of their income. Yeah, the sustainability and the diversifying is really tough. And that was where it was interesting. A lot of people did look more at managing producers who were still earning through that period. There are no easy answers. There's huge competition, back to Crispin's point. It's working as hard as you can for what you believe in and what your clients believe in, which is why so many of our members will work for nothing for a long time while it develops until the artists get the traction.
Yeah, very quickly, I really empathize because as a manager of 9 years, like I really know how difficult it is to sustain artist income. Just to whiz through, of course, at the PRS, we have the PRS Foundation, and we're putting heaps and heaps of money into not just artists, but other different types of industry professionals. So especially for like Power Up, for example, which is an incredible initiative, you know, Yawa Wusu, Joe Franklin, and Ben Winter. They're doing great work over there, but there's like Paul Hamlin Fund, Step Up Fund with FAC, Help Musicians, PRS Members Fund. The list goes on and on. So that's typically for artists, but also like International Showcase Fund, if you're about to go on, you know, a showcase, for example, ADE or South by Southwest. We didn't get a chance to talk about other revenue streams, but like there's brand deals and brand partnerships and Sync, which is absolutely huge and massive. So Ivers Academy, they put on media conferences, you name it, man. I think we've got some one-to-one masterclasses, so like some of us are going to be available, but I might just hover outside. So if you want to have a chat, we can do that.
Just quickly.
Borrow your mic. I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to say something really brutal, and I apologise if anyone gets upset. None of you got a right to earn money from music. None of you, okay? Like a person who plays football, for instance, and I'm using football as an example, millions of people every weekend go out and play football or play football in the week. There are very few Cristiano Ronaldos or Lionel Messis or the players who earn millions of pounds a week. Because there is the multi-million pound winners, that this is a business that you have to be willing to sacrifice. I appreciate the gentleman at the back, how difficult it is. I appreciate exactly what's just been said. All of us on this panel have done stuff for free for years before we got paid, or been a DJ, in my case, for years earning less money than the taxi to carry my old record boxes with vinyl to the thing and the beers that it cost me. I earned less money than I actually spent buying records and going to the venue. But I was so dedicated. Pardon? No, by the way, I took another job. I worked in a pizza parlor. By the way, I worked in a pizza parlor where I did it, and what I'm trying to explain is that you can have a passion to do anything, but you have to be willing, right? You have to be willing to do another job on the side or do another hustle, because unfortunately, until you have your moment or your break, you're going to have to sustain yourself, because you're correct, whoever shouted out, you're correct.
As
You've gotta
Jay-Z
eat.
said, you can't knock the hustle.
Yeah.
And Jay-Z had another occupation while he was doing music too. But we won't go into that. I didn't want to. Crispin, just quickly, I've been told I've got to wrap this up, but this one, I've had a couple of people ask this, so I've brought it to you, okay? Songs, right? Pandemic, we hit a point, suddenly people who were just looking at the live income stream, blah, 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 suddenly had time on their hands, and they started to look at the other revenue streams, and then what happened? Off he goes.
That's interesting. I think what the pandemic did, as everyone said, there's a kind of, we all have a suite of income streams to sweeten the lack of income from streaming, unfortunately. And when the pandemic hit, and people could stop playing live, and since then people have stopped being able to tour in Europe because of all the ridiculous barriers that you have to cross. So the focus has come back onto streaming. The focus has come back onto, wait a second, this is now an incredibly successful business. There are billions and billions and billions of dollars, pounds coming into the music industry every year from streaming. I don't know, $24 billion, $24 billion this year, I think, globally. So it started to focus everyone's attention on a recalibration of that revenue, so that the people who make music, I would argue, earn as much as the people who sell it. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable proposition to put forward. And that's not the case at the moment, but things are moving in the right direction, and it's very difficult to get a person to understand something when their bonus depends on them not understanding it. So it's quite difficult to explain that to the world. Songs, I've been very lucky. I've worked with amazing people like Lana Del Rey and Florence and the Machine, to name two amazing people. But Jake Bugg, lots of other people, and they've got, I don't think songs, I would say this because I'm a songwriter, I don't think songs earn enough in the kind of whole music picture. I think really songs are the thing that, without songs, we would be in the jamming business. And I've spent hours jamming, and it's fucking boring. So actually the things that we all hum when we're doing the washing up, that is where the real value lies. And it can't be done without an incredible performance. But the two are partners, and I think it opened up a big question about how we can recalibrate the value of streaming. If streaming is going to go on and be more and more successful, it shouldn't be just something that gets you good stats or fills your live concerts, because in the same way, live, there's a lot of money being made live, but 95% of that money is being made by the people who are playing stadiums. It's not being made by the rest of us who are, hopefully getting 1,000 people or so. And the trouble is you get a million views on TikTok or 20 million views on YouTube, and you book yourself a tour, and it translates to 9 people in Norwich. So you can't, you have to, that we need to be able to join up all of these parts. And I'm sorry I'm not arguing against the industry. I'm just holding it to account and making sure that, as the guardians of our copyright and as our partners in selling music, that it really is a partnership relationship, not an ownership relationship. And I personally, I think that streaming is the future, but it needs to have a model that is future-like and not have a model that is based upon the 20th century.
Okay. So, as we said, people remain seated. That's the first thing. Secondly, I really, look, as you know, these people, some of these people have travelled from far and wide, literally, to be here, okay? I'm going to ask you to put your hands together, but make the most noise for this panel as I read everybody's names out. Start now. Nick Raphael, Ben, Crispin, Liz, Indy, Kenny, Annabella, Keith Joplin, Nick Raphael. That's what I'm talking about. I told you we do stuff differently here. As I said, remain seated. This is, as we call it, Andrea's Law. Everybody say Andrea's Law, please. Stay seated. They're going to exit this stage. And then in a seamless way, what will happen is this lovely bunch will all come up onto stage. If our helpers, please give it up for our helpers too, because they're amazing. We'll take everybody upstairs. There will be some one-to-ones. Stay seated. I know what you're thinking. There will be some one-to-ones, but there we go. Oh, it's me. Shit. All right. Okay. Wow. Okay, so the next panel is Unfiltered Conversations. Shh, 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 shh. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so the next panel is Unfiltered Conversations. You got me, but also, and we do this from time to time, whenever I come across somebody that I think, do you know what, this person could be a really good moderator, I just go, do you want to moderate? So we also have Nikita. Please welcome Nikita onto the stage. Go ahead. There's you. All right. So take any one of these two. So first up, we have Glyn Aikins. Please come to the stage. Who here knows who Glyn is? Couple of people. Who here knows who So Solid Crew are? This guy here. Who here knows Emily Sandé? This guy here. There you go. That's who signed. There you go. I think we've got Tiny Tempe. Is that correct? No? Running late. I'm not going to say anything about Nigerians. Okay, so Negla. Please welcome Negla to the stage. Come on. Listen, Negla, 2 records that you've worked that they might know.
Anything Doja Cat and the current #2 single in the country, Casso Prada.
I just want you to understand the levels. That's all. Just the levels. Okay, Eve Fairley Chikwe, please to the stage. Go ahead. Okay. Right. I'm going to do this for this one here. Okay, and I'm going to do this because a lot of people don't know that much about Eve. But by the end of this, you will know that much about Eve. Okay, so Eve, just tell them, right, a few of the people that you've signed.
Chronix. Amazing artist called Coffee. Nia Smith, a brand new artist who's very exciting.
Loyal Kana.
Loyal Kana, did you hear that?
And Jack Garrett, like an artist who's an amazing songwriter, amazing producer, and then also a new artist called Kato as well. That's very exciting.
Somebody else that you've worked as well, R&B singer.
Mahalia.
Yeah, she left it out. That's anyway. All right. Okay, so Felix Howard, come to the stage. Whichever way you want. You can go here, go there, whichever. I don't even know where to start with this one. Hello.
How are you?
Fine. Felix, some of the people that you have signed.
Calvin Harris.
Stop. Repeat that.
Calvin Harris.
Stop. I'm just doing what dance music does. Repeat that.
Come again. Calvin Harris.
Exactly. Keep it simple. Dance music. Hey? All right. So, give me one other.
Lana Del Rey, Lewis Capaldi.
Anybody in publishing?
Emanike. Loads. more in publishing. Lana Del Rey. Did I say her already? Okay. Who else? Who else have I signed?
So anybody else that you've worked with in publishing?
Sugar Babes, Amy Winehouse.
John, this is what I'm talking, levels. Where's my bell? Pass it. All right. Mark Terry, come to the stage, please. There you go. All right. Oh, by the way, our moderator here, could you tell them just a couple of the acts that you work with?
Mr. Easy, Guilty Beats, who produced Tam's latest record, Me and You, Show Them Camp, DJ Semtex.
Cash. All right. Wow. So, let us begin. What's that? One more. Oh, he's here. Come, take a seat. Tiny Temper. How many top 10 records?
Maybe like 30.
He's losing track. All right. You can take the first question. Go for it.
Okay, so I think we're going to start off with like deals. And, you know, for you guys, everyone's got different...
You need the mic. You got one there.
Can you hear me now?
No. Grab that one.
Oh, this one.
There you go.
Okay, is that better?
But don't worry. We can grab mine.
There we go. So yeah, we're going to start off with like deal structures. Everyone here has like multiple insights and different insights. And I think like we'd love to start off with like what makes or breaks a deal.
Who wants to take it? What makes or breaks a
Mr.
deal?
President, that's all you.
What makes or breaks a deal? I mean, I think in my experience of sort of doing deals and doing deals that signing artists, so negotiating record deals. In my experience, like the most common factor that will make or break a deal is money. Quite simply, and when I say that, I mean it's like it's the size of an advance, but it's not just that. I don't want to grossly oversimplify it, but I think when you know you're wanting to sign an artist, the thing that dictates how competitive the deal becomes is how competitive it is for that artist's signature. So if like loads of record companies want to sign the same artist, then the deal becomes competitive, and which means it generally becomes more and more expensive. And I think that is probably the main, in my experience, that's the common factor in what makes or breaks a deal. And I think it kind of really depends, and it kind of just depends on the desire of, the record company. In my experience, so I'm talking from a record company point of view, about how badly we want to sign an artist, because I think you can make most deals happen, and I think, and then I guess. I guess. So then, what happens after? A lot of it does depend on what kind of deal that you do in the first place. I think that's my view. Anyway, anyone else want to take that?
Yeah, I can definitely say from the artist perspective, it's probably the money, but versus the term of the deal. So of course, if you're like a new up and coming artist, from humble beginnings, like most artists are, not all, but most, then of course, you're looking at, how many zeros are there, or what's it looking like. But I think the bit that you really need to pay attention to is how long you're actually in the deal, and also how long they can retain your IP, for example, which is like your music, etc., etc. So I would say, like, when I first started, all that sort of information I wasn't really that privy to, or I wasn't that aware of. So yes, it would have been mainly the money, and okay, Warner's offering this, Sony's offering this, who's going to give us the most money? But actually, if you can find a sweet spot between how much you're getting, because essentially it's a loan, it's the advance is a loan. It's not money just for you to take and go on holiday. It's money for you to take to work on your project and actually become successful.
Could someone ring a bell as he says that, please? He said it's a loan. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a loan. It's a loan. So I guess in hindsight, I would look at it like, okay, cool. For this loan of, let's say, I don't know, 100 grand, £1 million, whatever it is, what are they getting? And if they're getting to keep my music for ever, I don't think that that's a good thing. Or 70 years, that's not a good thing, in my opinion. If they're going to keep it for 10 years, maybe 20, okay, that's interesting. Because what happens if, I end up, especially in my situation, what happens if I take that advance and then I end up making music that generates way more than that? But as a result, because I'm in a deal for such a long time, and the deal is structured in a way that's beneficial to the labels, so they're the ones that are getting the majority of the revenue that's generated, then I'm screwed. I should have I should have done the deal, otherwise I wouldn't be there, but I should have definitely negotiated my terms a little bit better. So I would always say, for an artist especially, you want to try and negotiate the shortest time possible in any sort of deal, in any sort of agreement, and keep it rolling. So if you do one project and it goes really well, then yeah, let's talk about the next one. And then I would also say, territory. Obviously, I'm thinking, I've been doing this for a long time, but then I would say territory is also an important thing, especially from an artist's perspective, because, a label's gonna promise you the whole world, right? Like, they can do everything, but if you actually just go away and do a little bit of research, now that we have social media, we have all of this insight into information and knowledge, etc., it might even be clever to say to a label, okay, well, why don't you just take the UK, or why don't you take the UK and Europe, and then you kind of, put them on the back foot a bit, and then you say, if we start bubbling in America or whatever, maybe at that point I'll go and find a different partner for that, or you guys can help me find a different partner, as opposed to just giving one person everything, if that makes sense. So yeah, that would be my advice.
And also, just to give this person the glitter here. I do that because you won an award the other night.
Oh, yeah.
It was an Entrepreneur's Award.
I don't think anyone rates that here.
Now, the reason he got the glitter was because what people have to understand here, right, is Tiny has made his career not just an upward trajectory, but almost like a tree, branch out.
I did say that in Pass Out, though. That's what I was going for. We're about to branch out. Remember that?
Prophecy, right? Manifest. Anyway, so really give it up for him and his awards, because you know what?
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
And I want people to understand there's not many rappers that in this country especially that have done what Tiny's done. And this is everything from Disturbing London to Disturbing Dubai to the clothing range through to all sorts. I've seen him invest in art. I've seen him invest in houses. This here is some kind of multi-million operation out of that dome. Okay, so really understand it can be done. Anyway,
Thank you, Kwame. Thanks, bro.
Anyway, all good, all good. Success. I'm going to take the next one. Nikita, I'll take this next one. Success. What is success to you? So I'm going to ask Eve. Success. What is success to you?
Thank you. Success to me, I think specifically as an A&R person, is being able to facilitate and fulfill the vision for the artist that I really believed in from first signing them. So being a part of that journey and then just seeing their career build off the back of really hard work. That's probably success to me.
Okay. Mr. Mark Terry, success. Mr. Mark Terry, go ahead. Success. What is success to you? And first of all, actually, Mark, tell them what you do, because yours is quite a very, very interesting thing. And they need to hear about it, because actually, there'll be quite a few people asking you a lot of questions outside of here after this. So go ahead.
Well, my journey's kind of different. I mean, my background is major label. I worked in them for 30 years, ran a few for about 20 years, most recently Columbia.
Mic closer to your mouth.
Sorry.
Mic technique. Techers.
Now I work for Beat Bread. I'm an artist manager, but I also work for Beat Bread. Beat Bread is one thing. It was set out to empower artists. It also empowers independent labels, distributors. But the way that we see artist empowerment becoming a realization is that we fund careers. So our main issue is an artist having to sacrifice their rights to gain funding. So what we're doing is basically funding against their streaming income, their publishing income, and enabling them to retain their rights and to build their careers on that basis.
Glyn, what is success to you?
It's kind of more to what Eve said. I think it's. I think nowadays it's really about having a very clear understanding of an artist's vision and what they want to achieve, what their actual ambition is. Because success means different things for different people, and I think you have to be clear on that. But you know, at the point you're getting into business with an artist, and I think, you know, all different artists have different ambitions, and I think, you know, I like for one example. So we have a band called Bring Me the Horizon.
Yes.
They're a heavy metal. I would argue they're sort of the best in breed British rock band, and I think success for them is not necessarily having huge streaming records, but they are now playing live around the world, and I think they've just finished a tour in South America with stadiums, and they're now in Asia, and they continue to build their live presence around the world. And I think that is success for them, and I think when you understand that, and from a business point of view, you can adjust how you're working with someone to facilitate that, you know, and make sure that it works for everyone, for all parties involved. But then, on the flip side of that, there are those who want to be the biggest pop star in the world, and I think, you know, talking from a sort of a big label or major label point of view, I think we take the view of success depending upon who the artist is we're working with. And I think the aim is to kind of be the sort of the success is being able to kind of help fulfill that artist's vision. That's what becomes success, I think.
Okay. Negla, success to you.
Is this one working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Success to me, I think, is being able to be part of a team that can be a vehicle to deliver an artist a career.
Yeah.
I think I work in the dance space predominantly, and a lot of our artists, we tend to sign on 1 single, 2 single deals.
Yeah.
But then to be still working with them 7 years later and still having success with them and being able to help them facilitate and deliver on their dreams and actually make it sustainable, I think is the biggest measure of success for us.
Just out of interest, how much can 1 single make? Just so that people understand your model. Because Ministry of Sound especially is a pretty unique model.
Yeah.
So
I think
roughly, you don't have to be exact.
a lot of the artists we work with tend to be kind of unknown producers, bedroom producers, when we initially start working with them. So we can sign something really cheap and then...
Hold on. We go in at the seminar. When you say really cheap, what do you mean?
Anything between kind of maybe £1,000 to £10,000.
Okay, go.
But then you can have a global success with that. So something like DJ Regard's Ride It, which was a dance rework of Jay Sean.
Yep.
That became a global hit. That sold 8 million records. And Regard, obviously, with the low advance, has recouped immediately and now has made, I'd say, millions and has built a touring career off the back of it.
Yeah.
Had many follow-up singles, top 10s, top 10 airplays, 7 #1 dance singles in the US.
And was that artist only signed for... Was that artist only signed for 1 or 2 singles?
It was signed, I think, at the time, 1 single with 1 option.
Okay,
And we
cool.
worked with him for 6 years now.
There you go.
Sagala was the same. Sagala was a 1 single deal. Went straight to #1 in the pre-order days before everything was on air on sale. And now it's been 7 years, 6 double platinum records.
Yeah.
I can't even remember how many global singles he sold, but he tours Asia, he tours America, he tours Europe, and that whole career is built off the back of 1 single.
So that's an example of, in a way, a short-term deal turning into long-term money.
Mhm.
Right, okay. Nikita, yours is the next question. We do 1 for 1. Okay.
So I'll start with you, Mark. In terms of, sorry, Mark, in terms of, like, you kind of spoke about what you did with Beat Bread, and Glyn touched on something about it becoming a lot more competitive in the landscape of doing, like, major label deals. So for yourself, like, talk us through, like, what a major label deal would look like from your perspective, and then I'd also love to hear your perspective on it as well, Glyn. And, like, going on from that, what do you see the future of the major label deal?
Well, a major label, I mean, there's a chronology to this that we need to kind of talk about. There was a time when if you were an artist, the only way that you could have success, actually to get a record out, was to either put it through a major label or an independent label. That's just not the case anymore. There are thousands of distributors around the world that can do that for you. You also needed their experience, their weight, the teams that they had, and now you can find a lot of that outside the industry as well. So we've ended up in a place where they're not the gatekeeper anymore. And that's great. They're amazing people. You know, I've grown up with them. I've spent the last 30 years working with them. They have incredible experience, and they've delivered a lot of very successful campaigns. The only issue I have now is that artists are tending to trade their rights. So you enter into a label deal, as Tiny said earlier, what you're taking on is debt. You know, you do a £250,000 deal, you've taken on £250,000 worth of debt, and you've got to pay that off. That means that they're taking 100% of your income from day one until you've paid off that debt, and then you maybe get 20% or 22%. That's fine in a model where that's the only option, but the reality is today that's not the only option. You know, you've got other means of doing it. So we are trying to create an environment where we can fund that process, we can allow you to develop, and then when you need to step into global success, these guys are going to knock you out the park because that's what they do brilliantly. So my message, I suppose, today is just wherever possible, hold on to those rights because they're valuable to you.
Over to Glyn. Over to Glyn. Glyn?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mark is right that in this day and age, there are many options for you to pursue a career in music, and the major label deal structure isn't the only one that's available to you. I mean, I think that if you are very clear about who you are as an artist, and if you've got clever people around you, then I think you can take the route that Mark is suggesting. And I think, and certainly in my experience in the last 5 years, I've seen the sort of rise of that, where artists have people around them who are smart and entrepreneurial and can help them make a difference and help them cut through and help them get a platform for their music, and it's fantastic. And I think, like as Mark says, it's like, depending on where you are in your career and depending on where you want it to go, the major label's way isn't necessarily the best option for you at the time. But I think that at a certain point in your career or the trajectory of your career, particularly if you want to be a global superstar, I think you end up partnering with a major label system, because I think with major labels, that's like 60 offices in 60 different countries in the world, all with 30, 40 people working in them on your behalf. And I think, they're all working away while you sleep. And I don't think you can hope to replicate that kind of labor force on your own. I mean, and if you do get to that point, you'll find that if you're doing a deal with a major label at that point, the deal terms will probably be more favourable to you, because you come with a momentum, success, and an ever growing fan base. So it gives you more leverage in the dealings and stuff. But it's not necessarily as clean cut as that, or as black and white as that. And I think it depends upon you being quite clear about what you need, and I think it also depends upon how you're advised, at the point that you're thinking about what the next step of your career is, I think.
And over to Felix on the major label deals where you think they're going to go.
We don't ever have your master. We basically rent it off you for a period. Also, we don't do the traditional 80-20, 20 in your favor, 80 in our favor deals at all. We do 70% in your favor, 30% in our favor, but we don't pay advances. And so we pay recording costs, we pay marketing costs, we pay for the whole thing. You don't get an advance. And so that's much more, it's much better for already established acts who don't need an advance. Like we just made the Louis Tomlinson record. He doesn't need me to give him money because he's sitting on all that 1D cash. He needs me to successfully market.
That's One Direction. Sorry.
You may have heard of them. He doesn't need us to give him a check. He needs us to spend that money where, on tube trains, on buses, on getting people to know that it's there. So there are a ton of different models, and I think all of the majors are doing those sort of revenue share deals now, or they have companies that do them, in order to compete in a much more kind of popular, in a market that's kind of growing, where you do get more of the percentage. I think that old school deal where you get 20, we get 80 is terrible and needs to go. But then the level of expenditure...
Steady on.
But then the level of expenditure that the labels put out in order to make you famous in the first place from nothing is so much money to put somebody in the 75 now, that you can see the argument the other way.
Wow. Negla, do you want to come in on that?
I think the only thing I want to add is to echo Glyn's point about having smart people around you and the advice that you're getting. I think you need to have a team that knows what you can ask for when you're going in to negotiate. We've done deals where it's a joint venture with the artist rather than a straightforward recording deal it may be a deal where the artist wants flexibility to release through us, but also to release through other labels. And, you know, in the dance scene, it's more to build credibility and to build other audiences. So you kind of might want to release a single on another imprint for that credibility in the scene or in the community, but then they want to come back to us and release the kind of main commercial singles. So I think it's just having that kind of knowledge of the industry and knowing what you can ask for.
Talking of smart people around you, I'm going to ping pong over to Tiny, because obviously you have, how long have you been with your manager?
Okay, so I was actually with I'm no longer with him anymore, but I was with my manager from, yeah, you didn't know.
Exclusive.
From when I was probably 16 up until last year. So probably about like 15 years of my career.
15, that's incredible, because that rarely, just saying, that rarely happens.
That rarely happens. And I would say, to be honest with you, it just depends on what you're looking for and what you want. When I think of a major label, when I first started, of course, I wanted to be signed to a major label. I think more so back then, and even prior to that, there was a bit of like a romance about a major label, you know, like Warner, they have this artist, and we're going to the Warner building. No, you know, no disrespect to anyone. Or Sony, you know, they have this artist. But I don't really think it's like that anymore. And I think, like you guys were saying before, I think with social media, especially if you're coming from like the ground up, you probably have way more of a chance of building yourself up until a certain point, and then to be able to negotiate, like Glyn was saying, with a major label on your own terms. So you have to almost see yourself as a business, right? And you don't want to give away your rights, essentially. If you like the romance of, you know, yesteryear, and you believe that you can be like Madonna or someone like that, or Dua Lipa or Beyonce, and you want everyone to do everything for you, and you want all of those offices, like Glyn was saying, working for you day and night. I don't believe they do work for solely you day and night, but it's a nice romantic idea to think about. If you want that, then of course, you know, give up your rights, take their advance, and then they own you, and then you just go for it. And then if you get to a level like Ed Sheeran, for example, where you're generating a ridiculous amount of money, you're a global star, then you will have the leverage with your lawyers to be able to go back in, maybe after your term, which I mentioned earlier, is over, and then renegotiate and say, okay, it was like this for this 10 years or 5 years, but now I want things like this. Or, for me, I would say if you're an artist of now and you're just trying to, you know, you're trying to be as savvy as possible, I would say you should probably, you know, depending on, unless the majors are offering you something that you cannot refuse, and that your labels are, you know, maybe you've put out one song, for example, through DistroKid or whatever it is, and then that song is bubbling, and then now a major label wants to give you £1 million up front, and, you know, the term is quite reasonable, and you're allowed to license, or you're allowed to do a JV, like they were saying before, then maybe I would consider something like that, because you can't deny the power of a major label, you know. Dua Lipa is partly Dua Lipa because she has a major label. Like, let's just be real. Like, to get that level of visibility is definitely, it requires a major label backing. But then again, there's loads of artists that we love and listen to every day that do not have that visibility. They're not as world famous as that, but they're still streaming a lot. They're still doing well. And the majority of these guys are not on major labels. So I would basically say, you know, surround yourself with a great team, because you know, like you were saying, Kwame, about my manager, I had someone with me that I trusted, that was with me for like 15 years, that I could always look at and be like, you know, should we do this? Should we not do that? I think it's very important to have that within your core infrastructure, as opposed to like lending it over because it's Warner or Sony. Because at the end of the day, speaking as an artist as well, we're just artists in a conveyor belt. Do you get what I mean? It's working, everyone's nice to you. If it's not working, they're not going to be nice, guys. They're not going to be nice, right? So you surround yourself with an incredible team of people, and it could literally just be like, you know, my friend, he's just really on point. You know, he's really on time, he's punctual, and he works a professional job in the city. So he knows how to deal with all sorts of different people. He knows how to respond to emails. It could be something as basic of a skill set as that. You surround yourself with people that are professionals. That's probably the best way to describe those sort of people who can oversee and facilitate your career. And then, you know, like the guys were saying, there's, you know, guys like yourself or so many of these different platforms, distribution guys that you can go to, get a little bit of money. They're not going to, you know, own you or take your whole life or whatever. And then you can slowly build your career. And then when you feel like, I actually can't go any more beyond this, or this is so big and I'm so overwhelmed, then maybe you should visit a major label. But again, everyone is different.
Yeah.
Every artist is different.
Yeah.
Different things work for different people.
Yeah.
So that's just my advice.
Okay. Grab the mic.
No, they're very, very wise words. But I just want to address the one point you made about when it's successful, everybody's nice to you, and when it's not, then they're not. I definitely think that's how it used to be. But I think because now there are so many more options for artists to sort of administer their careers, I think one of the things, when I I only just started running RCA since like March or something like that, right? And
Wait, can we just, wait a second.
Congrats,
Wait.
bro.
Let's understand this. Glyn, I met, get this straight, when he was working, packing records into cardboard sleeves, envelopes, and posting them out in like a mailroom fashion. He is now president of RCA.
So very kind. It's so very kind of you to say. So very kind.
With Stacey Tang, okay? With Stacey Tang. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. No, what I was going to say is that I think, you know, when I took over the job, one of the common questions people asked me was, well, you work in a sort of big label that represents multiple genres of music. You can't possibly like all of those genres of music or like all the artists. How are you going to deal with that, right? And I think over the years, what I've come to understand is, and particularly now, I think is most important, it's not necessarily about me understanding every single genre of music. What it is about, where my passion now lies, is I have to be passionate about the service that we provide to artists, right? And that, to me, is the most important thing. If I'm of anything I do, that is the most important thing. That I don't want any artist to walk out to say they weren't treated fairly, because I think ultimately, you know, and I say it to my staff all the time, is that, look, we deal in conversations, right? That's what we really do, right? So the value of any kind of partnership, I think, and with an artist or manager or whoever, the value comes when it's going wrong. Yeah. Right? And if you can't have an adult conversation or sensible conversation with someone when it is going wrong, then you failed. And that's kind of a lesson, and that's a lesson I learned along the way. It's like when I came to Sony 5 years ago, and I started a label called Since '93 with my business partner Ricky Blue, who sadly isn't here today, right? And before we started that label, I used to be A&R at Virgin Records, and a lot of the artists that I signed there, he managed. So we had like 10 years of working together across various acts. And what we found out, and this is where I learned this lesson, is that we could have a great conversation whether it was going well or whether it was going badly. Because you would hear loads of stories of that. When it's going badly, the A&R person would just disappear, and nobody could find them, wouldn't answer the phone, and stuff.
That was the way.
Yeah, no, that's
For
what
sure,
that's kind of what happened. And through that relationship with Ricky, specifically that relationship I had with Ricky, is where I actually learned not to disappear.
Yeah.
And be there, you know, in the tougher times.
Especially in this age, because we are in an age where, you know what, an artist, you know, might sign to a label, first 2 records, nothing happened, third record, nothing happened, fourth record, it all kicks off.
Absolutely, that's also sort of the reality of this of this business nowadays. But I think, and I think that also speaks to the reasons why you sign an artist. I know we're going to cover this later, but I think that speaks to the reason why you sign an artist. And if there's certainly the idea is a long-term view, then there's a long-term relationship to be built. Then you have to take the attitude that you're in it for the long term, and therefore you need to that service you need to provide an artist needs to basically show that you're in it for the long term. You can't pick and choose when you turn up.
Okay.
And I think it's more, and the point I was trying to make is that it's more important now because you are at a major label. An artist doesn't have to sign to you anymore.
Yeah.
So it's actually more difficult to sign artists. So if you don't provide a great service, you don't stand a hope in hell, I think.
Also, it takes longer to break acts now.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It
so,
does.
And,
It does.
and so if it takes 2 years to really break an act, then you have to be hanging with them the whole time. You can't vanish when the
1,000,000%.
first single comes out and think, well, that was it. You've got to be in it for the long haul, because that's how long it takes to break anything. The last two things that broke really heavily in this country are Sench.
And then before that, Dua Lipa probably.
Probably Capaldi, Lipa.
Yes, for sure.
Sench is Central C.
And those things, those all took ages to break. So you have to be with them for a long time, and you didn't used to in the old days, the good or bad old days.
Yeah, no, it's true. But would you say from the last couple of years, even there are more instances, even within both of the roles, of artists that you've, not you specifically, but that the label has stuck by, even though by the fourth single's not gone right? Or are there more instances of that person being let go of?
I think
it depends how dead it is. If it feels completely dead, then you can't do anything about it. There's no business there. But if you can just keep it going and the gigs are fine and you can just hold on to a lifeline, then I think it's more. I think you've got to do that. You've got to be in that game.
You're doing it with Lady
Blackbird.
Lady Blackbird. I literally started.
We took Lady Blackbird from the 100 Club to Shepherd's Empire in 18 months.
Yeah.
But it took 18 months.
Grind.
And
I know.
it's all grind.
Yeah.
And it's still not broken in the old way that you would think something's broken, but she's on Radio 2 every day. The gigs are getting bigger. We got the Virgin ad. So things are moving in the right direction, and she's great to work with because she's just a brilliant singer. So you just got to hang in there, basically.
Nikita, over to you.
No, I think you've all broken down some amazing points there, and now it is so much more of a competitive market, not just from the label perspective, but the artist perspective. So Eve, when it comes at looking for artists, what are you looking for from a label perspective?
So when looking for artists, it's definitely all about that initial feeling, whether when you see the artist live or you first hear the music, it's a real feeling and connection that you have to it. I think from the artist side, it's definitely like what everyone's touched on, it's the timing of when it's right to sign to a label, whether that's a distributor or a major label. But from my perspective, it's definitely just that initial first feeling of being blown away by someone's performance or by their music. So that's always what I'm looking for.
And outside of it's no longer a numbers game, and I think a lot of people would love to know here from your perspective, how do artists and managers, what do they need to do to cut above the noise and to stand out?
A big part of it is building an audience. That doesn't have to be a big scary word. It's an audience, it could be really small, a core community that you have who you reach out to, who hear your music. It's really coming in with that. At labels, we talk a lot about the fans, the artists, obviously, but that can be a really small core audience to begin with, and really nurturing that and building on that. It doesn't have to be all about big numbers before signing somewhere.
Negla, you touched on earlier, how you've kind of taken artists and you've caught them early. From your perspective, what are the things that you look out for, and maybe give some examples of things that have cut through the noise for you?
I think one of the things is usually the first thing is the passion, and how an artist talks about their vision, their dreams, their ambition, you can kind of see clearly who's really going to do the work. I think there's also a period of getting to know each other where you kind of do want to see if the work rate is there. And in dance music, it's very easy to see that because an artist will send you a SoundCloud link and there'll be 20 demos in there. It's like, okay, well, he's actually in the studio, or she's actually like producing, she's grinding, they're doing sessions. I think with the kind of artists that we work with, there's usually, they have a scene that they're kind of growing out. So we tend to meet artists through other artists on the roster, or other artists we're talking to, their manager will manage somebody else. So you can kind of get a good idea of whether you're going to be a good fit for each other, whether we can add value to what they're doing. If they're already doing everything themselves and there's not much more we can do, we won't push that hard. But if we feel like, okay, we see the ambition and there are gaps that we can fill, then we'll kind of share that vision from our side with them. And most of the deals that we kind of do tend to be born out of just conversations and jamming with each other, chilling, just getting to know each other and seeing if there's an actual like mutual goal that we can meet together.
Negla, just to let people know, your rise has been quite something, because when I first came across you, where were you working?
Jodie at Ministry, right? Was it Jodie Abacus or before that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was at Ministry. I started there as a temp to do the social media for the club, and then said, oh, this is boring, I want to go work on the label side. And then I think Jodie was one of the first artists we worked together on.
Yeah. So, digital, doing marketing.
Yeah. Well, I did marketing initially at Island Records, and then at Ministry I went full digital, so worked my way up through social media manager to head of digital, then general manager 3 years ago, and then managing director this summer.
Do not think the glitter's not coming your way. Of course it is. Of course it is. Okay. Another. Do you know what? What I'm going to do now, I call this the finger of doom. As you know, we don't do hit the bell, please. Thank you. There you go. As everything. All right. What we're going to do with this one, this is like the finger of doom, right? Instead of actually asking someone, you got a question? I'm literally just going to point at someone. Right? And whoever I point at has got to have a question ready to go. Okay? It's really that simple. It is you. Yeah. No, she knows who it is. She keeps looking around and thinking it's someone. Yeah, deadly serious. You got to stand up. You've also got to say what your name is. It can be code though, just in case.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Melanie, and I'm a music business student.
Yeah.
And my question is for Negla. I actually saw you at a panel at Sony a month ago.
Young Music Boss.
Yes. Well, I'm actually very into marketing and the whole music business stuff. So, what advice would you give to me if I want to get into that sector?
I think marketing's a great role to kind of learn the industry from. I think you get to work with all the departments at a label or a distributor, so you kind of get a real insight into everything that plugs into marketing. I think the traditional route most people have gone through is internships. But when meeting people and interviewing people for internships at Sony, I like people who are coming forward who are helping their friends market their own releases, or they're kind of doing stuff on the side to kind of get that hands-on experience rather than just coming in cold and expecting a label to teach you everything. So I think there are opportunities you can probably find within maybe students on your course who are aspiring musicians, and help them put together timelines, marketing plans, social media campaigns, help them direct a photo shoot or produce a mini video and just get that hands-on experience. But I think internships are a great route to do that. But if you build up enough experience on your own, you could probably skip that step and go straight into a marketing assistant role.
Brilliant. I got one more finger of doom. I do the finger of doom because I've learned that over time that sometimes the quietest person in the room will come out with the best question, right? And they'll often be the person that will say, why did he do that to me? You know? So I'm going to go for it. And I know you want to ask a question. You can ask one, but not now. I'm going to go for... In fact, Felix, you can choose someone. Go ahead. Yeah. That response. Who? Which one?
This lady right here. You. Yeah, you.
That's exact. You see, that's the response. Please clap for her, please. Just to give her some encouragement. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, Kwame.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne, and I'm a singer.
Yep, absolutely.
Um,
Won a competition recently.
Oh, please. Oh, Kwame! So it was a Horizons, who is a organization that help young people kind of get out there in the industry. And they basically asked a bunch of kids in the area of like Wood Green, Haringey, and Enfield to write an original song and then send it through, and then a bunch of people will basically select a winner. And I'd done an interview with Kwame the week, and he knew. And so we were doing we finished up, and he was in the booth in the back, and we were thinking, what's he doing? So a week later, finding out he was recording a video, announcing the winner, and then I actually had won. Yeah, so then I got the amazing opportunity to work with people from Horizons, which includes this lovely lady next to me, Jenny. And I got the amazing chance to perform with Suggs, Paul Weller, Leah Weller, and later on, early in this year, I actually worked with Suggs again and Rudimental to release a song, which I wouldn't have done if it actually wasn't for these two lovely ladies sitting next to me.
Boom.
Yes, and Kwame, thank you.
Not me, just them. Question, go for it.
Question, wow. So obviously with record labels, you know, it's an amazing thing to be signed by a record label. It's also a very delicate process, I would say, obviously to be signed by a record label, and this can go for anybody. When from coming from a very small, you know, industry or background, how do you approach things when a deal from a record label comes your way? Because obviously a lot of people just think, oh, it's a record label, cool, sign. Obviously you need to know exactly what you're gonna do, what the processes are, and what's gonna come with it, and obviously that requires knowledge. So how do you go about, you know, accepting a deal or making the decision if a deal comes your way?
Got it.
Lawyer up. There are really a load of great lawyers in London, and if you are approached by anyone, you should have representation to look at the deal, to make sure you're not getting ripped off. And the lawyer shouldn't charge you either. They should be charging the people trying to get you the deal, trying to sign you. That's really important.
That's really important.
It's really, really important. Don't get ripped off. But the first thing you need as a lawyer, actually I'd say before managers, would be, because, you know, if I suddenly say I'm Glyn's manager, everyone goes, well, Felix is managing Glyn now. But I didn't go to law school. I can't be Glyn's lawyer. Management is a process of confidence and a process of knowledge. But lawyer is an actual qualification.
Listen, manager's a qualification too, trust me.
But you know what I'm saying. You need a lawyer first. If somebody comes to you with a deal, no matter how impressive or how non-impressive it looks, get a lawyer. And there are probably loads of them in the room.
Yeah. Also, please clap for that, if it's true. I would also say, because we do, they know I'm not going to read that. Because we do, we go in a bit at these seminars. I would also say this, just as a tip. You wouldn't probably get this at normal seminars, so sit tight and listen keenly, right? When you get your lawyer, just try and make sure that the lawyer is not connected to the label with other things. Because again, human nature is such, if you're a lawyer, right, and you've got an artist over here that has got that much worth, but they're also working for two labels that have got that much worth, okay? just saying. I'm saying it, but without saying it. Just watch yourself. That's all. Do the due diligence bit. Do it. That's all.
Yeah, I was literally going to echo that, Kwame. And then obviously it sounds like a no-brainer, but make sure they are a music lawyer. Do you get me? So you can't go to like a criminal lawyer or a family lawyer, because as much as they're all lawyers, they're not going to understand certain things. Okay, this term, this retention period, this means this. They won't get it. So you have to go to a music lawyer. Like Kwame said, you have to make sure that they're not connected to the label that you might be signing to in any way, because they're obviously going to have more of an allegiance to them, because they're doing more business with them, making way more money, way more regularly from them than they will from you. And then also, even if you don't understand it, I would just say you just read it as well. It's like any reading. It's like exercising your brain, right? So you read it the first time, might not make any sense at all. It's very important that, you know, like you are in the driving seat of your own career, because it's your life. Yeah. So if it's going to work, obviously because of other people around you, but it's mainly going to work because of you, your energy, your essence, your sound, your this and that. So I think, and obviously I started to realize this a little bit later on, it's very important for you to read it. And then it's just like anything. What does this big word mean? As you start to read more and more contracts, more and more agreements, after a while, oh, I remember that. Okay, that means this and this. Because ultimately, you're not going to give it to a music lawyer and then say, get me the best deal possible. That's not how it works. Really and truly, when you get to a certain level, you are telling your lawyer, you're instructing them. You're saying, nah, tell them to take that out. Then they're going to come back to you and say, I don't think you're going to get away with that, T. I think you should do it like this. So you have to read it. And then also, if the lawyer knows, it's like anything. It's like taking your car to a mechanic's, right? And you don't know what's going on in your engine, or if the lawyer knows that you don't know what you're talking about, which with any new artist, they're probably going to just assume that anyway. But they can also take advantage of you, or just be a bit more, they could also be negligent is probably the best way. Negligent, not just at the top of their priority list, not just doing all of the, crossing the T's and dotting the I's as much as they should. So essentially, you should read it, have a sort of loose understanding of it, find a music manager, and then discuss with your music manager, lawyer, what the best outcome of this deal could be. Do you know what I mean? First and foremost, is it worth me signing something like this? Secondly, okay, what does this mean? What does that? Never be the person in the room that you don't know what a word means, but because everyone else does, you're just quiet, because you'll lose. You have to say, okay, I don't know, what does that mean? Can you explain it to me? That's what I would say. Yeah.
Jeez. Mr. Mark Terry, just quickly. Successful traits that you have seen in your music business heroes. And I ask you this because, yeah, you work for Beatbread, but first of all, obviously, before Beatbread, I just knew you as a record person. So, successful traits that you've seen. Now, obviously, I'm talking to a person that was ex-boss of Columbia, correct?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So, you've seen them at a big level. Go ahead, successful traits. And by the way, this is just Negla's glitter, of course. I said I was going to,
It's on. I think you get used to identifying those successful traits in people, in artists, because you get some artists that come through the door and they're just running to the light. And you know that they're unstoppable. And that's what a great record company should be. It should be an amplifier rather than they should facilitate a career. They're not there to kind of lay it on the plate for you. If you stop running as soon as you walk through that door, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's probably going to end in tears. So,
wow. Okay, hold on. This is a very big point. If you stop running as soon as you get through that door, it will probably end in tears. Okay. Carry on. Sorry.
But you get to spot those people. I mean, you can see true talent because, Ed Sheeran was turned down by everyone on the planet. No one wanted to know. He was a young kid from Suffolk with a battered guitar, singing songs, and had terrible management in the early days and just kind of faltered every step of the way. And just by pure force of nature, decided that he was going to be a success. connected with the right people, even though it was in a completely different genre, aligned himself with the right people and found his way through. You know, when we signed him at Atlantic, he'd already had 100,000 Facebook friends. You know, we didn't break Ed Sheeran, he'd broken himself. We just gave him the platform to actually go to the next level and become a global superstar. So that's the key message. Don't stop when you sign a record deal, that's just the start. Then that's when you have to really put your foot down.
Eve, successful traits in people that you've noticed, because yours is a particular thing, right? And I say that because the people that you've signed, they're like culture shifters. They're not. It's not kind of just a couple of hits and you know. It's like they're culture shifters. So tell me about it from your perspective.
It's similar to what Mark said. It's you spot it deep in the person. It's like, who is that person and what do they want to do with their career, with their art, and whether it's across whatever genre. I think you can really notice that in the person, that they want it the most out of anyone in the room, more than their managers, more than the label. They just really, really want it, and that takes time. Sometimes that takes mistakes have happened before coming into a label, or things just not going right for them to really identify who they are and who they want to be. But you're always looking for that, because then it's like Mark said, you're running alongside it, you're amplifying it, pushing it for the artist, and that's a great way to work with a label.
So thank you for everyone for the amazing kind of comments. I hope everyone took something away, but we'd really like to open up the floor to the audience. So are there any questions? You've got some incredible names here. Yeah, their hands are flying. Let's go.
Great. And we're going to be really quick fire. So no really long questions. Sorry about that, but you guys can condense your shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hi, guys. Hi. Is the mic on?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Oliver. Lovely to meet you guys. I'm a music manager at the moment. I met my artist, No Cash Refunds, studying at university. Very cute little story for us too. But my question to you guys is, how aware are labels of other labels offering record deals to artists, and how does that decide your actions?
Hey, you came with one of them.
I mean, I think...
Sorry, some of the people that are in that corner, could you just come down here? Because there's spaces here and stuff. So just come through. Bring some of the people, just bring them through so that they can take seats and stuff. Yeah? All good. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I think part of it is, part of the job is to just be aware. I'll put it like this, you know, it kind of answers the previous question, right? There was a guy called Muff Winwood. He used to run a label called S2. He had like Jamiroquai and so on. So it's brilliant executive. And what he said to me was, in terms of like market intelligence, in terms of who the people who, or the artists that the A&R community across the record companies are excited about, you have to be aware of who everybody's chasing after. Right? But then he said to me, once you're clear about who everyone's chasing after, look the other way. Because when you look the other way, 9 times out of 10, you'll find somebody great. So I hope that answers your question. Good.
Which, by the way, perfectly ties in with what Mark was saying about Ed Sheeran, because a lot of the time, Ed Sheeran wasn't the most sought after signing at the time, neither was Adele. Of course you can. Jump.
I think I can honestly say that I've never worked an artist that was sought after by the industry, paid a big advance to, and then had success. Every single artist I've worked with that has done that has generally kind of hit the buffers. And
yeah, I'd agree.
Conversely, Ed Sheeran, not a massive deal. George Ezra, not a massive deal. I mean, the one that actually bucked the trend was Rag and Bone Man, because that was quite a big deal. But generally, if the industry is heading in that direction, throwing money at you, look for other options, because it's not it's not the best way to start your career with a huge debt, because that's when all the pressure comes. And we talk about development. We talk about having a long enough road to develop your career. The starting point for that is generally not $250,000 or £300,000 debt.
Let's keep the questions coming.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Nikita, you choose. Oh, sorry. Where? Someone's over there with the baritone.
Correct.
Barry
correct.
White. Go on.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris, but I go by the name Made Easy. I'm a rap artist from Southeast London with about 2 monthly listeners on my Spotify. One of them is myself. The other one's my daughter. but
Honesty.
Not a problem.
Honesty.
Not a problem.
Honesty. Honesty. Lots of bell ringing going on and all sorts. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say thank you very much to Kwame and to
Andrea.
And to
And to Nikki.
And to Nikki.
There
I
you
was
go.
just about to get that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not a problem at all. My question is more so directed to Tiny Temper, but anybody can answer the question if you feel free to do so. So there's been a lot of information, like a lot of information. And even though the saying goes like knowledge is power,
Yeah.
a wise person once said to me that applied knowledge is power. So for somebody like myself who's about to go away from here, like possibly 6 o'clock or whenever that happens, somebody like myself who's a lot more used to kind of like removing the noise from my vocals when my daughter is kind of like singing Baby Shark in the background. Like when I leave here, what do I do? Like if you were myself, kind of like, you know, starting everything from the beginning and you've, you know, listened to all of this information, what is the one thing that you would do?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah, really good question.
I'd say, it just even speaking from experience, I'd try and get that. How many people are in here now? How many people are watching this?
Because it's
Couple
being
hundred
streamed.
people, yeah?
No, it's being streamed worldwide.
Okay, so I would try and get my monthly listeners up from 2 to everybody in this room and
Yep.
everybody that's watching it. That's the first thing I would do. And then when I got home, I would think about who that team was around me, because they should also be part of your monthly listeners. So it doesn't sound like you've got much of a team around you. So I would think, going back to what I was saying, you know, who's my friend that's working this job? They're consistent, they're never late, you know, they're always getting their praises sung about them where they work. Can I maybe headhunt them, or could I maybe promise them something in the future if they come and work with me on my dream? And then I like to call those people Avengers. So I just assemble all my Avengers, people that basically know me, I trust them, they believe in me, they believe in my talent. And then you've got a Spotify account, so you're releasing music. Are you putting any budget behind any of it? Are you like spending on yourself in any way? Are you like working and taking that money and investing it in yourself, or generating money and putting it back into yourself? Are you doing anything like that?
Considering the fact that I'm at 2 monthly listeners, I would say that at the moment there's just basically like, it's just the bare minimum. Like,
That's
to
fine.
answer your question, yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
fair
nappies
enough.
cost money. It's fine. I get that.
Yeah, so I would just say get the listeners up. There's already a big audience here. There's a big audience watching this now, so that should change by 6 o'clock, like you were saying. And then I would, just assemble this team around me. And then if I'm working a job or generating money in some way, I think with music, like all of the guys were saying about, you know, how you can tell what are the successful traits. One of the things that they said, which really resonated with me, is that person's gonna be resilient enough and determined enough to move their career regardless of who's around them, regardless of who the lawyer is. I didn't get a pretty good deal either. I got a rubbish deal, completely rubbish deal. But
Honesty. It's fine. It's all right.
but I was still able to look beyond it and you know, like someone was saying, not stop running at that point. So everything within my power, I would take that and put that into my career if I want it to work. Again, it all depends on what level of success you're looking for. So when someone says, what do I do? That is a mad question as well, because it's like, what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to sell out the O2 Arena? Are you trying to sell out Hammersmith? Are you trying to be a global artist? Are you trying to work with J Balvin? Are you trying to work with Burna Boy? What is it? And then maybe once you understand what you're trying to do and where you're trying to go, then I would usually measure myself with an artist who is in that similar world. So if I'm saying, okay, I just want to be really big on like GRM, for example, I would look at artists that are on that platform that I'm inspired by. I'd look at their numbers, I'd look at their followers, I'd look at everything. And then, like, because a lot of these guys, including myself, what they won't really tell you is that a lot of this is about numbers, guys. It's about numbers. It's about P&L at the back end. Don't believe the hype, guys. Is it working? Is it not? Is it making money? Is it not? Right? And if it's not, more often than not, it's out. right? So I would be looking, for example, at these artists that I see myself similar as, and then I would be trying to achieve what they're trying to achieve by metric. So you don't have to make the same amount, you don't have to make the same type of music, you don't have to collaborate with the same people, but if he's got 1 million monthly listeners, how can I get 1 million monthly listeners? If he's got 5 million, how can I get to 5 million? What are the steps? And then you just take it incrementally. And then the other bit I would say that is not as reliant on you, but still kind of is once you're putting in all that work, there's just a little, well, there's a massive thing called God. There's something called the universe, the stars lining up, luck. And in anything I've seen is the harder you work, the luckier you get. Do you get what I mean? Fortune favors the brave. So if
Bell ringing, please. Lots of bell ringing.
Yeah. So if you're doing everything you can, all your blood, sweat, and tears are going into your dream and your goal, so you'll get a break in some way, shape, or form. I've seen it happen with every artist. Even, for example, now, Flowdan. Let's just talk about Flowdan, for example. So Flowdan is an artist, that has always been successful to me. I grew up watching Flowdan. I was inspired by Flowdan at the very early stages of my career, because as you know, or maybe you might not know, but he was in Roll Deep, in a crew called Roll Deep, with Wiley and Dizzy and all of these people. After all the years, I saw someone like Wiley and Dizzy ascend to all of these different heights, but I never saw Flowdan for some reason. And then now, over the last year, he's been in the top 10 maybe once or twice.
Twice.
Yeah, he's been in the top 10 twice. He's probably
about
like
3-4 times.
44 years old. Do you get what I mean? Probably 42, 44 years old. He was just performing for the Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury fight. He's on a record of Little Baby. Like, most rappers I know in England ain't got a song with Little Baby.
He just got a Grammy nomination too.
He's just got a Grammy nomination. So
At 44?
At 44, yeah. For an MC from Roll Deep. So for me, the universe will always respond in some way, but you just have to give everything and just keep going. You got to stay on the pitch to be able to score a goal, basically.
And there it is. No, you go.
I just want to add to that, like, I work with a duo called Show Them Count from Nigeria, and one thing that's really important is building your community, as well as your team, your community, and your community, like you're saying I've got 2 monthly listeners, your community can be your friends, where you're from, like, how are you touching in real life? Social media is great, but what are you doing in real life? And the reason I say Show Them Camp is they are from Lagos, they're rappers, and like, at that time when they were coming through, they were like the ones paving the way. Like they were doing something that, you know, it wasn't the mainstream thing. And they started a small show with 100 people at a hotel close to them called Bogobiri. With the 100 people would come down, and that now has become Palm Wine Festival. They do Palm Wine Festival every year in Lagos, and over 5,000 people attended. But what they did is they went out and built their community. And from there, word of mouth has spread. And just yesterday, they did like a live show with Trace that was shown across the world. And that's because they took what they believed and they built their community. So you've got to look at what your community is and how can you meet them in real life and bring what you're doing to them in real life. And never, ever forget like the art of community and collaboration, because that's what will bring your listeners up. Yes, there's online and social media, but what are you doing in real life?
Wow. Okay. As you can see, right? I know there's a lot of people going to go, what? As you can see, there is so much knowledge out there. I know there's a whole bunch of people that want to ask a whole bunch of questions. But the truth is, it's actually the end of this panel. I know, right?
Kwame, can I just add one quick point?
Of course you can.
Just
You're
to
Negla.
this
What
guy's
are you talking
question about what do you do when you leave here? I started coming here at 18 years old. Like, I came to these events every year, and I networked with everybody in the room. And to Tiny's point about self-belief, I wrote lists. Who do I need to meet? Who do I already know? Like, it was very structured. What do I need? I need someone to help me on my CV. I need this person to introduce me to that person. I need this person to teach me what that is. There's a whole room in here of people who are aspiring artists, aspiring managers, marketeers, A&Rs. Get to know everyone in this room and start building the community that Nikita's talking about today. I think, like, to Tiny's point of self-belief, I actually call it delusion. You have to be delusional to work in this industry.
Of
course. Jeez!
Of course.
Bell ringing.
In the outside world, if you were talking like that in any other job. Oh, I'm going to be a doctor, but I'm not going to go to school to be a doctor. I'm not going to get a qualification. I'm just going to start doctoring. Everyone would call you crazy. But I have 17-year-olds that I meet for signing meetings, and they're like, I already know what my tour's going to look like. I already know who I want on my second album. I know where I'm going to play in my third album. I know what it's going to look like when I break America. In any other industry, that's insanity. In this industry, it's self-belief. So you've just got to be delusional and start doing it.
Okay. You know, sorry, can I just... Can I just agree? Sorry, I'm just going to agree with that 1,000,000%, because it's like, we're all dreamers. Right? We're all dreamers.
That's true.
And your ability to achieve your goals depends on, it kind of really just depends on the size of your imagination, I would say. And I'm like, you know, when I started, I mean, I first came to this seminar in 1998.
Yeah.
As if I didn't buy a ticket.
We've never.
Okay. Well, yeah, I wasn't invited. I just came. I just turned up. But it was to learn how this, you know, how this business works and how I.
And you won an award in 2003.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did with the So Solid crew.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
But the thing is like, I think the thing I would say is that I kind of took the view of wanting to see things become successful that perhaps weren't successful. And I think a lot of the time, with a lot of the artists I've signed that became successful, the kind of accepted wisdom from the industry is that won't work.
Standard.
And stuff. And you know what? And I think when I took the job at RCA, I think my whole thing is like, you have to have a philosophy about how you're going to operate, right? And this kind of feeds into the idea of that, look, we're all dreamers, right? And my philosophy was quite simple. I stole it from Adidas, right? Years ago, Adidas had, you know, sports companies love to have strap lines, right? Adidas had this campaign, and the strap line was so good, I don't actually know what they were selling, right? But the strap line was simply this. It was like, first never follows. And to me, that is the philosophy that has driven my entire career. And that is now become the philosophy of RCA, because it's like, I think, you know, to the thing about numbers and numbers and, you know, looking at data and all the rest of it. This stuff is about dreaming, but it's also about bravery too, right? And I think in recent years, I think the bravery, particularly from an A&R point of view, the bravery has all but disappeared, I think, right?
And became numbers. Let's be real.
Yeah. Because it became TikTok and became data. And I think you need. I'm not saying the data is not important. It is. But ultimately, this is about instinct and it's about belief. And like, you know, to Mark's point, when an artist walks through the door, you can see when someone has belief. Like, I remember when the first time I met Tiny, actually. Just before you signed the EMI, I met him in the car park, and I was like, "Oh, so you're about to take over?" And he was like, "You damn right." And then, but look at what I don't think I've ever seen anyone. I've only met anyone like with the kind of work ethic that he has. But it's no surprise he's as successful as he became. And the thing is, he became successful in a time where the accepted wisdom was, it won't work, or it certainly won't work to the level that it did and stuff. And I think that's just the best example of the point I'm trying to make.
Even to add to that, Glenn, actually, with the delusion of grandeur, because that is exactly what it was. Here's a little insight. A lot of people don't know this. I know this panel's finished, but when we were negotiating the deal, yeah. So there was a part of the deal where we basically stipulated that if we went double platinum, yeah, which, like you said at the time, had never been done.
Never.
And no one believed any like black rapper from England would do that at that time. So we were like, okay, screw this. If we go double platinum, you have to give us this. And it was so ridiculous, yeah, that the person, I won't say who it was, but the person allowed it to go into the agreement.
They actually laughed.
They laughed, yeah, they laughed. They laughed, and they were like, okay, that's funny, let's put it in there. And we did it, yeah, we did it. You know what I mean? So sometimes, even just putting it into existence and saying, all right, cool, we have this challenge and we're going to try and beat this challenge. I think life is all about just setting goals, sometimes even unrealistic goals for yourself, mountains that you're trying to climb. And then once you climb that one, you then try and climb another one. But for me, that is always such a poignant thing because someone else gave me this analogy. Until Usain Bolt ran his time, whatever it was, you know, people didn't believe it, and now there's people who can run that same time or faster.
Yeah.
So sometimes you need to see something to believe it, but even though you can't see it, sometimes you need to give yourself the pressure and create an unrealistic scenario or expectation for yourself. And surely enough, you know, if you have the fibers, then more often than not, you'll rise to the challenge.
You know how
and mood boards are very important.
Yeah, visualization.
You know how I'd sum that up? I've said this with people before. It's like, shoot for the moon, because if you miss, you might land on a cloud.
Exactly, and that's still good.
Do you know,
And on that note,
actually, no, I'm joking.
And on that note, listen, as you can tell, as the day goes on, as you can feel it, it just gets more emotional, deeper, right? I cannot express the thanks that we have for the people that are on this panel, because every one of them I've known and thought, wow, and like incredible people that have achieved incredible things, and they're all music people. Me, Andrea, and Nikki, we argue like crazy about who goes on the panels. We don't just, oh yeah, can you? It's not, nah. We argue like crazy. So I really, first of all, want you to put your hands together for the newest moderator, Nikita. But I want the level to keep going for Tiny Temper, for Eve Fairley Chikwe, for Felix Howard, for Mr. Mark Terry, for Negla, have I missed anybody? Oh, it's fine. Don't worry, I'm here all day. Okay, listen. Once again, Andrea's law applies. Remain stated. They will come off, and in a seamless transition, the next set of people will come on. We've run slightly over, but we're going to keep it tight. Okay, they rise. Keep clapping. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, onto the stage. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, the next panel is Creating Vision Back to Basics. Apparently there's a few one-to-one sessions that actually probably about 7 people can go up and grab, because some spaces have become available. So 7 only. If you see more than 7, don't even try it. Now the next one is Creating Vision times Back to Basics. Now the great thing about this is you've got 2 wonderful moderators, okay? Superb moderators. You've got Ree Sewell, okay? And then you've also got Tilly Tills from Manchester, who we came across a couple of years ago, met her, and we were just like, this is absolutely a force of nature. So you're going to get to meet her. I went samba on your ass. Okay, so where is Ree? Wonderful. And where is the great Tilly Tills? Great. Okay. Don't worry, it will come on. Just keep talking to it.
How are we doing today? Oh, we are on. If you're in the building, can I get a why? Okay, we're still awake. I love that. I go by the name Matilda, aka Tilly, aka Tills, aka Tilly Tills. And yeah, I'm here all the way from Manchester. If you're from Manchester, can I get an oi oi? Yeah, Manny crew in the building. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. Yes, this panel is a bit different. I'm not gonna lie. I think I might walk around. I enjoyed this. I feel like sitting down is a bit too serious, you know. And I've got Ree in the crowd. Ree, say something. Let them know where you are. Okay, woy oi.
I'm here. I'm gonna be sitting with the audience.
Yes.
And yeah, like Tilly said, this is not a panel. It's not a typical panel.
No.
This is a conversation, guys. So feel free to get involved. When you've got something to say, just give me a signal. Don't touch me. Just put your hand in the air, just respectfully, because I'm a gangster and we don't do that. But we're gonna have a real good conversation. It's gonna get deep. We're gonna be talking about some good topics. Want to hear from you. We're going to hear from our panelists. Not hands up yet when the conversation starts. But yeah, we're going to hear from you. We're going to hear from our panelists. And yeah, it's about to be a real vibe from Manning to London. We inside.
Yeah. On that note, I think, do you know what we're going to do actually? Because I feel like every single panelist have been introduced and stuff. Let's switch it around, Ree.
Yeah, we're switching it.
Yeah. Panelists, you guys just come to the stage. It's all right. Come to the stage. You're going to introduce yourselves. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Give it up for our panelists, guys. Give it up for them. Give it up for them. Just walk on. That's it.
Yeah, we're going to get into them. They're going to get to talk about themselves. So you're about to see who you're really amongst, and we're just bridging that gap and then, you know, real close proximity and let people talk about their things.
Just to say, this is Back to Basics. Back to Basics do this really, really regularly, this kind of thing, okay? So they're taking it into a new realm, okay? So please give it up for Back to Basics.
Thank you.
So starting from this side, right? Oh, do you know, actually, it's all right. You have your drink. I'm going to start from this side. How about you get into the mic and introduce yourself? Get a bit close. Yeah, that mic there. Yeah.
I'm Anthony Iban. I'm one of the founders of DLT Branch, and I'm a senior A&R at Warner Chappell Music.
Yeah. Give it up for him, man. Come on. And it's beautiful right here. I'm going to have you introduce yourself as well.
Hi, my name's Sinead Dennis. I'm an artist manager and I'm an agent at Wasserman as well.
Woo! Now, all the way from Manne, I'm going to have you introduce yourself as well. Come on.
I'm Kane Dunn. I run a company called Eyes on the Pies. Nice to meet everyone.
Yeah. And I know you guys are wondering, like, why is there only 3 people up here? But what we've done is actually switch things up, like I said to you. So there's some people, some other panelists, but they're here in the crowd somewhere. And we're going to get them to introduce themselves as time goes on as well. But so I want to get straight into the conversation, personally. And I'm going to throw the question out at you. I want everyone to all get involved in this. Like I said, this is not the same kind of panel that's been going on before where you guys are asking questions. We're actually going to get to know each other a little bit more, right? Are you guys ready for that?
Yeah, because I feel like, you know, when it comes to things like this, like the panel, someone on the panel said before, I think it was Negla actually, there's aspiring A&Rs, artist managers, and also people already doing it in the audience. So we want to hear from all levels. Amazing. So throwing it back to Tilly.
Okay, I am one that wants to get into passion. I want to talk about passion, right? I want to know what passion is to you guys or what it means to you guys. I'm going to start with myself. Big shout out to Negla. She was talking about, you know, being Delulu. Listen, I'm the queen of Delulu land right here. Let me explain. Passion to me means flushing my very Nigerian parents, £30,000 down the drain because I was like, I'm not doing this uni thing anymore. Nursing is not for me. I'm meant to work in music, but how am I going to get into it? I don't know nothing about me. I know everything about music. Listen, let me explain. I was that girl in the middle of the playground in high school arguing with all the man them about Channel U and Chip and all the rappers and Skepta and Boy Better Know. Are you crazy? I was that girl, but I never knew what I could do with it, or it was never a career thing to me because I've got very Nigerian parents. You are going to go to school and be a doctor, a lawyer, and an engineer. There's no in between, right? And yeah, so eventually I found my passion as time went on, and I was like, listen, nursing is not for me. I'm in my final year. I got two months left, but no, I'm not doing this anymore, and that's it. I'm just going to quit going. And obviously, as I did that, crazy, again, about being Delulu, A week later, after dropping out, I got my first radio show. From there, I started getting gigs and gigs and gigs, and started working as a host, as a presenter, and a lot of doors started opening. But I want to know about you guys as well, though. I'm going to start with you, Kane, because you're here next to me. What does passion mean to you?
To me, I'd just say passion's just being relentless. Like, there's no blueprint in the music industry, or if there is, it's not a very easy one to follow. Everyone's journey can be so different. Like, for me, I moved to London with no idea how I was going to get in the music industry. I remember telling my mum and saying, oh, I'm going to move to London and be like Master P. And my mum said, what are you talking about? Like, she just, and even when I used to say it to my friends, they all thought, like, the key word today, deluded. Everyone just thought, oh, he's gone crazy, he's gone mad. What's he on about? He's going to London to do this. And if I'm brutally honest with you, I didn't know myself what I was going to London to do. I just knew I needed to be in the right environment and space to try and be around music, and I knew the opportunity didn't really exist where I was from, so it was just putting myself out of my comfort zone and coming here and putting myself around like-minded people. So to me, being passionate is just really following your dreams, and then I guess where it turns into passion instead of a dream is creating an actual plan that you then follow. So I tend to look at this, like the whole music industry side of things, very much the same as I used to look at school or college. So I'll write actual goals down, I'll write things that I want to achieve, and I'll work out a plan and a way to get to those points. I don't really do the whole, oh, I've got a dream, I just want to have a dream, and I don't actually know how I'm trying to access this dream. So for me, initially, I wanted to be an A&R, so everything was lent towards how do I become an A&R, how do I learn to intern, how do I get positions in that field. And I was lucky enough to meet someone from Dice Recordings who looked after Big Nasty at the time, and they gave me my first ever position within a label, and it turned very quickly from A&R into management, and before I knew it, I'd started a management company. So it's just a case of, like, passion is really just being relentless towards your goal, working out a way to achieve your goal, and just driving through and going for it.
Jeez. I really love that. Do you know one thing I actually took from that is be delusional, but don't just move with vibes, which is how some of us tend to move.
Intention.
Ree, what do you think? I think we should pass the question into the crowd.
Actually, I wanted to let Kill just introduce himself and then just talk about how maybe passion has influenced his journey.
Yeah, I'm kind of hibernating in the crowd here. I'm Kill Miami, also known as Phil Jacob. I'm a music producer and DJ, and also co-founder of a music company called Waves. We're working with the likes of the UFC, EA Sports, Nike to create original music for their campaigns, things such like video game soundtracks.
Big flex. Okay, we'll see you shining.
I think passion to me it can come in different ways, right? You can be passionate about a football team, for example. It doesn't necessarily always have to be your career in life, I don't think. I think, I'm super passionate about Manchester United, right? But I'm not going to be involved in the football industry. But I think passion for me really is just something that goes beyond necessarily monetary value. So you're doing something because you're passionate about it, not because you're going to get money out of it. You go and see an artist live because you're passionate about that artist's music. Even though you're paying your own money, you're not maybe gaining anything out of it. So passion for me is things that are in your life that you feel inspired by and excited by. And I think passion is kind of what makes humans as well, because that's kind of what differentiates us from like AI and animals, is the fact that we do have passions for things, and that's why you've got amazing food, amazing buildings, because someone was passionate enough to make that happen. So I think that's what passion is for me, and everyone has their own passions in life, whether it's in their career, in their hobbies, in the activities they do at home, passionate about your family. So for me, it's what makes us different than other species.
So I'm just I can pick on someone, but I'd rather go to someone who willingly wants to speak. So if anyone wants to speak about maybe how passion has influenced them and their journey as well.
Okay. All right, so my name is David. I've met Teddy before. We've had a meeting before. I was at the OT record shoot.
I don't know why I've got my gum fingers up.
Nah, it's all good. But yeah, I work with a record label called OT Records. I'm the head of media over there. I started off just doing like Photoshop work, cover-ups for different singles, streaming platforms, all that kind of stuff. Just doing lyric videos, that kind of stuff. I say passion for me is just turning what you want to do into something you can make sustainable for you, and something that you just keep going at it, just don't stop, that kind of thing. I'd say passion is something no one can really tell you how to go about it. It's more just something you do, because a lot of the times you'll have people telling you, oh, you should be doing this, but you should be doing that, but at the same time, they've never lived from your perspective, so they'll never understand like what you feel like is gonna be, what's gonna make you comfortable, and how that's gonna work for your situation, all that. But at the same time, I've started a record label now with just 3 people, and it's going well so far. We've got our first single coming out. We already had that come out, and we've got another single coming out very soon. Just look out for that.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. So we got 2 artists right now. We got a very talented rapper called Caps, and we got a very talented singer called Ray. Both very 2 talented artists, very driven, very passionate about what they do. Obviously, Caps has got his first song out already. It's called Spots, featuring a rap artist called B-Sav. And Ray's gonna have a song dropping very soon as well. I forget the name because it's not my thing, but
I love how he's using this chance to just plug all his artists.
I gotta do what I gotta do. I got the mic in it.
I love it. Listen,
yeah.
You miss 99% of the shots you don't take. That's what I would say.
Listen,
Shanae,
exactly.
I'm gonna come to you real quick. So a lot of people, I mean, I can imagine obviously majority of people in this room are creatives, right? And we know that the creative journey can be a very broke journey. Child, listen.
Ooh, child.
Oh, Wuchale is the
That
ghetto.
overdraft.
The ghetto. And yeah, it can be a very, very poor journey, right? Sometimes it takes a while. I mean, you do have the odd 1% that just hit it from the jump and it's like, yo, you're good. But some of us...
That was the luck people were talking about.
This is it. Some of us will struggle through the valley of shadow and death. But I want to know, Shanae, how do you make money from your passion? How do you turn your passion into money?
Yeah, I think for me, because I couldn't focus on my passion for a little while, because I came back from uni. I studied a degree in biochem, and I came back from uni with a degree and a baby. So I got pregnant at the age of 20. So I kind of had to focus on biochem for a little while because I had to provide for my son. So everything I did concerning my passion was my side hustle. It was the 6 to 10 or on the Saturdays, because at the end of the day, I can't say to this little baby boy that, oh, mommy really wants to do this. It's going to work out, yeah, but just, and my parents also are just like, I lived under their roof for a very long time, but they were also like, listen, we've raised our kids. We've raised all 3 of you. We're not going to raise your son as well. So for me, it was always having that job. So I always had good income because I had a good job. I worked for the UK government. I wasn't passionate about it at all. I worked directly under Matt Hancock. That was the most painful years of my life.
Lord of mercy.
And dealing with very idiotic men daily really inspired me to create a space where I could work with the people around me and create opportunities for them. But there was lessons, and even that job that I didn't like, I learned how to review contracts and how to really save money by working under Conservative government. I think my negotiation skills come from that as well, how to be wise with money, because we was constantly under budget cuts at work. So I didn't just sit in that environment and be like, oh, I'm not going to pay attention here. And when I finally crossed over to full-time, I always said when I crossed over to music full-time, I wasn't going to take a paycheck, and I didn't. I actually doubled my pay when I crossed over. But that's because I spent so much time focused on my passion in the evenings, on the weekends, and just really, really hustling around it. So I understand, I think there's 2 ways to do it. I think there's a way that you can just throw yourself in. But I think if you have to bite the bullet and do a 9 to 5 that's not related, just make sure you really have a plan, a vision, and be learning wherever you are. One of the key reasons why I was able to go into Wasserman at the level I did was because I could show them my numbers and my budget sheets and what I was doing as an independent, and they were completely shocked. And those were things that I think we really need to focus on. Even if you think you're not making a lot of money right now, write it down, speak to accountants, put yourself in a position to present yourself as a serious business, because these big corporations, half of them are in the red, half of them departments in, I don't want to name any labels specifically, but they're in the red. They're doing really badly. So when you can come across and be like, even if your profit is $5,000, that's still impressive to certain music departments who know that they have seniors who can't even keep their budget sheets equal. So I would say like, yeah, you can make money from your passion, but just never undervalue yourself. Whatever you're making, just keep writing it down, keep it on those spreadsheets, and just keep pushing.
Woo!
You know what? I really love that, and I want to even continue with that conversation there because I had a young person come to me a couple of days ago. Young people, you guys. I had a young person come to me a couple of days ago and it's like, "Oh, Tilly, guess what? I quit college. I quit college." I was like, what would you want to do about that? But okay, I was like, okay, so what? Are you getting work? Like, what are you gonna do? He was like, "No, I'm just gonna do this music thing full time." I'm like, "How are you gonna pay for your studio sessions?" I was like, "I don't know, but I'll figure it out." I was like, "Guy, listen, you better go and get yourself a job. You're gonna need a job because the money from that is what you're then gonna use to invest in your passion and in your career." Do you know what I'm saying? I always say this for people that work 9 to 5 and stuff. I know some people are probably meant to be at work today, but they phoned in sick because they're here. Big up P. But things like that, do you know what I'm saying? Personally, I will also advise that, like, listen, work and also have your side hustle till your side hustle becomes your main hustle. Do you know what I'm saying? But Ree, I'm gonna pass this over to you as well.
So I think one word, yeah, I just want a show of hands really for people who have applied for like a typical job in music that would have been on a website. If you have, put your hand up. It's about maybe half-ish, a third maybe. What's the word that is in probably every single job description in relation to music is passion. It's not something that can be bought. It's not something that could be taught. Like Killy said, it's very much something that's innate. Like, you can't fake what you're passionate about. So if you're not passionate about something, you know what I mean? Like, it shows. It shows in the way you describe what it is that you're trying to do. It shows in just the way you do things. Like how Sinead described, like, having her 9 to 5 and it not being something that she really rocked with, especially, like, in terms of, like, it would irk you. I could imagine. How long did you do it for, out of curiosity?
I did it for only until like 2 years ago. I stopped 2.5 years ago.
See,
so I was doing it for like 10 years plus, and
see.
every morning I never got to work on time. I had a bad attitude. Used to watch Netflix in the corner.
Yeah, see,
I was angry.
And this is what I'm saying. And you see the sacrifice, because they say, look, an overnight success takes 10 to 15 years, and it's real because look at the level she was able to go into Wasserman at because of all that experience, because of the 10 years of the 6 to 10s. She's got a ute. Like, there's a lot of sacrifice that was made in order to get that level of expertise to be able to cross over into music. Passion is real. Like, it's not, you can't fake passion at all. Like, it's very evident if you do. And that's what you need to be in this Delulu business. For real, yeah? So I want to go back to someone in the audience. Feel free to put your hand up if you want to speak. But in regards to, like, what's a sacrifice that you've made in order to get a job in music? I'm going to go over to this lady as she was first.
I think it's really important what you just said, and I think they need to be this in Instagram, yes? How to budgeting, yes? Because you were saying you're going to be working, to pay your career. Okay, here's a lot of artists. How much money you invest in you, or how much money you invest in you, how you can explain people how to do a budget and do the numbers, because this is something that they don't teach you in the school, yes? And how you can teach the people who are here how to do this, how to invest here, because people thinking about how much money I'm going to make, yes, and how I'm going to spend it. A number is in a big car and in a house, or how I'm going to do my backside, or yes, but how much money you invest in your business is not your business, and this is something that you cannot see in Instagram, In the panel before, is like the money that they give you is not for you, it's a loan. And I think people don't understand this, and how you can explain this to the people who are here today, please.
Oh, is that something you can answer, Sinead, maybe?
I'm going to start and then I'm going to hand it over to King, because as a fellow artist manager, I know you've got to look after people's money. But I decided, so I bought my first house at 25 because I knew that after that I wanted to take some serious risks. So I had to be very conservative with spending and budgeting and to get across the line of having a mortgage. But once you have it, no one really, they don't put you through the same pressure that you put you through to get to initial mortgage. When you go to, it's not renew it, I forgot what it's called. When you get to remortgage every 2 years, it's very simple, especially if you're staying with the same bank. So that's why I made sure that I bought my house at 25, had that security for my son, and then I took more of my income and put it into some of the artists around me and some of the DJs around me. In terms of the day-to-day As from like an artist manager perspective of handling budgets, I'll let you touch on that.
So it's such a difficult question because every artist is so different. So there's some artists that I work with who it's literally probably 95% money in, 5% money out, because where they need to worry about expenditure is just there's just no real worry. So for example, I've got artists on my roster who they've been on X Factor, for example, so they've already got 100,000 followers. So regardless to whatever they do, everything's already going to fall into quite a big base of a listenership. So they don't really have to worry about, they're not going to have to do an Instagram ad, for example, or try and gain a profile in that type of way. But then from other artists that I work with, for example, if I go into the rap genre of things, rap is very much about showing this fake status of wealth in order to then become higher up. So it might be a case where, as crazy as it sounds, you've not got a chain or a Rolex, but you talk about nothing but opulence in every single song. It's not really going to benefit you. So you might get to that point where you do get your first 100 grand, and they're two of the first purchases which is it. I'm sorry to say it, but it is just the reality to it. They're two of the first purchases that you may make, but those purchases add to what your fans are looking at you to see. So then initially that might result in then a lot more money. But it's a very hard question to answer because across the board it's just so different. Like if you play acoustic guitar and your audience comes from more of a busking type of background, and you know that no matter what, if I'm in a room this size or if I'm in a room of 10 people, I just need me and my guitar and I don't need anything else, then your outgoings are going to be very low, and it puts you in a better standpoint. But then if you're a rapper that's trying to put on a major production show, like for example, we've just come off tour recently, or we've just come off festival season, we might be spending 15k on staging. So it's total opposite. But then you've got someone maybe like Ed Sheeran who could literally do the same stage and not have to worry about anything other than a visual behind him and play his guitar, because everyone's going to be entrenched instantly. So it's a hard question to answer, but I guess from an artist management point of view, it literally just comes down to knowing your artist and knowing your product. And the thing that I say to everyone that's always like something that people never are really over the top on, but it's something that I'm very focused on with my company, is you have to understand the consumer for an artist. If you do not know who you're selling to, every time you're just taking a shot, and it is a random shot. It's like trying to be David Beckham and score from the halfway line every time. Like, you need to have some basis of who is the consumer, who do I actually make this music for, who are we targeting it towards. Like, do we need to be in New Music Friday, or do we need to be in Rap UK? Like, do I need to find out who owns this playlist or who owns that playlist? Like, even to, like, I've been working very close with a rock band quite a lot recently, and it's like, I know who Craig D'Souza is, but I then had to go and find who was the person for tour management in their lane, who was the person who was going to be able to put them on shows around the country in their world, not just in the world that I'm used to. So I think it's just literally a case of knowing your artist will teach you very much so where you need to be spending money and where you don't need to be spending money.
Thank you.
I love that. I think even adding on to that is, having multiple streams of income, because there's cost of living outside and it's the ghetto. One thing that's been doing quite well for myself personally is social media. We all know, listen, if you're doing well on Instagram, TikTok, all of that, you can get a bag through that as well, and again, invest that into your passion, which makes me want to go over to Ree, who's sat next to...
Yeah, so I'm actually sat next to a gentleman, and he's going to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Toby Omoloja. Oh, I don't think...
Mike, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Toby Omoloja. I'm an A&R manager at Warner Records.
Can you hear? No? Yeah, no, we can hear, yes? If you can hear, yes? If you can't hear, no? That was a trick, because if you can't hear me, you wouldn't say anything. Toby, how did your journey begin? And if you could highlight maybe the elements that really required unwavering passion.
Well, I started quite young. So I started getting into music when I was about 16.
And I think for me, the whole reason why I got into music was passion. Like, I came from quite an academic background. I always did really well in school. Everyone around me was going on to be like doctors or engineers or just, you know, the typical fields that people kind of push you into at school. But I think as I kind of ventured through my A-levels, I realized it's not really where I kind of saw myself going. I could definitely do it, but I think my passion was always music, and I actually had a passion for wanting to leave a legacy in the world, and I thought like, yo, the one thing and the one way in which you can do that is through music. Like, imagine being part of the Thriller Michael Jackson album, or I don't know, imagine being part of Aaliyah's first album. Like, I think that feeling to me was something that I really yearned for and wanted to be a part of. So I just DM people. Like, everyone's got access to it. I just hit someone, and fortunately the first person that I hit was a manager. He managed an artist called Lowski. He also worked along like this whole thing called New Gen at the time with XL Records. I just started rocking with them and just literally just being like, yo, what can I do to help? Just being of value. And then fast forward that, rolling around with them and putting in sessions, kind of just understanding a little bit more about what the music industry is. I was on Instagram again, and I saw there was a girl that worked at Atlantic Records. And I just was like, oh, let me just type in like Atlantic Records, see what happens. Type that in. I saw there was an internship or work experience just for like 5 days over like my half term. And yeah, the rest is history. Kind of got that. And yeah, I literally fast forward like a year later, I met during that week, I met a really, who's now my boss, a guy called Joe Kentish. And he's like an amazing A&R man, signed like Pixie Lott, Dua Lipa. Like, yeah, he's a boss. And yeah, he was just like, yo, if you want to come back in over summer when you finish, do some more work experience. And that kind of just led to where I am now, really.
Do you know what? My intro to you actually was through TikTok, and you don't even know that. Yeah.
Speak on it.
I saw a video of you going around asking people how they got into their career path.
Oh yeah, that's not me. That's so off-brand for me. But I just did that for one of my brethren, my friend Jay Chabala, another amazing executive who also worked at Warner with me, and he's now at Spotify. He came and pestered me and tried to get me on TikTok.
Yeah, we saw it.
It's in the real world. Yeah, that's crazy.
I actually live on that app. Is embarrassing. But if you want to check me out, it's Tilly Till TV. Anyways, so I want to know, how important is social media for the creative passion?
For me or for artists in general?
In general. Or for yourself as well, you can speak on it.
Like I use socials all the time. Like I'm 24. Like I use TikTok more than most of the people in here probably. I think it's like I find trainers on there. I find places to eat. It's just that it's the center of all of our lives, unfortunately. So yeah, it's so important. And I think even from a more music discovery perspective, it's even more important. Like everybody is on TikTok, so the opportunity on that platform to kind of like cut through and have a moment, I think is second to none. Like one of the artists that I work with, Pink Pantheress, the whole reason why she's kind of like got to market was through TikTok. She was posting every single day on TikTok, finding an audience and found a tribe of people that really rock with her. And you know, we just released an album, and that following has followed her through the 2 years of her developing as an artist. So yeah, I would say that social media is probably one of the most important things as an artist. I don't know any artist right now I don't know any big artist, or in fact any artist with a true fan base who was cut through without using social media. Whether it's Discord, whether it's Snap, back in the day when, I don't know, drill videos will go viral on Snap and everyone will be like, oh, like, yo, what's this? Da, 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 da. It's like that, it's integral.
I mean, I always say that for like creatives and even artists, like everyone that I know anyway, that listen, TikTok is like a free promotions app. Each day you're not posting on there, you're cheating yourself because you don't even know which video is going to go. The algorithm is a bit all over the place, so mad. But yeah, passing it over to you, Ree.
So as we've all mentioned, like passions, I do want to just get like an understanding of what people are passionate about in the audience. So feel free to share by raising your hand and explain how deep that passion might go. Like, yeah.
I'll go for it. Hi, my name is Zaina. I'm passionate about creativity. It's actually a blessing to be a creative. For you to wake up and have an idea and have to have a whole palooza about it just amazes me every single day. I'm one of those people who know I'm not a good employee. I let
How many jobs have you been sacked from? Well, let us
Not
know.
sacked, I left. But I'm a good team player, but I'm a terrible employee. So from a young age, I started my own business. I'm a makeup artist originally. So I'm lucky to be able to work in different sectors of media, TV, film, music, which is why I'm here now. How do I explain this passion? Right, okay. Passion makes you look stupid in front of a lot of people. My friends, even till today, they're side-eyeing me like, girl, get a job. And I'm just like, no, like, but in my makeup artistry, I started doing test shoots. I started doing work where I'd have to put my kit on the floor, which I can't dream of today, but like, I put myself in some really sleazy situations where I was just like, why are you here? But it all worked out for the best because this is what is now supporting me wanting to be an A&R. If I didn't make those chances, I wouldn't say, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's my passion anyway. So my passion right now is music has always been one of them. I don't know why I didn't get a lot of music videos when I first started. I did start, and I started with like Asen and all of those really cool artists at the beginning, but they were just like, why is she here with like some dead powder, like move, man. But I was there for a reason. I was watching people work behind the scenes, people saying, oh, this is how we're going to push this, or what's the budget for this. I was listening to all those conversations. I go out to parties and I meet managers, and I'm just like, oh, I'm interested. They'll give me a little like, oh, yeah, you should do this, or yeah, you should apply for that internship. But they weren't giving me the questions I wanted to know. So I just let life lead me to where I wanted to be. So last week, I got to work for a really cool artist on a music video. And I spoke to his A&R, and he was just like, girl, just go for it. And I was just like, it's true. So this week, I became an A&R. After like 5 years, but we move. And I found 2 amazing artists that I've mentioned. They're very happy to have me represent them, but I'm still trying to understand the business. I'm still trying to understand what I'm doing. What is the difference between an A&R and a manager? Like, I'm trying to find out which of my skills are most useful for the artist that I'm representing. So, yeah, I don't know if that explains passion, but.
You know what? I think I should pass that question on to Anthony over here.
Should we pass it on to Anthony or Luke?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Luke or Anthony? Where's Luke? Luke, where are you?
Oh, he's here.
I can't see you. Where?
Keep your hand up.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I didn't even realize what passed.
I think both of them should answer this question.
Yeah, no,
though. What is the difference between an A&R and an artist manager? Let's start with you, Luke.
Go for it. My name is Luke. I run Plug and Pattern, which is a digital marketing agency. I founded it in 2020 at the start of just before the start of lockdown. What a great time to start a business. But just to touch on a previous point quickly, I think social media is so powerful in terms of networking. All of my business comes from word of mouth across social media, people DMing me, people sharing my profile, hitting me up. But one thing, I'm 32, and I think, social media wasn't when I was trying to break into the music industry, social media wasn't as poppin'. So I think one of the things which I used to do is I used to wait outside Sony, and I'd stand there and have a cigarette and wait for people to come out, and I'd chat to them. So I think that face-to-face interaction, whether you're here today with an artist, or you're an aspiring manager, or you're an aspiring to get into the music industry in general, those face-to-face interactions are still so important. So again, today, shoot your shot with people, get to know people, network. You don't know. It's not always about them trying to give you a job, but it might be that you might be working alongside each other in the future. But to go back to the question, difference between an A&R and a manager. A manager has many different roles, which I'm sure you know, and there's such an umbrella term. Some managers, take a massive part in an artist's day-to-day life. That could be organising anything from an artist which is just starting out in terms of networking, trying to get them into non-editorial playlists. That could be getting them into sessions with people. As I think an artist develops and they get signed to a label, that's where A&Rs play a crucial role. So the A&R is, I suppose, the middleman between the label and the artist itself. So the A&Rs typically, I think we always bound the term around A&R. I want to be an A&R. I want to, it sounds good, it looks good. I'm always in the studio. And, it's not just that, but typically A&Rs will scout artists. They'll be the ones who actually traditionally create the music with the artists. They'll put them in the sessions with certain producers. This is the sort of sound the label kind of wants. This is how we're going to get there. And I think more and more, as social media has become so relevant in terms of discovering artists, I think A&R's traditionally, sort of now, scrolling through social media, picking up artists, getting them in the room, see what they can do. Artists are a lot more self-sufficient, not necessarily compared to previous years, but I think, sometimes music's discovered or A&R's discover an already completed song and then sign off the back of that, basically.
Yeah. Oh, give it up for that. Was very in depth. Woo. But I don't know if Anthony's got anything that he would like to add on to that.
I don't really have anything to add on that. I think he covered. He covered
like
most,
he just
most
said
of it.
it.
It's very concise.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got it covered.
I could bring it. Maybe Toby does. Toby might have
So
something.
can I just
I
wanted to add something, the difference between a manager and an agent, because I feel like a lot of people don't actually understand what agents do and also don't see it as a role for themselves. And agents sometimes are actually winning because they take 10% commission of all live shows, but they don't have to deal with the stress that the artist can bring. And if someone had told me that 8 years ago, I would have just ran to be an agent, because the agent, you're not going to call an agent when your hairdresser doesn't turn up or when you're feeling down. You're not going to call your agent for that. But an agent will still consistently come and collect their check. So essentially, you work with an artist and you route their live on a year-on-year basis. You put together all their festivals and all their shows. It's still a very creative role because you sit down with the artist and you understand like the difference between doing a festival in this region or that region and what music they're putting out and what spaces they want to put themselves into. But you work very closely with the business side of it and closely with management. And I think what happens, some people have a real passion for music, so they go into being a manager role, but they can't deal with the day-to-day hands-on experience. And some managers are literally like becoming someone's mom or like their dad, and you literally have to take that person through the whole journey. And if you're really passionate about music, but you have a really strong business acumen, I would say do not sleep on the field of an agent, because you can still be creative, you can still add value. But if you've been in management roles before, you're managing some of your friends and you're bumping heads and you're thinking, why are you calling me at 2 a.m.? Then maybe management isn't the right. Managers have to be extremely patient. And I feel like agents can just come in, still make your dreams come true, but they get to step out a lot earlier than a manager can.
Sorry, can I just
see
add
Kane
to that?
smile. I was going to say, do you have something you want to add on to that?
We want to add to this one still.
Do you know what? Yeah, I've just got to be brutal except for no Toby. See, management's either going to be the best job or the worst job ever for you in the world. Like, I'll be so honest. Like, management is a hard job. It's like having a kid who is one but can actually talk back to you and tell you I hate you, makes more money than you. Right, there's actually a lot in terms of being a manager. To be a good manager, you really have to be in love with the product. Like, sometimes it's not even about being in love with the artist. The product that you are putting out with the artist, it's a joint ship that you're all on, and you are essentially trying to make sure the artist steers the ship in the right direction. But the artist may hate you. The artist may be the most horrible person to you. There's got to be such a big disconnect. Managing your friends is great in the mental of thinking, yeah, I can manage my friend. It's probably going to be the hardest thing you've ever done. I've managed a couple of my friends. We're not friends now. And it's not to say that we don't get along. We work together in a business sense, and with some of them I've made a lot of money, but do we have the original friendship we ever had? No, because it's impossible, because I am meant to be there to be the voice of reason, that when your ego's finally got to a level of success and you don't want to be told anything, you are the person who remains there to still be telling that person things and still be making sure the right things be happening. And those conversations aren't ever really going to be easy, especially when you get to a level of your artist done the Brits or like they've done these types of things, and they pay for the parents' lives and they pay for the families' lives. There's no one around them anymore who can turn to them and look at them and say, oh, you know, you're taking the mick when you do that, or, you know, this is wrong, or try and tell someone who's made £1 million in 12 months this is wrong. It's not the easiest conversation you're ever going to have, but as a manager, you still have to be that one person who remains there firm, and they have to have that trust in you to know you're only telling them something to guide them in the right way. But what you will find is that is just not an easy job, honestly. Like, and what management comes with just on a 24-hour basis role, if you're not ready to give up your own life to chase this dream with someone, it's just genuinely not for you. Because, like, my partner's here with me today, and she could tell you, like, my artist will phone me at 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm gone. I've got a 9-month-old son. And I went on tour 5 days after my son was born. The tour weren't going to stop because my son was born. And my artists weren't going to be like, oh, yeah, it's cool, go and take some time off with your son. Like, the tour's been booked. We've got things to do. We've got a European tour. We've got a British tour. Like, I've got to look at my partner and say, listen, I hear our kid's still red like he just landed, but I come out, I've got things to do, this is how we make money. So it's a very cold and brutal game. And just remember as a manager, because sometimes I have conversations with managers and I think they've got it very twisted. This job is all blame, there's no thank. There's never going to be a point where someone turns around and say, oh my God, we've got 4 top 40s this year, the tape's gone top 20. Thank you so much, bro. If you was ever waiting for that, you've lost your mind. That's not going to happen, because at the end of the day, the win is with the artist, and you have to be happy for what the artist has achieved, because that's why you was there in the first place. And all the blame is with you. If a pyrotechnic doesn't go off on time, that was your fault. It doesn't matter that you're not the person who presses the pyrotechnics. You spoke to him before the show. It's not the artist's fault. Everything is always going to lie dormant with yourself, and it's never going to lie with the artist, because you are there to manage the situation. That is realistically your job. So when I say it's not for the faint-hearted, I just mean it in the realist way. It's not for the faint-hearted, but if you are a patient person and you're ready to put, I guess, yourself to the back seat to help drive the car as fast as it's ever gone, you've got to be like when you see the F1 guys and they change the tyre in 1 second. But no one will ever say, mate, you change the tyre so fast. But if they get it wrong, Lewis Hamilton might not win. So you really got to be there to be that person who can stand in the background and really help support the artist and get to the best place possible. But there's so many little things that comes with, like, me and Toby could tell you. Me and Toby are actually really close. This is the first panel we've ever done together. But we all didn't speak for months because Toby tried to sign an artist that I look after. And he come to Manchester for a year, and we didn't sign with him in the end. And me personally, I felt terrible about that at the time, but it's business. So my relationship with Toby cannot impact the decision or the situation that we're in. So you just got to be ready to know that, like, it's not about you. You are your emotions and your feelings once you are trying to help someone get and be the biggest they possibly can be. It's irrelevant how you feel about it. It's all about the artist.
You know what? Don't clap. Wait. I know you want to clap. Can we get some clicks because some gems were dropped? Word. Wow.
Let me fling it back. So many things, Kane, that you said, like, requires passion. Going away from your son so young, like, that's a very hard, I know emotionally that's a very hard thing to do, but for the passion of it and, like, for the things that you've committed to this journey, it requires passion. Luke, yourself with Plug and Pattern, that's passion to start something yourself. And Anthony, I'm gonna flick, and yourself, Shanae, like, your journey prior to you joining Wasserman, like, obviously you're an asset. They're lucky to have you, especially with all of that hard work that you've done before. They didn't teach you that, you know what I mean? You came with that already, like, yo, I'm gonna benefit your business. So I'm flinging it over to Anthony, actually, yeah? The co-founder of a multi-award winning platform, DLT. How did that come about? How did that start? And how did that help you, or how did the passion for DLT and the creation of DLT get you to the point where you are at Warner Chappell Music as a senior A&R?
It's been a weird journey. I don't think it's, like, the most straightforward. I went to uni. I had no clue what I wanted to do. I just went to do it because I had African parents and they wanted me to go to uni.
Normal.
And I was terrible at it. I dropped out twice, and I finished it because they forced me. And then when I finished uni, I didn't know what I wanted to do again, so I went to do a master's because I was like, I'm going to be the good Nigerian child because I failed uni. And then so I did a master's in international relations. And after that, I finished it and I didn't know what I wanted to do again. And I did a internship in New York in finance, and I was working for an investment bank, but I just was there just to live in New York. And I was with a couple of my friends were doing the internship too. And we never went to work. All we did was party. And literally partied every single day, like on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Monday. But what we saw in New York was that there was a culture of having like day parties that we didn't have in London. And I remember I came back to London like for a week in the summer, and I said to my friends, "Right, where's the day parties? Let's go out." And they were like, "There's no such thing as a day party. We don't do that here." So when I moved back to London from New York, I just met up with my friends, and then we're like, we're gonna create this thing called DLT. And we literally, the first one we did was in Old Kent Road, and we literally just invited all our friends and begged them to come, and like 200 people came. We were scared. People came outside with knives and shit, and they tried to lock it off, and we were like, "Oh, we're never gonna do this again." And we spoke to each other. We were like, "Do you know what? That was kind of fun." After all the heat settled down, and then we did a few more, and it started to grow more and more. And then it went from like 200 to 400, 400 to 600. And then there was a day when we sold out 1,000 tickets in like 5 minutes. And we were like, oh, wow, we've actually got something here. And then we started taking it seriously as a business. But during this time, how I financed all of it is because I came back to work in finance. So I was using all my money from finance and I was putting it into the business. And so we just kept plugging on, just getting bigger and bigger. And there was one day I got called into a meeting. I literally used to spend all my time. So when Sinead said that she was like on Netflix at work, I was literally used to spend all my time in my finance job looking for venues, emailing them with my banking email address, pretending that I wanted to do like a conference, but I was using it for the venue for one of my parties. And then one day, they just called me into the office and they were like, "Yeah, we're going to make your role redundant. You don't really do anything." And then I was like, "Oh, wow, what am I going to do now?" Because the business wasn't big enough for me to work on it full time. So I needed money to like pay my bills and all that kind of stuff. So I went looking around for different jobs. And but it's like I said, I'm never working in finance again. I'm going to force myself to work in the creative industry. So that year we happened to do a party in Box Park, and it was like the biggest party in Box Park Croydon ever. And so when
I was there.
Oh, were you? Oh, amazing. So then after that, Box Park, the events manager was like, "Do you want to work here?" And I was like, "Yeah, cool. Like I haven't got a job, so might as well." And then the pandemic hit, and then I got made redundant again. And so I was looking for another job whilst trying to balance my business. And then I found a job at a place called Pollen. It doesn't exist anymore, but it kind of helped shape this journey. And in Pollen, I was working more like in things I wanted to do. I was like a marketing manager for like an events company, but I also was able to like plug in like things with DLT in the events company. And then I remember they were looking for like an event to launch like a big international festival. And I was like, selfishly, I put my company forward. And then we did that.
That takes guts.
Yeah, and we did our first international festival. It was like DLT Malta. And,
Whoop, whoop.
And we had
Some
like...
of us were at home watching it on Instagram story and Snapchat, but it's okay.
I mean, if you look at that hashtag, still to this day.
It has like 64 million views on TikTok, which is crazy. And we had WizKid for the first year, K-Tronada, Loj. Like we had a bunch of people. I'd never thought that I'd have this like small party that I had just turned into this big thing. And then Pollen went into administration and I got made redundant again. But I was lucky that I I think I established myself within the industry in terms of what I've done with my parties. People knew it, people knew what I was capable of, and luckily for the person that I worked with at Pollen, he introduced me to my boss now at Warner Chapel, and he was like, she was looking for someone that was just like really plugged into the culture, that really understood things outside of just music, but just understood how music and culture went hand in hand. And then he introduced me to her, and then we went out for lunch. Then she took me to the managing director's house the next day, and then I got a role at Warner Chapel, and then I've been plugging Warner Chapel and DLT hand in hand for like the past 2.5 years, and now we're doing more festivals. We had one last year with Ashake, Sir, everyone, and we're doing more and more, like all over the world. Like it's literally like global now. So yeah, it's been a journey.
Jeez. Wow. So you know what I kind of took from that is, listen, it's okay to keep getting fired, but just have something going on at the same time. You know
He
what I mean?
wasn't fired.
So, I mean,
He's
it was
a
made
good
redundant.
employee.
Okay,
He's a good
that's
one.
it.
He's a good one. So he managed to move
Can
on.
I just say Ant has big budgets because
Yes.
he's been sending me offers for my artists, and I'll be taking Ant for lunch after this. So, you know, Ant is one to know.
See, exactly. You just don't know who you're sitting next to. You know, like that. Like this is what we want. So I want to throw it over just quickly. Give a brief description of like your role as a A&R manager for a publishing company.
So it's
And then I want Toby to do it on the record side, because for those who may not know, there's difference between A&R publishing and A&R records.
So publishing, we care more about, we see the artists and musicians as songwriters, so we care more about the songs as opposed to the records. So when we put them in sessions, we're really interested in the producers and songwriters coming together and for them to make a song, for us to collect the splits from the publishing side. Whereas I feel like Toby's very much more involved. He really wants to get on the record side. He doesn't care about what I'm interested in. So and on the publishing side, it's just a completely different thing. We collect money from radio, we collect money from syncs, we collect money from the lyrics, and from, if let's say the lyrics are printed on a t-shirt or something, that's where we collect money from, whereas Toby's really focused on the records.
Yeah, so like historically, record labels, they sign artists, they give you an advance. In return for the advance, you own the music, you own the master, and that's how record labels make money. That's kind of like the basics of it. But I mean, for me, what I do and what a lot of other people in this room do is sign artists that you love, that you see potential in, or that I guess are doing well in some circumstances already, and you help develop them, and you give them all the infrastructure, all the resources that a label's meant to have, whether it be, you know, access to a marketing team, access to creatives who can link you up with people in, you know, world-class creatives. Like, I don't know, for example, on this last Pantfest campaign that we did, we worked with a really, really amazing creative who did all of the stuff with Sampha, and she was able to like plug us with someone who did the video for Beyonce and the person who did the video for this and that. And I think as an independent artist, sometimes it's hard to have access to certain things, whether it be finances, whether it be like the knowledge. But I think from an A&R perspective, our thing is just to make the best music. Our jobs are quite similar in some respects.
Yeah, because we want to make good music.
Yeah, I think that's it. At the core of it, it's just like making good music and working with artists that you're passionate about and that you're inspired by and that you see potential in, really. It's that simple.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So we've literally got 1 minute left of this panel.
So I'm going to fling it over back to Killy, and I just call him Killy. I just think that I'm Jamaican, so I can't help it. So as Anthony mentioned regarding sync, like, Kill, would you like to explain how you, like, okay, let me ask actually, who likes, in this room, you can just say, yeah, who likes football? Rah, you lot don't watch football? Weak. Anyway, so I'm a Spurs fan, so I'm a big football head, yeah? So wait, hold on. I had more booze than yes for football. You don't even watch it. Anyway, so Kills has done incredible things in that scene, and I'd like him to explain to you, like, in regards to Sync, what he's been able to do with Waves as the CEO and co-founder.
Yeah, so I think, you know, universally now, every kind of brand, sports federation, sports club, is now an audio and visual content creator. So they're all constantly putting out content, you know, be it on TV, on social media, and a hell of a lot of the content needs music. So it begs the question, where are they getting the music? And typically, you know, stock music libraries are where a lot of sync music comes from. So we kind of created Waves 3 years ago to counter that, using the most authentic talent and providing brands with music that fans actually want to hear. So, you know, as you mentioned, we work with a lot of sports companies from the likes of the UFC to Manchester City to Arsenal in providing them with music, be it from a music library that we've created ourselves to bespoke competitions, so creating original music for TV adverts. And what's great about what we're doing is that a lot of the time it's all about the sound. It's not necessarily about they want to have Drake in the advert because it's Drake. They want to have a particular sound. So what we're able to do is give back, and especially to producers. So I'm a producer myself, and as I'm sure a lot of people are aware, it's very difficult to maintain an income as a producer, more so than an artist, in my opinion. So with Waves, we're able to give opportunities to producers around the world that they wouldn't usually be able to achieve the types of money that we get for. So for example, if you're doing a game soundtrack, to make the same kind of money that you would make on a game soundtrack as a producer when you're producing for an artist, you need to be doing top 10 hits every single week. So to be able to give that opportunity back to artists, and to especially for emerging producers that can get on these types of opportunities, because it's not about a person, it's not about, we want to have Central C in the advert because we want to attract his fans. A lot of the time it's about, we want the sound of Central C, but we don't care about where the sound comes from as long as it's authentic and sounds good. So that's what we're able to do, and we're able to connect, you know, artists with particular sports or brands that they're into. So when we're working with Manchester City or Arsenal, they often will want to work with someone that's a fan of the club, or the UFC will want to work with someone that's a fan of the MMA. So being able to give a platform for artists with massive brands, and in return, the massive brands are able to connect with a premium sound that's obviously rights cleared, because there's a massive thing in sync music in a legal respect. You know, I'm sure you labels will be aware, you're all going back and suing a lot of people for usage of music in TV and on social media. So Waves offers a rights cleared solution for that as well.
Woo! You know what? We've got room for one more, just one question, because we've got about 30 seconds left of this panel, and we've already been. They keep looking at me. It's like, stop looking at me. Okay, we're
gonna both look, yeah, and then we just choose one person to answer the one question, yeah.
Anyone got a question for the panelists?
Wait. First hand up that we see. All right, 1, 2, 3. That person. No, I'm joking. This person here. I was kidding.
My question's for Shanae, because I feel like the role of an agent is really not a role that people really know about, because everyone obviously wants to be a manager, or they want to be the artist themselves. I personally don't. I want to be an agent. So what would you say the steps are to get into that role?
I'll be really honest. The agent is the old boys club. Like, we have like a forum called IFF, which you meet like all the festival promoters from Europe, and I'm always the only black woman in the room. I'm always the only young person in the room, and it shocks me that in 2023 this industry is still allowed to get away with this, because they make a hell of a lot of money. And so what I would say to you is start snapping up artists that you believe are going to be the next big thing. They had to hire me because I had the Amapiano scene on lock. You can't book Amapiano acts without Sinead Dennis. And when you book them without Sinead Dennis...
I know, that's right. Yeah.
And that's true, you know.
No, it's true. And when they were booking them and trying to go around me, they weren't getting visas on time. I spent time on the ground in South Africa. I learned about the culture from their side, so I can always meet the artists where they're at. And then I understand where you get at this side as well. So I understand both worlds. And that's what I did. And I think there's a lot of genres where people don't do enough of that. So I went on ground and essay. So I understand like how they can be complicated and what things they don't like. And then I tried to say to them, listen, boys, we need to make this work, because this is how they do it here on this side. And on this side, you're going to earn in euros, and this is going to be good money. So how can we find a middle ground for both? So I made myself, they had to work with me. And then when it wasn't actually that I went to Wasserman, Boiler Room said, there's this girl called Sinead that you can only book Amapiano through. And Boiler Room actually started having conversations with agencies being like, listen, we feel like the wrong agency is going to snap her up and they're going to get the monopoly. So I had everyone coming to me and asking me for jobs and wanting to hire me. And I was like, no, I'm independent. It's fun. It's good. And then I started seeing what was happening with like the likes of Fred again. And I was like, no, I want to take my genre to those levels. So I went to work with the agency that represents your Fred Agains and your Skrillex and artists like Sampha to learn from them. But also when I was coming in the door, I was very honest with them about what I wanted. So I said to them as well, Wizkid, Davido, Burna, all represented by white people and white men, and this is black music. So same way you've been comfortable with that for years, why can't someone like a Skrillex have a black agent? Why can't we start flipping the model in the heads? Like, I can start working with some of your drum and bass acts. I can start working with some of your dance acts. I have cultural knowledge because I'm younger. And these guys, when I kind of speak to them, they want to spend the weekends in their country houses. They don't want to be outside. They're like, I'm telling you, now's a great time to be an agent because they're all approaching that sweet 50, 60, and they're like, they're getting tired. No, go to a lot of these offices. They've had the game on lock for so long. They won't even be mad at me saying this. They're getting tired. So it's like, show us the good, hungry young people that will go to the festivals, be backstage, that are good in dressing rooms. He's like, I don't know how to greet Central C. Like, what do I say? I'm like, hello, maybe? He speaks English. Like, so just make yourself culturally relevant. Make sure you got the ear of the genre and the music that you're trying to represent, and make sure that you understand their needs and wants, and you're able to be like a translator almost. But I'm telling you, now's a good time to really like step into that world and start doing bookings. Go to venues, say I have these artists, I want to book them.
I have done artist liaison and assistant stage management at festivals for like 5 years now.
So you already have certain contacts. So start actually doing bookings. It's like once you can go to an artist and be like, or artist manager and be like, I've got this booking for people on your roster. I've spoken to this venue. I'm going to facilitate it. You've become an agent already. So just start doing.
I've been
I've been your girl, Tilly Tills, and this has been the Creative Vision and Back to Bases panelists. You guys,
Peace.
give it up for Toby, Luke, Kill Miami, we got Kane, we got Shanae, and we got Anthony in the building. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, hello. Remember, Andrea's Law, stay seated. Very important, stay seated. No one get jumpy. Andrea's Law has to apply. As in, those that don't know, please explain to the person next to you. Andrea's Law is in between panels, you must stay seated. You wait 5-10 minutes, and then if you need to go to the loo, blah, blah, whatever, then you do. Because then it respects the panel coming on. That is Andrea's Law 2023. Okay, please give it up for those panelists because... And I love the fact that you had Ree Sewell and Tilly Tills. Please give it up for them, obviously. Wonderful. You know. Give it up for Marley as well for helping put it all together as well. And the Back to Basics crew. And yeah, listen, we're not afraid of a fresh thing just coming in and shaking up the seminar. It was great as well because somebody was asking me, hold on, where's the panel? I was like, over there in the audience. So very, very good. Okay, so we need that changed. That one. Okay. How's it been? How's it been for you? Yeah? All right. What's your number one takeaway? I'll come back to you, don't worry. What's your number one takeaway? You know what? If I had a bell. Yeah, I use my favorite one there in the middle. Number one takeaway for you so far for the day. Well, yeah. Anything that's been said that you've just gone, ooh, yeah, that registered. Go. Cool. Well, I get you. All right. Andrea is in everybody's ears telling us to get on with the next panel. Oh, superb. It's one of my favorite moderators of all time in the world ever. Sorry. Right, so breaking new barriers is this panel. Oh, yeah, this panel's proper. Yep. Okay, I'm going to get off stage because I'm going to come in and watch it from the sides. I'm going to hand you over, as I said before, to one of my favorite ever moderators. Somebody who has actually got the seminar from the beginning. When lots of other people are like, oh, Paris was like, I got this. So I want you to give, and I know we're midway through the day, so they can all sort of be going down. What I need is the level to go back up for arousing. Let me say, the amount that you're going to cheer is where you want your career to go. Right? All right? So if you're quiet, you know it's on you. After 3, for Paris, please cheer. 1, 2, 3.
I'm on. Oh, I'm on. Hello, everybody. Wow, this is a big room. I'm not going to lie. Kwame, you lot have smashed it this year. This is crazy. This is the Breaking New Barriers panel. We have a great panel. It's very full. So I'm going to stand up and be moving around. Hopefully you'll hear me. Hopefully you'll take away something from these incredible people who are coming up here. I'm going to take my jacket off because I know it's going to get hot with these lights. But first, I'm going to introduce everybody coming onto the stage. Are we feeling good? That's all right. Are we feeling good? All right. I can deal with it. So my name is Paris. I'm currently artist partnerships at TikTok and Sound On. Make some noise for TikTok, Sound On. Yeah, I've got to go back and report that. So I'm going to bring these guys on. I'm going to introduce them by name, and then they will get into what it is that they do. We're going to be talking about their careers, their amazing journeys, and some of the barriers that they've had to break down to help you guys. So please, can I bring to the stage, put your phone down right now, because you're ready, Davina. She's ready. Can I bring to the stage Davina Merchant? We have Shawnee Caballero. We have Holly McNulty. We have, in this incredible jumper, Dan Edu. Another incredible hoodie coming up, Charlie Martin. Femi Bello. That's it, keep the noise up, guys. Carlin Calder. And Shemaine Mentori. Like I said, let me take this jacket off. It's getting hot up here already. How are you guys feeling? Have you all got mics and places to talk into? Yeah? Yeah? We're going to be able to hear everybody. So welcome to this incredible panel. This one is really quite close to my heart, and as Kwame said, I've been doing it on my seminar for a second. I think they got sick of me being on panels, so they were like, we'll let you talk for a little bit. So we're going to hear from these amazing guys. Firstly, what I want to get into, as I said, I introduce you all by name, but what we're going to do is a little bit different now. I want to go down the panel, and I want you to tell us what your role is, where you're currently at. But I want you to tell us one thing that you absolutely love about your role or your job or your journey, and one thing that has maybe been a little bit more difficult, maybe a bit of a barrier, or just straight up one thing that you hate. So if we go down, again, introduce yourself by name, your role, and we'll go down. Let's start with my favorite, Davina.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? No, that's not on. Oh, wait. Oh, try now. There's one here. Hello. Okay, that's better. Hi, I'm Davina Merchant. I'm the Senior A&R Manager at Island Records. I've been doing it nearly 10 years. Been at Island 6 months, was working in publishing prior to that. I guess a barrier would be there's not a lot of women in A&R.
What is one thing that you love about your role as well?
I love making music with incredible people. That's what I love the most.
Hi, I'm Shawnee Caballero. I'm actually now Senior Director at Sony Music Publishing.
Jeez. Yeah, a bit more of a clap, guys. Come on.
Thanks. You guys might be the first to know. What was the question?
One thing that you love about your role and your journey, and one thing that you don't love so much.
I love the talent I work with, like wholeheartedly. I cry at all their first major shows. We get each other Christmas presents. I'm very, very close to the talent I work with. And then what I don't like is probably everything other than that. Every single thing. I hate the office. I hate the corporate system. They're the only reason why I stayed in this job was for them, but I hate everything else.
It's real, it's real. Ollie.
I'm Molly McNulty. I'm at Parlophone Records, which is part of Warner. Been doing A&R for about 10 years. Was a publisher for 7 years before going to Warner. And yeah, I love working with the artists, love making records, and yeah, just being in the trenches with them and making kind of like great music happen.
What do you hate?
I'm going to have to copy Davina because, yeah, not enough women in A&R.
Absolutely. Dan, one thing you love, one thing you hate, and what your role is.
I'm Dan, I'm the head of A&R at Phrase Differently. I love helping our writers get from zero to hero or from hero to superhero and be part of that journey. What I don't like is probably a fault of mine. I struggle to create a boundary between the writers' lives and mine. Yeah, that's a big
real.
struggle for me. Yeah.
That's real. We're going to get into boundaries in a bit. Charlie.
Perfect. Hey, hi guys, I'm Charlie. I'm a senior digital campaign manager at EMI Records. I was previously at Parlophone with our Molly for 3 years, and I was at Psyche Music before that, so I've been in the industry around 10 years. Same, probably my favorite thing about the role is like being able to collaborate with like some incredible artists and some incredible people like within the label and externally. And I'd say in terms of limitations, I'd probably just say for me, it's like not seeing your ideas come to life. You have so many people have so many good ideas, and like you don't get to see all of them come to life or executed properly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello, everyone. My name is Femi, and I'm a creative consultant at Warner Records, which entails basically commissioning music videos, artwork, and creative direction sometimes. And my favorite thing is being imaginative and having vision and bringing that to life. And my least favorite thing is there's never enough time or money.
Hiya, I'm Carolyn. I'm very Scottish, so if you don't understand me, I'm really sorry. I have my own company called Vibe Out, and it has a roster of Scribs Riley, Jack James, and K1. To be honest, I kind of do everything. So Vibe Out is, I like to see a creative partner to artists, where I get involved in management, I get involved in A&R, I get involved in exec producing, creative directing, and there's a reason for that, which I'm sure we'll chat about. But my love is very similar music. When an artist sends me a song that we all love and you start to see the vision all coming together about release plans, that really excites me. The thing that is the barrier is probably just the British music industry, and R&B music has been my biggest barrier, but we're fighting through it constantly and trying to push it forward. So, yeah.
Hey, my name's Shemaine Mantori. I was in labels doing marketing for 4 years, and then I was a publisher and a songwriter, producer, manager for 8 years, and now I have my own influencer management company, which is very different. But what I love about the job is that every single client is so different to the next one. So every day you're just doing something crazy and something different. You never know what's going to happen. And what do I not like about the job? I actually love it, honestly. I don't really sleep. Sometimes I'm working till like 4 a.m. because of time zones. But apart from that, it's pretty good.
Amazing. So guys, this is honestly one of my favorite panels I've ever seen. You have a breadth of experience, and also every single person on this panel is multifaceted and has experience in many different areas. Obviously, this is breaking new barriers, and some of the things that some of the people on this panel have faced coming up and getting into the industry are going to be very different from what new people who want to be execs and in the industry and work in marketing and labels and management is going to be a little bit different. But I want to start maybe near the beginning of each of your journeys. Let's go from a management perspective with Carlin. What was what you would deem as your lucky break? We all know it's not about being lucky in this industry. It's a little bit tiny, maybe like 5%, but it's about hard work. But what would you deem as your lucky break that really gave you that thought to be like, wow, I'm in the industry now. I'm really doing this as a job?
Yeah, so I started off at CA, Creative Artists Agency, as an assistant. That was like my first industry job. And then after that, I became assistant to Guy Moot, who is now the chairman of Warner Chappell, but at the time he was the president of Sony. And I think my eyes really opened up to what the music industry was about, just working under Guy and in that infrastructure. And I knew working with Guy, I can do this. I can get in A&R. I can see what it's about. But I had a real love for particular music genres, which was mainly hip hop, R&B, and rap. So I guess the moment that I kind of realised, I'm here, was when Scribs Riley, who's still my client today, he was signed by Sony Publishing, and he came into the office because he purely just needed some help before he found a new manager. And I saw that straight away as an opportunity, because they were like, Carlin, will you just, cover Scribs until he finds a new manager? And I thought, cover? What do you mean? I'm going to do this. So I sat down with him and made a whole plan. And I guess it was when our plan was really coming to life and he started to get cuts and things were happening that I was like, holy shit, we're actually doing it. So I'd say that was my biggest break in terms of understanding that I can really do it. And then from there on, I went and signed a bunch of artists to Sony. But yeah, to answer your question, I'd probably say that.
Amazing. And Shemaine, for you as well, who now has their own company and agency, what would you say was sort of your moment where you went, yeah, I'm in this industry, but not only that, then making the jump into owning your own agency?
On the music side, I think that the point where I was like, okay, this is actually working and this is happening, is I think when my parents knew who the artists were that I was working on, honestly, and I was like, okay, this is real. And what was the second question? Sorry, I forgot.
What was sort of the moment where you said, yeah, I'm going to jump into doing my own thing, and sort of had that confidence?
Do you know what? I'm just one of those people that can't work for people. I've always said I'm a leader, I'm not a follower. And I've always struggled to work within companies or work for other people, because I'm like, I just think my ideas are better than yours. I don't like the way you do things. And so honestly, this company just kind of happened to me, and I can explain that later, I'm sure. But it's the happiest I've been in a job, because I can just do things the way I want to do it.
Amazing.
And it's, for me, way more fulfilling to build something that's your own.
Yeah, 100%. That authority. I think probably a few of us have issues with authority, which is why we've all broken through so hard. Femi, talk to us about your, I guess, lucky break, we'll call it.
So my background coming up just in life in general, I had the trajectory of typical African parents, go to uni, get a corporate job, become an investment banker, make us all lots of money, make us proud. But throughout my entire life, I've always been very imaginative and creative, and I always just knew that I had that burning passion inside of me. But I guess it was always an afterthought, or a side thing, or a thing I'd do on the side, and people say, oh, what's your side hustle? And you're like, oh, I do X, Y, Z. And so I guess at a point in my life, specifically when I turned probably 18, I thought, I don't want my main passion to be a side hustle. Why don't I just take a chance on myself and actually pursue something that I feel could be for me? And so I guess my lucky break was when one day my friend and I had both left university, and she asked for a music video, and I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And I had not much experience directing music videos. Everything was very self-taught. And I guess just encouraging myself and being quite DIY and being inquisitive and doing lots of research and using what I had access to online allowed me to actually fulfill that and do it quite well. So from there, my side potential thing became a main thing. And then not too long after, I'd say about probably like 3 years after. Oh yeah, then the pandemic hit, so so my big break failed quite quickly. And then I'd say, I wouldn't say I've had like a huge break, but working at Warner, I guess has been my break. I just applied for a job really and I got it, and ever since then I've just been like tunnel vision on being a creative and mastering that continuously. So
100%. I think it's also so real that sometimes like the big break isn't one moment, it's like lots of little steps until you finally like booted down the door and you're like,
exactly.
Here. Charlie, talk to us. So I started when I worked at Sony on an internship. Did you start on an internship?
No,
How did you get into Psycho?
So I was in a role at Lad Bible. So I got that when I was in my second year of uni. I proceeded to stay there for another 5 years once I finished my degree. And then it kind of just like, as a company, I kind of outgrew it. So like changing from 19 to 23 is like a very long time. So I was just like, I need to get out of here. This is just an extension of uni. Like, I don't need to be doing this anymore. So when it was ready time for me to like leave, I basically reached out to all my connections in music in London. And then luckily my older head of digital, she basically brought me into Psycho. She had a role ready there for me. So that's when I joined. And I'd say that is probably the moment that I realized, like stepping into multiple different record labels and being like, damn, I've actually made it. I'm actually in here. Because I'm not from London either. I'm from Lincoln and I lived in Manchester. So it was like coming down to London and actually seeing like record labels in real life. And then sitting in Simon Cowell's office was obviously like, I was like, I have made it.
That's definitely a moment. I definitely had a couple of those in the Sony building where I was like, oh, damn, I'm here.
Or like someone walks past you and artist walks past you and you're like,
Right.
damn.
Definitely. And Dan, talk to us about what sort of your lucky break or the moment that you really realised, yeah, I'm here, I'm in the building.
I don't know. I don't feel like I've got, to me in my head, I haven't got that break yet.
Interesting.
Don't look at me like I'm mad. But I feel like, I guess my first big break was working on Calvin Harris, How Deep Is Your Love?
Yes.
And I guess that was like the moment that made me like, enabled me to be able to do this as a career full time. And that was like the moment where like, oh, like, and explain to my mum like, yeah, I don't have to work part-time at a bank or do something else. I can do music full-time.
Absolutely. That makes sense. Molly, talk to us. Your journey, your lucky break. What was the moment?
Well, I used to run club nights and kind of similar to Femi, where it was like side hustle becoming main hustle sort of thing. And then when I lived in Bristol for a long time when I did club nights there, and then moved to London, wanted to work in music, but had no idea how to get a job. I was just like, didn't even know where to start. So I went to a lot of nights, went to a lot of club nights, went to a lot of like new artist gigs that I was like looking at, introduced myself to people, didn't really get anywhere with it. Probably applied for like 250 jobs. I literally would be up, I was like temping, I'd be up all night, just like red-eyed in this like disgusting house I was living in, just like applying for jobs like in anything A&R affiliated. So just like assistant job, like at agencies, like basically anything that I could sort of see. And then eventually got a couple of interviews, some were wild, and then ended up getting a job at Cobalt. And I think I feel getting the job was a break of a sort, but actually the real break for me was that I was an A&R assistant there and working for like some really lovely people, but who I don't think really match my ambition or like what I kind of saw for myself. And then the turning point for me was a new boss joined the company who was heading up the A&R team called Alison Donald, who literally turned it around for me, and she was like, why are you working for these guys? Why are you doing all the sessions for them? Why are you setting up all this stuff for these other people? Like, do your own stuff, sign your own artists. And that was the turning point for me, because she just like totally inspired me, and I could see myself in her, and I hadn't really had that with like other A&Rs. I hadn't thought, I want to be you. But when I saw Alison, I was like, I want to be you. Like, you know what you're doing. So that was probably the turning point for me.
I love that. Shawnee, talk to us. You've had a very, very successful I'd say a couple of years, but I've known you for a while. It's been going on a while. Talk to us about that lucky break moment, or the moment where you thought, yeah, I'm a boss.
Do you know what? I think I've always felt like that, if I'm honest.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. And
I've
rightfully
always
so.
felt like that. But, do you know, I'm always really honest about, like, my journey and who I am. But, like, I left school, like, year 10, and I don't actually have any qualifications. Like, I don't have GCSEs. I just worked my ass off to get here. And I'd say probably meeting Kwame Quatten, where is he? When I met him, like 2018, is he not in the room?
I know, I was going to say, he's usually always here.
No, he'd be making noise if he was in the room. No, but when I met him, because I'd started my pub company, and I was working with everyone like at street level, like especially when drill was coming up and everyone was too scared to go near these guys. And most of them I grew up with,
right?
So it was nothing. And then I met Kwame, and like told him about what I was doing, and then he introduced. I didn't give two shits about the corporate companies and the people there. Didn't really feel like I related to any of these people. But yeah, when I met him and he started introducing me to all the corporate people and people at the Ivors and everything, and they took me in and started to take me seriously. And it then helped what I was doing, if that makes sense. But yeah, I wouldn't call it luck because I worked really, really hard.
Absolutely.
Like, I had jobs to pay for like my legal fees and my contracts and stuff. And then it was so Sony Publishing is my first corporate job. And how that came about is because when I went to see Sony Pub about a new JV, they offered me the job and the JV. And I was just like, well, why not? Let me try it. And it started off great. On my first day, I walked in with Bello and Central C and Nems and Ras and everyone. So it just went really well off the gate. But I'm looking at Shemaine and Carlin, and I'm just jealous because I just miss being independent so much. And there's been so many times I've like almost quit, but like I said, it's the talent that keeps me there. And then I moved to New York on New Year's Day. I moved to the New York office.
I mean,
so
of course.
it's a new step for me, and that's what I'm really excited about, and that's what I'm focusing on. But Kwame was when I was like, oh shit, you know what? I think I'm onto something here.
Yeah.
But yeah, the streets knew though.
Yeah. The streets be knowing.
But it's him and the people that he introduces me to, and even to this day, I just want Kwame to hear this, but to this day, especially when I want to lose my shit in the office, I always think of him, and I think, you know, I don't want to let him down. Like, even on our way in here, there was someone that was quite rude, and I was just thinking, I had to say his name in my head because I was thinking, oh, I'm going to lose it. But I thought, no, I can't do that in Kwame's respectable event, and let me calm myself down and let me behave. You know, not embarrassing, but
not letting down Kwame.
Not letting down Kwame. And to this day, I still like every time I want to pop off in the office or someone really pisses me off, I'm like, Kwame Quatten, I say his name. and then it calms me down, and then I'm good. So I'm still here.
Yeah, I think probably a lot of us in that room feel that same way about Kwame. We don't want to let him down. He's helped out too many of us in this industry for sure. Davina, I mean, talk to me about the journey. I've been there for most of it.
You've been there. You were at the start, really.
Talk to me about, that lucky break moment, or the moment where you were like, yeah, this is what I'm doing now.
So I finished uni. I was a journalist. Did that for a few years. Was really frustrated. Hated covering music events because it's always about like, oh, Ed Sheeran's done this, Adele's done this. I'm like, I hate this. I want to know the real stories. And it was like really, really pissing me off, if I'm honest. And my editor was in an Irish folk band, and she was like, you know what, like, you're super passionate about music. Let's like do more stuff with artists. And so I did loads of stuff on Facebook Live, and started doing like New Music Friday playlists. This was when you was at Sony doing your internships. I met you right at the beginning. Paris would plug me with her artists. So with some of my friends, Jackie and Rachel, who are great people in the music industry. And from that, a few music lawyers reached out to me, and they were like, I want you to cover my artists, but I also think you'll be a really great A&R. And I remember talking to Tion Wayne at the time, who I manage, and we grew up together, and he was like, you've been here for my journey, you should really think about it. And I was like, oh, it's so different from what I studied, I don't know how I feel about this. And he was like, no, you should do it, like, this will be really, really great for you. And so I had a few conversations with ADA, which is the label services side of Warner, and they offered me a job straight off the back, which was cool. Did that for a year, and then I had dinner with a good friend of mine who was the creative director at Rock Nation at the time, and they had just opened up Downtown Music Publishing, which was my last job, and the MD crashed our dinner. And he was like, oh, you should do publishing. And I was like, I don't really know what this is, but cool. And I remember saying to him, looking at their roster, which was really white at the time, and I was like, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna sign Black Talent, and you've got to back me the whole way. And they did, and I did that for 8 years, and we created an incredible roster. So that was my break.
Incredible. Please, clap, clap, clap. So from this panel, what I really want to do is like inspire you guys with everybody's here story. I hope you can all take away something from what they've all experienced and would class as their lucky break. As you can see, everybody's journey is completely different, right? And like I said, the barriers that you guys might face or anybody trying to break into the industry might be different. But as you can see, they're all different from each other. In terms of the people now that work in a corporate company, how do you feel like those roles have changed, especially with, off of the back of things like Black Lives Matter? We saw companies going, we're going to give a whole bunch of money to getting in Black talent and we're going to hire a whole bunch of people. Is that sustainable? How has your role changed? Let's talk to Shawnee and Davina first. How has your role changed, or coming into your role been changed by, I guess, societal barriers and the way that the music industry has responded to that? Oh, we're going to get the tea right now. Did you see the pause?
Well, because I've only been at Island 5 months, and I wasn't really looking to do the corporate stuff, but they kept calling me. And I'm enjoying it. I think it's an interesting time and place to be. Majors are having to reshuffle and rechange because the music industry is changing at such a fast pace. There's still improvement in the music industry in general. As I said, like, there's not enough women in A&R. There's definitely not enough Black women in senior roles, but we're seeing a lot of progress towards that. I can't really talk on Universal during the time is when everyone's doing the Black Squares, because I wasn't there. But what I am seeing is that there is progressive change, and I'm actively fighting for it every day.
Amazing. And Shawnee, from a publishing perspective, how has the journey changed now getting into publishing from maybe how you came in first? Or has it?
I don't know. I can't really answer that. What I will say is, let me not get myself in trouble, I'll say from the talent's perspective, they now want Black people working their music. And it's something I'm not shy about saying in the office all the time, because when I started, a lot of the writers would automatically say, all right, well, we want Shawnee, because they knew I understood the music. So I think that's forced a change.
Yeah.
And that's forced, it's like why we need more Black executives and more Black people in A&R working Black music, because the girl from Wasserman said something really good, but it's just, let me not say that, but we just, the talent want Black executives, which is, Kwame, I said nice things about you earlier. Yeah. You should have been here talking for that. Don't get me in trouble. But it's the Black talent want Black executives, and it does frustrate me, because if there's a vocalist or something that they love to say, not my world, I can't be across it. But then, the people that sign pop and they sign rock bands or whatever that want a bit of what I call the Black pie, of course they're allowed to go after it. But, I kind of laugh, because then they're not getting the meetings, they're not getting through the talent.
Absolutely.
It's not happening. So, that's what I say. It's forced change, and the talent has forced the change. But there still needs to be more. I still don't think it's good enough.
Absolutely, I completely agree. And Molly and Charlie, from you said about, like, I guess the barriers that you face being out there, sending 200 emails a day, trying to apply to everything. Do you think that's still the case? Was networking super important to you breaking into the industry, or was it about being in the right place at the right time? Was it about seeing somebody who represented you in those buildings? Like, obviously you were talking about Alison Donald. Talk to me, like, do you think the journey has changed for people now breaking into industry, or what can they do that maybe you didn't have to do?
I don't know if it's changed, really, but I mean, I don't know. People say it's changed, but I don't know if it has changed that much. Like, gradual, but these majors they're institutions and they're old and change is slow. But like, I think, the thing that's the same, like, for me and probably, like, will just continue to be the same is just that, like, when you don't know anyone or, like, have a, upper hand or, like, do you know what I mean? Like a favour.
Absolutely.
Because there are a lot of people who have favours. But, yeah, I think, like, you just have to work so hard. Like, when I was, like, trying to get my first, like, A&R job and not be an assistant and be an A&R person, it was like, go to every single... what's a little bit different now is, like, gigs were, like, when I was sort of starting, it was like gigs were like everything, and obviously gigs are important now, but they're not quite as, like, I'd be going from, like, 3 things a night, like, on the fucking tube, like, going between stuff, whatever, getting home at whatever time, and then getting up and being first person in the office, last person to leave, like, but it just to be noticed and to be like, that person knows what she's doing, like, as Shawnee was saying, like, with the writers, making sure that they know that you're there and, like, you've got their back, and you've kind of, like, you're always, like, thinking of new ideas and across new artists, and, like, as a publisher being, like, understanding who's coming through and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'd say, like, I think probably is the same now, like, just being, showing, like, work ethic and always being there to kind of try and get the opportunities when they come, and saying yes to as much stuff as you can, so that, like, you kind of, people know that you're, like, willing to hustle for it.
Absolutely, and do the work. Charlie, networking, how important was that to you, breaking into the buildings that you've been in and where you're at now?
I mean, it's literally what I've got everything to own my career on, is networking, to be honest. It's like, even from going from Lad Bible to Psycho to Parlophone to EMI now, it's all been through networking, or, like, going to certain events or reaching out to certain people, or even back when I was doing work experience at university, it was always just, like, making yourself known. This is so cringy, but I knew I was just desperate to get into music that when I was at university, I went down to The Voice filming in Manchester and purposely sat myself next to the sound engineer so I could, like, lean over and be like, can I get some work experience, please? And then it all started, like, kind of rolling from there. That's, like, when I got Lad Bible off the back of that. I got Psycho through meeting Anya through Lad Bible. Like, massive shout out to the director of marketing at Parlophone, Anya. I have my whole label experience to thank for her.
Amazing.
So it's literally just developing those relationships, making you're keeping up the friendship as well as the professional relationship with these people as well. So yeah, I'd say network is massively key.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it still is now. Like, even the role that I got 6 months ago, it was all through networking and just my name being about.
Yeah, and I love when people say networking and we all talk about it, but for you, how do you actually network? Because I'm sure there's a bunch of people in this room that are like, oh, everyone says networking, but it's like, am I cold emailing people? Am I walking up to people? What worked for you?
Initially getting into the industry, it was like just reaching out to people, and also when you're reaching out to people, making sure your emails are creative as possible. Like, I did mine for Lad Bible, like a newspaper article being like, breaking news, you need to hire this boy. And I just was just like, that was the only thing that was gonna get their eye, is like making sure it was as creative as possible. And then that's kind of like when they see that you've got a little bit of humor around you as well, or like you make it a little bit more personable, that's when you can start to develop that relationship.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to get into personal brands and how everybody handles that as an exec. But Femi, tell us, like, what was the differences between you coming in now and how people are coming in now? What sort of tangible advice could you give from your journey?
So I've been working in the corporate label system for about nearly 2 years now. So not a crazy long time like some people. Coming into the industry, I guess I came from, like, a very self-taught background. And before that, I was sort of, like, on the outside looking in when you're, like, a freelancer, or not necessarily, like, in the industry, but you work kind of, like, adjacent to the industry, and you're looking and you're like, oh, like, these people work for, like, the corporate system, and you have loads of questions as to how that works. That was me, I'd say, about, like, 3-ish years ago. And how I got into the industry was through applying for a job at my record label. Before that, networking was me DMing people, and I used this thing called, like, I call it like a network sandwich, where when you're reaching out to people, you start off with, like, say for example, I don't know, you want to network with Beyonce's creative director. hey, really loved your work on Beyonce's newest visual, and being really specific about like what exactly it is you like about that specific person's work. And when you're networking with people and reaching out to people, tailoring it to exactly what you like about them. And then introducing yourself and talking about the things that you're passionate about and what exactly like you'd like to receive from them. So, hey, really love your work on Beyonce's newest visual. I'm a 20-year-old aspiring creative director, and I'd like some insight into the music industry, and just continuing from there, talking about, again, what you like about their work and reminding them what information you'd like to receive from them. So networking was a huge way that I got into the industry, just reaching out to people for experience. Knowledge is like completely invaluable, and the more you know, the more value you can be to the spaces that you're in. So just being as inquisitive as possible, asking as many questions as possible. And how I believe that it's changed is, I don't really think it's changed in a crazy way. I feel like if you're passionate about something and you have knowledge to offer and knowledge to receive, that is like a long time, lifelong thing. We're all of service to each other, and we're all of service to music artists, and we all connect through music. So I think the more value that you can provide and the more value that you can, and knowledge that you can take from wherever you're studying, the better you can be in the music industry.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Colin, there is probably no bigger service than being a manager.
Oh my God.
And I know in this room there will be a lot of people, I think somebody said it on the panel just for us, that want to be managers. If they don't want to be managers, they want to be artists. Me in particular, I'm very passionate about getting more young, black, gay people into corporate buildings. But with your experience as a manager, how have you found networking, establishing yourself, becoming who you are, the person that we love, sort of maybe being maybe on the outside and not necessarily in the buildings at certain points? How has that been for you?
So I think I've probably established myself amongst my peers when I was in the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was at Sony, I'd be about all the time. So I think I probably established a lot of myself then. In management, you're definitely a bit more isolated because it's really just like you and your artist plotting and planning, and just, you're in the trenches when you're in management. And I'll be completely honest with you, I'm not great at networking nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. One, because I can't really be bothered because I'm absolutely knackered from all the things that I do.
Very real, very real.
And second of all, I just now feel that I'm in a stage in my career where I'm just like, I only need to go where I really need to be. So that's actually me telling the complete truth there. But I was hustling so hard before that. I'd be at every show, I'd be, at every industry event, whatever it was, just to try and network and meet as many people as possible. But how can I answer that question in a way that gives help? Because I don't feel like that did.
No, it absolutely does. I think it's super important to get the sort of realness about your experience and being in management about it and talking.
I guess now it's in the studio. That's where I see people more now so than anything, because I'm with the artists in the studio. And I'll meet new songwriters, I'll meet new producers. Don't meet as many execs as I once did. So yeah, I'm definitely more networking with the creatives from a management perspective.
Absolutely. And Charmaine, like for you, networking, having your own company, agency, has it changed from when you came in, or do you network differently? Has, kicking down doors become different for you now you're more established?
Oh, that was loud. It's very different. It still feels really loud. It's very different to the music industry, what I'm doing now, because the music has a community, whereas the influencer world doesn't really. So I'm still trying to figure that out. But in regards to music, honestly, the networking I did was, actually, I don't know if Negla's here. She said she was going to come and watch this, but she did she was on 2 panels ago, and we found each other at Island Records, and we would literally just be out. And we were networking with our peers, honestly. Right. I wasn't trying to network with the people who were presidents of labels. I was just networking with my friends. Mm-hmm. We were at a lot of parties. We put on our own parties, me and some other friends. we were just kind of everywhere, and we'd like chat to other people in the buildings. We were at Universal Records, and those people now are the people that are in charge. Like Neglo is the MD of Ministry of Sound. Like one of our other best friends is head of marketing at Columbia. Another friend is head of legal at Def Jam. So those are the people you should really be thinking about, honestly, rather than like the old people.
Yeah.
Because now like we just do each other favors and it's so easy. And I can just call up all these people that are in charge are just my friends that I came up with from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And honestly, most important thing is just being around.
Yeah.
And just being like chatting to people and being nice to everyone, and they'll remember you. And when there is a job, they'll be like, oh, I know that girl, that label, she does that. Like I always see her, and they'll just remember your face and they just remember you, and you'll be the person they call for that job.
Definitely. I think that's one thing that everybody should be able to take away, is that it is important to talk to the people in the room that are about, but your peers are so, I'm sure you all agree, your peers are super important. And exactly what you said, Shemaine. Now, I'll take Davina as an example. If I need something, it's just a phone call away. Or this person is the head of here at this label or doing that label. That's super, super, super important. And Dan, let's talk about your experience sort of breaking in, networking now. Has it changed? I know something you said really earlier, which was really interesting, was you don't necessarily feel like you've had your big break yet, or you're still on the way to it. Yeah. So talk to us from that perspective, because I'm sure there are a lot of people in this room that can relate.
Yeah, I'm always someone who's like always dreams big. Like Femi said earlier on, I come from a similar African background but luckily my mum was very open-minded in the sense where I want you to be a lawyer, but if you do music, don't fuck it up, basically. So I think my mum's always been the one who pushes me. And like, for example, a great example is I just got back from Berlin yesterday, and the first question my mum asked me, like, how much money did you make, right? But I love that push in regards to she's always wanted me to be better and be great. I think in terms of networking, I feel it's a lot easier in the terms where it's more transparent in regards to who you need to hit up, who's where, who's who. Like Molly said, she was sending like 250 emails to like blind emails, hoping people will get back. Now you can just Google a company and it lists out all the A&Rs. You can find them on Instagram. You can find their Twitter. So in that sense, I find it quite easy to shoot your shot.
Yeah.
To network now. Whether they reply is another thing, but they're creative ways. But like everyone else here said, just be creative in how you reach out, but also attending things like this. And I always find that's important to rise with your peers. Like every time you look at someone successful who you see, like whoever your hero is, has come up with someone else who's their friend at every level, whether it's in sports, in entertainment, in finance. Like people grow together. So I think there are people in this room where you'll meet today who you both end up starting companies together or running things together. It's always easy to look at who at the higher up and you're trying to climb the ladder, but it's important to remember the person who you're climbing with. So yeah.
I'm good. Bruv, come on. What's wrong with you lot? You listen to what this man's saying. It's important. It's so real. It's very, very real. I'm going to ask a question now. We're talking about networking and getting to know people. But like I said, I want to talk a little bit about, I guess, personal branding. As an exec, as somebody in music, it's important we sit here and we say, email 100 people, talk to the people in the room. But if you're approaching them raggo, we all know we ain't taking that coffee, right? We ain't taking a coffee. We ain't taking a meeting. Sorry, I'm busy. It ain't happening. How... And please, whoever wants to take this first, I want to start a conversation about how you guys hold yourself as execs, especially when we're on Instagram, we're on TikTok, we're on Twitter, we can put our opinions out at any moment. How do you guys portray yourself as an exec in a professional capacity, as somebody who is out there who has a profile? Who wants to take that first? Go on, Shawnee. I thought you might.
I would say just don't overthink it, just be yourself. Because I don't think I have a personal brand at all. I get in trouble for my tweets a lot, to be fair. But I just speak my mind, and like if you have a run-in with me, especially if you've like pissed me off, it's very consistent. Like especially the artists that I work with, like from the top down, I'm the same with them. On my birthday, like one of the artists I was working with like really pissed me off because he was just being late and not showing up sessions. And I went to the studio on my birthday and laid into him and his manager and told them to get their shit together. And I've done it a few times. But it's out of love, and it's when it's necessary. And I think I'm just consistently always like that. Like, the things people have said about me, from what I've been told behind my back and to my face, is I'm a bull in a china shop. I'm a pit bull in a skirt.
Wow.
I'm really direct. I'm off the hinges. And do you know what? Davina knows me really well. Yeah, exactly. I always say, like, I know I've got this profile and I forget all the time, but I always say I'm just Shawnee from Northwest London.
Right.
Like, that's who I am. This is who I'm going to be for the rest of my life. And do you know what? If, let's say, I'm hoping I don't get cancelled online, but if it ever happened and I got driven out of the music industry, I'll just say, well, it happened and I went out with my head held high and I am who I am, being myself. And, like, I've got a twin sister and she sells houses, like, it's like an estate agent.
Yeah.
And it sounds so interesting. And sometimes I'm like, because we're twins, but we're not identical, and I'm like, please let me go. I just want to know that I can sell a house. But I'm like, if I get cancelled, I'll just do that.
Right.
So I approach it with, like, well, I've got nothing to lose. So I just am who I am. But I think don't overthink it. I think if you're genuine and you're just yourself, if people fuck with you, great. If they don't, who gives a shit? We're not here to be friends. I always say, I'm here to work. I want to be friends. I want to be cool with the people I work with. But if I'm not, I don't care. So I just think don't overthink it.
Yeah, 100%. Colin, something you said earlier was, when we're talking about networking, is that you're at a point in your career where it's like, you're tired. I feel you. I'm tired 24/7. I think we're all tired. But you're tired, and it's like you're established at a certain point where maybe you don't have to network in the same way. How do you still... I guess in the same lane that what Shawnee was saying, how do you still hold yourself as an exec in this music industry? Is that important to you anymore? Do you think of yourself as a personal brand or having a personal brand?
I think I'm probably known as the R&B girl, definitely. I think when anybody mentions my name in the room, they're like, oh yeah, she does R&B. Like, so I've definitely, I guess, created a brand for myself and boxed myself in that sense, because that's what I really love. But yeah, I don't mean that in a rude way, by the way, like I can't be bothered. It's just genuinely, when you do management, you really cannot be bothered going and then, hiya.
Yeah, burnout is real, especially when it's like small talk sometimes.
It's a lot. But I kind of also feel like in my 20s and when I was coming up, I felt like I really had to validate myself, and I really had to show my worth. And I guess now I've been in the industry for like 15 years now, so it's a long time. So I feel like kind of what Shawnee said, like, if you fuck with me, you do. If you don't, you don't. Like, and if you like what I do, you like what I do. And we're going to connect energetically. We're going to meet. We're going to be in the same path. If we don't, we're not supposed to. So I definitely see it in that way. But I just try and always be myself as well. And I think something that is really important to me is just always speaking your mind as well. I try and do it in a nicer way, Shawnee, but yeah. And just, just being you so that people know that, okay, if I go and have a conversation with her and I know what we're going to talk about, or I know that she's going to keep it 100 with me, or, just be you. Yeah, I think that's exactly it.
Absolutely. So I want to switch the conversation slightly. Obviously, we have platforms like TikTok, Instagram, influencing, de-influencing. Shemaine, can we talk to you a little bit about how, I guess, the influencer creator space has changed music and the way that we deal with music a little bit?
I mean, it's the reason I got out of music, honestly. I'm not going to lie. Because I was a publisher for a really long time. It's all I wanted to do. All I wanted to do since I was 14 was be an A&R, honestly. So it's quite mental. If you asked me 2 years ago what I'd be doing in 2 years, I'd be like, obviously, I'm going to be a publishing A&R. Like, what do you mean? If you said you're going to have an influencer management company, I'd be like, fuck off. Like, what do you mean? But it's changed so much, especially when it comes to the majors. And this is why I stopped doing it, was because before it was all about finding people you really believed in and signing them early and developing them. And maybe it's changed since I've left because I haven't been in it for a year and a half now. But in the last couple of years before I left, obviously COVID happened. The way what TikTok was completely changed from like just doing dances to like everything was on TikTok, and people were blowing up on TikTok and songs were going viral. And the majors especially were like, we just need to be signing all these things that are going viral and we need to be throwing a bunch of money at it. which I actually think is a terrible business plan, but that's just me.
I have no comment.
And I think it's also tough for artists because I think audiences are expecting artists to also be influencers now, and that's not what they should be doing. Like, they should be in the studio making great art and making great music, and they are now distracted from having to be an influencer too. And I really hope it can change and it can go back from that. I don't know what that looks like, but you have those artists like a Dua Lipa who doesn't need to do that, or like people that came from a couple generations ago. But now if you're a new artist, like even I'm just looking at the ones that have been going viral, like Tate McRae, like she's on every single day, basically being an influencer too. And I'm like, it's just a bit of a strange world. And I think that like music shouldn't live online as much, if that makes sense. I think like it's so much, it's more about being in person, more offline. Again, like I said, being in the studio, making great art. And I really would like to see it going back to that. Maybe I'll come back to the industry when that happens. We'll see.
I hear it. Right, this has been an amazing panel. I know I'm being bugged for time, so I want to start the Q&A. You have some incredible people on this panel. I thought that might happen. I'm going to throw out for a few questions. I saw you put your hand up there first. I don't know if there's a mic a little bit closer to you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Nandi Pasise, Nandi for short. And my question is directed more towards the A&R people, but everyone is free to chime in. So I'm sort of in like a pivotal point in my life right now in terms of my career and like where I'm at in my music career. So I recently just resigned from my job because I just felt like it wasn't so... Thank you. That makes me feel so good, thank you. So I resigned from my job. I felt like it just wasn't serving me. It wasn't taking me in the direction that I want to go, even though the direction wasn't the most clear in my head, but I just felt it in my spirit that it was just time for me to move away from that.
That is courage. Well done.
Thank you.
I just want to give you that. That is courage.
Thank you. And on top of that, also left home, like left a toxic environment to be in a space where I can just figure out what I want. And that was A&R. So where I'm at now, I've sort of like have a lot of experience in so many different areas of the music industry. Like from uni, third year of uni, we started our own record label, worked in branding and worked in marketing and fell in love with that. And then also working with different artists, being a musician and an artist myself. I love the communication between the artists. I love making music and I love knowing where to put that music. So my question is like, if any of you were in my position right now with like the background I have in so branding, marketing, and my job that I left, there was like some interesting parts of it because I worked in television, but the music in television, so I dealt with like a lot of sync and stuff and licensing. That's the part that interested me. But then when they started talking about the television shows, I'll just be out of it. So if you're in my position right now in this pivotal period, what would you do? Also just putting out there, I've been throwing my CV around to a lot of like different A&R internships, different jobs, and nothing seems to be sticking. And it's difficult to put like the things I say in words onto like one sheet of paper and give it to someone. I'm like, this is what I'm all about. This is what I could bring to the company. So it's really hard for me to put it on paper so people can fully... Thank you, Dan. Yeah.
I think the common thread between everyone on this table, although we all took different journeys, is we all did the job we wanted to do before we got the job. Like, I remember the first time meeting Shawnee, and I was like, oh, wow, you did that already. Like, she was a publisher without realizing she was a publisher. Like, because she realized, oh, there's a gap in this market. My friends need it. Instead of sending them to Sony, I'll just help them do it because they're going to mess it up anyway, right? And that's what got her noticed by Kwame, right? In fact, she was doing the job already. Same thing Colin said. Although she was the PA, she had no reason to A&R, but she was like, fuck it, I'll do it. And I'll be great at it. And I think instead of waiting for someone to give you a permission to do it, just do it. Just do it. And I think by you doing it, be prepared to fail. It's fine. Failure is part of being successful, right? When you do it, that opportunity will come for you. Then you create your own CV. Then you might be like Shemin and think, fuck it, I want to just start my own company, right? I feel that's the way to go. Like, if I could speak to me 10 years ago, just do it. I think you just do it. You're surrounded by artists already. Like, just do their marketing for them.
Okay, we're on limited time, so I'm going to take a couple more questions. I asked you to keep them short. I saw you in the yellow there. I saw you put your hand up first. So does somebody have... Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Kathy. I'm an artist and I make like indie rock sort of stuff. So my question would be for me, and also because I'm trying to make a collective with alternative black artists. So for me, and also for those artists of the collective, the people in AR and in A&R, what advice would you give for young black alternative artists trying to break through a scene that they're not always welcomed in?
So yeah, I actually A&R a young black alternative artist who's speaking at a panel later today called Rachel Chinariri. And she, I think the important thing is like just owning your space and making sure that, like, a lot of conversations we had with her where like media would be calling her like an R&B artist, and she was like, I'm an indie artist, like I literally make guitar music. I think it's really important just to make sure all your socials, your music, everything you're doing has like a really clear vision and direction, so that it's clear when you go on, you know, your TikTok or your Instagram page, like, this is who I am as an artist, this is what I represent. Talk about your influences, like find other artists that you can kind of collaborate with. I think just, yeah, own your space and, you know, stick to what you know and like stick to your vision, and don't let other people dampen that or like dilute it. Just go down that path like strongly. I advise that.
Cool. One more question. You're very close to the stage, so I'm going to go here. Please keep it short. This will be the last question. See all these beautiful faces here? Remember them, find them after. Sorry, guys. Find them after. Answer their emails. Ask the questions you want. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Trey. Thank you guys for all the really useful advice and stuff. And I just want to say I really loved your question. You kind of took it straight out from myself. I come from a film background, actually, and I started doing management because I met this girl at a party, and I really liked her songs, and so she does R&B and things. And I'm a bit ashamed to say I actually don't have much of a question, but sort of in the in the vein of efficiency and stuff, and to what you were saying back there, there's a lot of kind of, I think, disparity between the top and the bottom levels with artists and things. And part of what I've always wanted to do is find the way and solutions forward in that. And part of my creative management company and everything I do is enabling artists to be the stewards of their own enterprise. And so to your point about black representation in the indie world and things, there's obviously like things and stuff going out there and so many great artists and stuff. And I'm running a new showcase night hybrid concert series where we're giving artists the opportunity to have amazing production teams and get really great performance footage while being platformed and working together as a community. And so I just wanted to like introduce myself because I really hate small talk as well, so I figured might as well jump on the mic and do it one time. But yeah, I would love to meet all of you guys, and yeah, come say hi.
There we go. All right, to make it fair, we're going to let one person who has a question. I appreciate what you said, Rory, but one person that has a question.
Love it.
Pink. Yeah, honestly, I'm hearing the Paris pattern. You're killing me, I promise you. Okay, has somebody got a mic over there by you? If not, I'll run. The last one, please make it very, very short because Kwame will cut me off and I'm scared.
Pink. Yeah, I'm pink. Thank you.
Right there. Question.
Okay, so I'll introduce myself really quickly and then I'll ask my question, don't worry.
Okay.
Hi, nice to meet everyone. My name is Jazzy. I am a songwriter and a singer. I also do 2D animations and I'm learning 3 animations in college. My question is, how do you keep the motivation and the strength to keep on going?
That is a very good question.
Okay, no, it's because of my autism and ADHD, because loud noises hurt. Yeah, I'll be quick. So I have dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, problems with retentions, ADHD, and autism. So obviously I have anxiety and depression. And I do try to look for apprenticeships, and I keep on giving my resume, and I keep on. And obviously you're going to get the no, but how do you allow those voices to not stop you doing the thing that you love?
Who wants to? I've got a mic for. Yeah.
I'll be really quick. Well done, by the way. But do you know what? I think you have to fight, because I've been in your shoes. To this day, I still want to quit, because people just piss me off. But you have to just find purpose in what you're doing. Like, I have a son, so I have a mouth to feed. And when times get tested, I always think, do you know what? I can't give up. Like, not just because of the money, but also I don't want him to grow up and be a quitter. Like, I want him to know, like, you can do whatever you put your mind to, and like, no matter where you are in your life, you're always going to face some kind of barrier or difficulty on some kind of bullshit. And you have to just keep going, but just find purpose in what you're doing. But it sounds like you represent, like, a lot, you know, so well done. But you have to keep going.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that we all sometimes feel that way, even at the positions that we're in. It's really tough, and I think it's really hard for all of us to have a work-life balance, and we sacrifice a lot for the talent and who we work for and what we do. But I would just say, like, having a good circle of people, that really helps keep us grounded, people that you work with that understand what you do, and friends outside of the music industry that really keep you grounded when you kind of on your bougie tip and think you're that person. Sometimes they're like, no, we're going to stand in this queue. So yeah, it's just like a balance of just having like a really good circle around you that help keep you grounded.
Can I answer it as well, just quick?
Please, go ahead.
I would say this. It's quite interesting, because you had a whole range of things that you were like, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this. So that means that you've got knowledge in those areas, which then means, right, that actually the base of people that you could reach if you started your own thing would actually be quite wide. So that's what I would say is start. Well, good. Well, then keep on it.
Absolutely.
I'm fine. Don't forget, it's all good. That's what I'd say.
Firstly, I just want to say thank you to everybody in this room. Thank you to this incredible panel for giving your time today. Thank you to Kwame, everybody at Ultimate Seminar. You guys are the best. Family, we love you.
Give it up for Paris, please. Give it up for Davina. Chimay. Jordy. What have I got? Femi Bello, Molly McNulty, Charlie Martin, Carolyn Calder, Dan Edu. Nice one. Listen, it was all good. All right, remember. No. Andrea's law applies. Please take your seats. Andrea's law applies. Stay seated. Remember, Andrea's law applies. Okay, so Mr. AV, if you could the screen there, because we've got the next panel about to start. As you know, we keep it moving at the seminar. We don't do any of the, everybody get up, take 5. We don't do any of that. It's like straight in. Because the truth is, and we learned this a while back, that if you take a 10-minute break in between every panel, basically you lose a panel by the end of the day. And we can't do that, right? You want more panels, right? That's it, simple. So that's the situation. Okay. Shh. Okay, right. This is good. Yeah, it's good. All right. So I'm going to introduce you to one of my favorite people who I've known in the industry for a very, very long time. I'm very, her ears are golden, right? I'm going to have her come onto the stage first, and I'm going to ask her just about 2 questions, and I'm going to leave because she's got it from there. Okay? So Lucy Francis, would you come to the stage, please? There's a mic missing. I need a mic. There's a mic missing here. But it's all right. We can she have a mic, please? What you got in there? Fine. Okay. You fast, man. Thank you, sir. Very much. Okay. AV, this is Kelvin 2, I've been told. I know you like it when I give instructions, fam. Hello. There. Okay, so Lucy, been in the songs game for a while.
A little minute, yeah.
What, 20 years?
I had to pull out a calculator to figure it out this morning. It's that long. 23 years.
23 years. Okay. I can honestly say, some people in the industry actually have like ears, like golden ears. This one should have her ears insured for a lot of money. Okay? So please just give the audience, because you won't have a chance to do this while this is all going on, okay, you manage writers.
I manage songwriters, producers, and mix engineers.
Songwriters, producers, mix engineers. Okay. Let's just go to 3 of the people that you manage. You're just
Dan
3.
Parry.
Dan Parry, mix engineer.
Yes. Lil Kana, Yasmin Lacey,
Adele.
Amy Winehouse, Adele, Lady Gaga.
Wait, it's still going to go even more. Okay, give me one other person.
Johnny Latimer.
Go ahead.
Joy Crooks, Ellie Goulding, Meta Narrative, Nathan Dorr, KSI.
No.
That was easy.
Okay, one more.
Jessica Agomba.
Freeze. Go ahead.
Jonas Brothers, JLS, BTS.
Stop.
J-Lo.
Stop.
Shania Twain.
Stop.
Olly Murs.
Go back 3. BTS. Seller. What was the song?
Dynamite.
How many did it sell?
It's in the Billions Club.
Everybody, welcome to Lucy Francis.
Good afternoon. Thank you. How's everybody doing? You had a good day? Great. We're going to sit down this afternoon now, and I'm going to invite on stage 6 incredible songwriters and producers who are going to shine a light for you on the art of scoring a hit. So I'd like to welcome to the stage, in no particular order, Dacom, RP9, Duval. We're going to need more energy than that, people. Tate, Mira, and Caitlin.
Just one thing. But does she deserve the glitter? Wherever you want. Wherever you feel. Yeah, we'll get one more. Go ahead. No. You want to go up there? There is one at the end. There's one there. There's one there.
We all right? Everybody sitting comfortably? Welcome. Right. I'm going to give each of you just a little minute to introduce yourselves to our audience and let them know what you do and how well you do it. Mira.
Hello. Is this what I talk on? Oh, yeah. I feel like I'm at a press conference. My name is Mira May. I am an artist/songwriter, and recently I've actually become an executive producer. And anything to do with music, I'm there. So, and I play a couple of instruments too. So that's me.
Hand it over. Dacom.
Hey, test it. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Dacom. I am a singer-songwriter, producer. Also did executive, actually, as well. And yeah, I've been in the industry now fully, full-time for the past 6 years, and it's going well. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm RP9. I'm a producer, engineer, pianist as well. Probably been doing about 10 years now, so I'm just in the studio every day making it happen.
What's going on, guys? My name's Deval. Been in the business about 15 years. I'm a writer, producer, DJ, manager, singer. Work with Calvin Harris, David Guetta. I'm in the dance space, electronics and pop, stuff like that. So yeah, I did some pretty big songs over my time, and I'm definitely older than everyone here. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Hi everyone, my name's Tay. I'm an artist and a songwriter. I've been in the industry now for about 10 years. I started super young, and yeah, I'm in the studio most days and working, so yeah.
Hiya, I'm Caitlin Scarlett. I've been in the industry 10 years now. I'm an independent artist and independent songwriter, working mostly in pop, dance, musical theatre, and alternative.
Thank you all. I'm just going to reel off one credit from everybody's bio that I have in front of me, because they've all been incredibly shy and restrained. But between them, they have cuts with everybody from Rudimental to Ira Starr to Calvin Harris, as we heard, to Ed Sheeran, to H, to Georgia Smith, Burna Boy, Rico Nasty. So they've been incredibly modest here. But yeah, round of applause for our panel, please. So we're here today to have a conversation about scoring a hit. And for the sake of definition, according to Wikipedia, a hit is a hit song, also known as a hit record, hit single, and hit, is a recorded song or instrumental that becomes broadly popular or well known. I'm going to leave it there. We're going to look at this. I know I can see some of you are desperate to ask me for Adele or Stormzy's number, and can we get your hit to them? I'm afraid that's not what we're here to do today. Rather, we're going to have a more holistic conversation and point of view on, in addition to the enormity of the talent that it takes to write and produce a hit, what are the supporting roles within that come along with turning a song into a hit? So the first question I'd like to ask anybody, raise your hand if you want to take it, is how did you get into writing and production, and how long was it that you felt before you felt you'd written a hit? Anybody want to? Mira, thank you.
Hi. So I got into writing and production very randomly, and I feel like the reason why I wanted to answer this question is because there's a big kind of like ideology that you kind of have to come from some sort of start to get into songwriting and recording and getting hits, but actually sometimes it kind of just happens the more you make music. So for me, for example, I had pretty much nothing. Like, I was in a pretty bad situation, but all I could really do was just make music. I didn't have any money to pay a producer. I didn't have any money to, like, I didn't even get into Brit, okay? So it was a bit peak, but I just wrote songs every day, and then they ended up randomly being discovered by a producer called Salam Remy, who, if some of you guys don't know, wiki that name. Salam Remy he's a very big deal, and through that, it kind of just turned into just keep writing and see who can listen, because I think there's like a lot of like, scheming is the wrong word, but like trying to be tactical about where you can sort of shift your songs and stuff like that. But if you don't have like an arsenal of just pure music, then you're kind of setting yourself back. So I feel like the best way to start is to just do it as much as you can, as much of it as you can, and then see what happens, because more likely somebody is going to pick it up. Whether it's like, now you've got TikTok, now you've got, you know, like when artists come from different countries and they're looking for different writers, and I just feel like the best thing to do is to just make it first before you get into the idea of like where you're going to shift your hits, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
That makes absolute sense. I think everybody in this room has probably heard more than once the idea of 10,000 hours to perfect your craft. And that's exactly what you're talking about. Did anybody want to add to that or anything that Mira had to say? Yeah?
Do you want to use this one?
Yeah, I just wanted to second that because for me, this brought back actually a story of how I got into music. So very similarly, putting in all the hours, putting in the time, writing music in the bedroom. Then I moved around country to country as well. I was born in Zimbabwe, and then I moved to London, and then I moved to New Zealand. Very, very random story, but all along those years, from about 14, I started, and then I got to the age of about 23, 24, and I'd written a song with a friend of mine called Henry, goes by the name Moon Willis, talented producer, check him up. I wrote this song called Bite My Tongue, and for me, it was my song. And I was like, oof, when I put this one out, are they gonna hear me? Yeah, this is good. But little did I know that a friend of mine played it. A guy called Elijah Blake, goes by the name of Red Styles, written crazy songs. He played it to Chris Brown. And Chris Brown had actually asked if he can have the song because he loved it that much. And for me, it was a very weird moment because it was like, well, this is my song. Like, I really want this, but, yo, this is Chris Brown, like, saying, you know. So I looked at it as an opportunity to also get in and expand my knowledge and my experience as like crafting my pen, and I don't like regret it one day. So that's how I got into the industry.
I think one of the things that you've highlighted there is making sure, as much as you can, that you have an access to opportunity. And I think writing those songs so that you're armed for when that opportunity comes along, you've got something to impart. Having that opportunity come to your door, where it was like, well, actually, the song that you thought was yours, turns out Chris Brown's a bit of a fan. Okay, that's an opportunity for your
Still
entire...
a fan.
Good for you. That's an opportunity for your world to open up tenfold. And I think that's one of the key things. I'm not a songwriter, but I surround myself by them. I'm a fangirl. But one of the key things that I'd say is making sure that you are creating that access yourself to opportunity. You've all done that today by walking through this door. You've increased your access to opportunity by being here today. So I think you're probably going to hear that repeatedly throughout this conversation. Tate, is there anything that you wanted to...
Can I speak on this? Can I just also add that... Is that working? Yeah. Can I just also add that music is so subjective as well? What I might think's a really great song, someone else might not think's a good song. So when you're in the studio as well with people, when even this panel, how it's called How to Make a Hit, obviously there is statistically hit songs, but what a song that I might love is not always a hit song. So just keep going as well, no matter how many times people tell you no, because when you truly believe in something as well, I think it shines through.
Perseverance.
Yeah, literally. And
persistence.
Persistence, and just keep knocking on that door as well. Yeah.
Brilliant. Caitlin, was there anything you wanted to add?
Well, absolutely. Well, a couple of things. Just come off what Mira was talking about, as my entry into being a songwriter was accidental as well, because I started out as just an artist, but I was writing so many songs and like so many different genres across the board, like too many songs for one person to release. So that's how I ended up accidentally becoming a songwriter, because I couldn't like pick a personality basically, and it like revealed itself to me over time that I should be getting all these songs out of my system, because you never know who might see value in them and who might want them. And just another thing that Tate said is really important, is that what you love isn't always what's going to pop. Like, I think a lot of us have songs where you write about your ex or something and it really hits deep for you and you're like, this is the one. But then it'll be like you started like a scratch demo on something else for the last half an hour that you're in the studio, and that's the one that gets cut. So I think it's important to like let all ideas out and get them out of your head and into like the physical realm, because other people are going to see what you've done and view it as like a swatch of fabric and go, oh, I can make a dress out of that. And you're like, really? Out of that? Well, sure, go ahead. So happy accidents.
I think you've identified the importance of collaboration there as well.
Oh yeah, defo.
And perhaps not just with a fellow creative or writer-producer, but a wider opinion of your team, be it publisher or management or so on and forth, or your cat, like who's listening, take that feedback. But Deval, Do you want to talk to us about some of those supporting roles surrounding your success and what you think have been your key collaborators or partners or managers or publishers? And
Yeah, for sure. I think the music business is tough. The creative industry is tough. So your circle is paramount. It's the most important thing. Collaboration for me, especially in the studio, is the number one thing, because you see it like a circle, right? So if everyone's looking at a different part of the circle, you can only see so far. Your collaborators can see the other part of the circle, then all of you make a whole, right? There are very rare cases where one person can do everything. I've met some of those people, they are aliens in this life, but they do exist. Like Calvin's definitely one where for example, he wrote and produced and mixed the Rihanna hit, We Found Love, 100%. Go on Spotify, you can see it's just Calvin. So he's one in a billion. But everyone else, like, collaboration is so important because people see things within you that you don't see yourself as well, right? So your job in the studio, say just take producers for example, your job in the studio is to pull the best out of everyone in the room. Yeah, that's your gift as a producer, as well as making the beats, as well as playing instruments and stuff, right? The collaborative effort, music is a gift, we share this, but we make it together. So I think it's possible to be on your own, but I think it's definitely better to do things together. And then, when you bring into managers and publishers, like, those people are key because they don't only just keep you going and show you where maybe you could go off on a different tangent and maybe you can make things better, but they also spur you on in a way of maybe they can introduce you to a new artist that you wouldn't have never have heard of, or someone like another manager that has talent that they can introduce you to. Like it's everything, which means your actual mood towards people and music needs to be extremely open and extremely vulnerable, because you don't want to close that door. Collaboration happens not just in the studio but on the outside too. So yeah.
RP9.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I think it's like extremely important, like what you were saying, like getting the best out of people. It's extremely important to be servant-hearted, no matter what you're doing, whether you're a songwriter or producer. So looking at everyone's needs in the room and thinking, okay, cool, how can I get the best out of you to make this record work? And also like knowing what you need to do to make the moving parts work in the room or on the record. So at the time, like if I'm producing a record and everyone's in the room, it might not be best to, stay on the song and keep doing, what I need to do. Maybe I could do that afterwards. So understanding, okay, the artist is in their zone right now, let me get the best out of them as much as possible, or we're writing right now, so let's focus on the lyrics. Whereas I find, some people just think, I need to do my job, what I need to do, but I feel like it's important to look at the room, what's happening, the moving dynamics, and think, okay, how can I make this work right now, and look at the bigger picture.
With that in mind, when you're in the room and sort of, trying to make sure that your access to that opportunity is as frequent and hits the bell as often as possible, do you have a few key collaborators that you pull into the room for artist session? If, say, for example, you had a Central C session, is there another producer or an engineer or a lyricist that you'd be like, that's my person? I know that if my battery's draining, that I can rely on them to provide some of the energy that I need in the room? Or do you find that you're kind of being that master of all in the room?
I think it depends on, what's trying to be achieved. So, depends on the type of record we're going towards. So if I know, and often I'll try to get in contact with the artist before the session to see, okay, what are we actually doing this session, to see what I need to pull to or what I need in the room. So for instance, if we're working on a guitar-based record or whatever, and I know that I don't play guitar, I'll hit up a guitarist that I know and be like, cool, I need you. Or let's say it's like they're collaborating with someone where they're, international, and I know they're going to bring a lot of people that I don't know or whatnot. I guess having someone, a point of contact in the session to be like, cool, I can encourage her and like support me in that time where I might be in a room with people that I don't know. Because I feel like, especially when you're in a room with people that you don't know, sometimes it can sort of get a bit lonely. You need someone to be like, yo, listen, like, we're going to get this done. You know what I mean?
We're in it together.
Yeah, literally.
No rest. Mira.
Yes.
With that, sort of discussing the wider creative team that it takes to deliver, I guess, what we're calling a hit song. Do you have a particularly strong relationship with? Are you published at the moment?
I am published.
How's your experience with your publisher been in terms of that creative back and forth, and have you found them an integral part to you finding the creative team that you need or pitching your songs? What are the roles that you've seen fulfilled by your publisher and your success?
I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest,
Please do.
my situation in terms of publishing, like I said, I started music it was the first deal I ever signed, actually. It was the first piece of paper I ever signed. And to be quite honest, I think a lot of artists, we're just regular working people and we need bread. So I needed some change. So I signed it, and they are based in America and I'm based in London. So already it was a bit difficult for me, unless I'm traveling over to America all the time, for them to put me in sessions with people and whatever. So I feel irrespective of like whatever your situation is in terms of publishing or label or whatever, you still have to remain organic and original, because deals will come and go, deals will get negotiated. If you end up being the biggest thing, whatever your deal is, you can negotiate that now because of the leverage that you have. When I was young, I signed my deal at 19, I think, 18, 19, and it was a really, really small amount of money, but it gave me enough to travel. It gave me enough to get over to America, to like meet the amazing producers that work in America, meet you said, it's just about knocking on those doors and having your arsenal prepped for opportunity. But another thing I wanted to actually touch on as well is like, irrespective of whatever your situation is, because they change all the time. Sometimes, like COVID, for example, everything kind of stood still, no matter who you were, whatever happened. Like, so as an individual who is like, I'm a songwriter, I'm an artist, you just have to remain intact with your art. Like, so again, having people around you who are like into what you're doing. So me personally, I write on my own. I like writing on my own. I enjoy it, like, and I feel like I'm very good on it on my own. But then what happens is I need another set of ears. I need another pair of eyes, whether it's my manager, whether it's my best friends, whether it's the artists that I'm working with, whether it's the plethora of artists that I know and producers that I know, like, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? Is this good? Like, I don't really like it, you know, I feel like she would be better on it. Oh, is it? All right, cool, let's try it. Change that line, like, but it's not like I know there's splits, right? I get that there's splits, but when you're making a song, it's almost like making a meal with your friend, like food. Like, I always compare music to food, obviously. It's like, I just feel like you wouldn't be in the kitchen like, no, like, you can't use the cucumbers. Like, if they like the cucumber, and everyone is like into the food. It's supposed to be a very wholesome, spiritual, and magical experience to make a hit. But then you also have to remember, it's not you that makes it the hit, it's the world. The world is going to make it the hit. So you could have a song that ticks every single box of what it takes to be a hit. Yeah. And then, you guys, we all on TikTok. We can see the songs that are like going around in our heads sometimes because we've made them popular. So I think if you stay, again, organic and original to you, yourself, then we can get to the place where the whole world is like, yeah, that song. But I think when you are focused on like, oh, we need a hit, I feel like that's when your creative process is like, it shoots all the way down. It's like levels all the way down. So if you just keep like the fun, the vibes, that's why when you go to studio sessions, everyone's like, the studio sessions are studio sessions, everyone's trying to have fun. Some people are drinking, some people are like, want their candles and their incense. And it's about getting into that spirit where you're free and you're confident to make any idea. So if someone gives you the scratch mic, you can go, calm. And everyone's like looking at you like, are you mad? But no, I'm not, because my producer friend is going to be like, I love that bit. And then from there, next thing you know, we've got a #1 song. So it's like, irrespective of your publishing or your label or your life, like, or the state of the world or the state of the creative industry, always just keep having fun and be real with your emotions so that you continue to make real music rather than chasing a hit.
I think the key thing that you've identified there for me is, and it's not a given, and actually it's something you really have to hold on to and stand your ground with, but it's your uniqueness that's going to make the difference for you. Because if you go out and you're trying to copy what's number one today, it's pointless, because that's not what's going to be number one tomorrow. So what you've got to do is make sure exactly that you're staying true to yourself and you're doing what you're passionate about and what you believe in, because that's going to be the new next thing the next day. And surrounding yourself with people that can then add something to that. I mean, I'm a terrible chef. So I can't use the cooking analogy, but I understand what you mean, and it's about that collaboration to making this bigger, beautiful, flavoursome pie that potentially goes on to become a hit. With that, and you were talking about candles and incense and vibe and food and all of those things. Tate, do you have any rituals or traditions or even preparation, like in terms of ideas? How prepared do you like to be before you walk into a session, or do you like to go in and be more spontaneous in the room?
I don't really like preparing. That's pretty bad, but I've never really been a preparer. So even I'm quite quick when I write, and I think I must have ADHD or something. Someone's like, la la la, like I always want to be with loads of people and have fun. And when I go into the room, I usually say, even if my management, my publishers, if they send me anything, I always say, oh, okay, I'll listen when I'm in studio, because for me, I always just go on the feeling. I'll just hear the song, and then usually what I write is the best thing that I prefer. I'll come with the melody straight away. I'll come with the concept. If it's for another person, then I feel at the moment, obviously you're always meeting new artists and different people, but a lot of the people I'm working with on an artist level at the moment, I've become friends with. So I kind of am in their world already. So we text and I know what they're going through. So then I'll pull on that. But yeah, some people do love to prepare and come like, I've come up with this concept. Actually, that's a lie though. I do, in general life, if I'm going through something or I hear a cool line, I usually, on my notes, I've got a whole concept list. I must have hundreds of concepts. So if I'm really stuck, I'll be like, that's a sick concept. So let me try and go off that. But majority of the time, I just think music's a feeling. So I don't like forcing anything. And if it's so forced, I'll just say, you know what, I'm not going to get it today. I'll come studio another day. But that is me personally. I know everyone's different. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. Caitlin, what are your rituals or preparations in advance to a session, if any?
Well, it used to be a spliff, but I'm actually 2 months sober now. So,
congratulations.
Thank you. Generally, for me, it's about what time we start. I don't tend to start before 1 p.m. Like, I'm no use to you before 1 p.m. because I've definitely not had breakfast and not had time to remember my name. And about who's going to be there as well. Like, if it's a session, because my favorite way to work is me and one producer. But if there's going to be, if I'm doing a session with an artist, for example, I like to know who they are beforehand. I like to be able to check them out. I like to hear what their favorite song is and what their management's favorite song is, because a lot of artists go through phases where they like to rebel against their label or their management, and they'll have you in the studio making a country song, and then you find out their label wanted a pop song. So I like to get that stuff straight before we start, just so we're all on the same page. And generally, I like to work with people who I would hang out with as a person as well. I think that you're more than likely to make better music with someone you're comfortable with spiritually, and you can talk about whatever you're going through in your life with, and they're just going to be more understanding. And someone that's not in with you because of what they think they can get out of you, but more because they maybe listen to the same music as you, or they think you're just a safe person in general. That's kind of what I look for in a session.
Absolutely, that common ground, that common cause.
Yeah.
And it gets you there quicker with the writing of the song as well. What you guys do is basically like speed dating. On that first session, you're asked to go into a room with somebody and reveal your deepest and darkest...
In a windowless, soundproof room. It's very intimate.
Tell me everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Now let's turn it into a hit.
Exactly, yeah. What have you been going through? How can we stick that in a blender and get something out of it? And you have to be comfortable talking to that person.
And that can take more than one session as well. I often... Personally, from my point of view and looking after my roster, we're asked occasionally if we will do a session for a day, but my preference for my clients is at least 2 days every time for the first time. Because your first day, from what I understand, again, I've never written a song, but your first day is generally spent finding out what those common causes are,
You'll go for a long lunch. You'll say, oh, do you want to go meet before we head to the studio and end up actually going for a lunch that lasts 5 hours, feeling like you know each other inside out, and then you're like, should we just get another date in? Like, let's not even.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even like. This has been a great day. I think this has been enough.
Yeah.
And next time we come in, it will be immediate.
Yeah. And again, I guess that harps back to that sort of holistic, like what are the things surrounding the actual writing of the song or the song that contribute to it being a successful song. And that can be going for lunch. That can be taking a walk around the park. Like, all of those things have put you and the person that you're writing with in the best possible position so that you know that you're coming with your best and getting it at the same time. RP9, yeah.
I feel like I used to be like you, Tay, in terms of like going, like being confident that I'm gonna go to the session and come up with a vibe. And also because I grew up in church and playing in church, like there isn't really preparation. Like when you come, like we don't have no keys or anything, so someone's just gonna come and sing, and we're gonna come up with whatever the vibe is. So I feel like in sessions, I've been blessed with the fact that I've been confident where I can be like to the artist, come over, I'm just gonna bang on the piano and we'll figure it out. But I feel like there is an importance in being prepared when you're working with artists, simply for the mere fact is, you know, I'm not trying to waste time, so I really want to hear like bang on the nail first time so we can really understand what we're trying to achieve and what we're doing. So oftentimes now, maybe I'll get hit with a curveball where I'm going to go to the session and what I've researched about the artist is not what it is, or what they've sent me, they're saying they're not in the mood. And that's where, you know, it's just kind of turn it on and do what I need to do. But I think most times I will ask before the session, like, what are you on? Like, what are you feeling right now? And I'll just listen to that music in my free time. I'll look at like maybe trying to create loops within that fashion of what they're trying to do, and then come to the session and bring it and just try to get a vibe started from the beginning, because I feel like the quicker you can get like the artist in the vibe or whatnot, it's like the better the outcome's going to be, as opposed to we're coming here and it's like it's taking long to get the train started. So I think it's very important to be prepared, but at the same time it's like being sensitive to the room and knowing, even if you prepared something before, if that's not the vibe, you're just going to go and do what needs to be done and what everyone's feeling as well.
Yeah, so be prepared to pivot.
Yeah.
Don't, you know, you have, I think one of the key things that I've noticed is, you know, yes, you're incredibly talented and you're integral to that room and that song, but ultimately yours isn't the most important opinion in the room. It has to be a collective opinion. There has to be an understanding that not one person is in charge of a song when you're writing with other people. Dacom, have there ever been situations where you've written a song and you've gone, I guess with Chris is a good example, but since then, if a song's been written and you've been like, I've written it with so-and-so in mind, and you've done that, who do you then give it to make sure that it's getting to so-and-so? Who is your surrounding team that you're A, going to play it to and be like, I've written a song for so-and-so, does it sound right? And B, can you get it to so-and-so for me? What is that process and who are those people for you?
Yeah, I love that question. You know, I think over the years of experience of writing professionally, you will, if we're all serious about getting into this business, you will become your own A&R. That's for sure. You will start becoming very, very attentive to detail of what you're writing, how you're writing. When you basically start the song, you've already got an idea of where this could go. And it doesn't mean it will go there, but you know, you fixated on an idea of like, that's where it could go, or it's in that diaspora, that's in this pocket, this could be K-pop, this could be Afro beats, this could be R&B, etc., etc. There's a couple of different ways to answer this question, but there's also different scenarios, because, you know, the closer, and it depends on what you do. If you singer-songwriter and that's it, you don't want to be an artist, then you know you're really fixating on that's for this people. But you know, like myself and like a lot of people up here, we're artists too at heart. And we might hear the song for ourselves. Like I told you, the first story of how I got in was part of, I guess, a way of also answering that too. But to really kind of like, if you grow relationships with certain artists and now you're close with them, it's very easy. What people will do, you get in a room with new people, and because they know that you're close with, oh, he writes for Chris Brown, he writes for Adekunle Gold, he writes for et cetera, they will instantly be like, oh, that's who I want to pitch for. But us as a writer, us as an artist, a producer, we want to constantly explore too. You know, we're not always thinking of just because I've now got like a good in with that person, that's who I want to write with or who I want to, you know, pitch this to. So that's like one way. But then I think also the other way is a lot of this game, I'm not gonna lie, is like is luck. And that's the truth. The best thing you can do is be your best. You know, I thought about it. I don't prepare, by the way. I'm the worst preparer. I like to the point where I need to, because it gives me anxiety, you know, for real. Like
if you overthink it, you find yourself spinning out.
Honestly, like we're on live now for this. My dad gonna hear this. My dad called me before this call and he was like, Dakum, make sure you promote your songs. You know, make sure you tell them who you are. And I'm like, Dad, don't like, let me just, you know, because now I'm already like shaking. So preparing is like, obviously not everything, but preparing is quite hard for me. But yeah, no, I think you really have to, what I was going to say at the beginning of, I know this is the Wikipedia definition of writing a hit song is what it is, but just to soften the blow for everyone in the room, don't worry about too much of the hit. Just write a good song. And if you can do it daily, that's great. But don't worry about if you're having a bad day, just continue, because not every day is a great day. But if you're, I remember the Odd Child, Mark Williams, he told me one thing that I remember, and he said, be prolific. He said, be prolific, just do the best you can as much as you can, and every song you write is one step closer to refining and sharpening your sword. So just going back to that question, it's really, like, a lot of it is luck, but if you're constantly on this game and you're serious, you will end up with good cuts, you'll, at the very least, with good songs that have potential to come out with someone. So
Wicked, thank you. Deval, I just wanted to ask you, obviously, congratulations on your monster hit that you had with How Deep Is Your Love, with Disciples and Calvin. But how, yeah, round of applause. You all know it, round of applause. But I always think that, you know, as has been said, you know, when I think of the roster that I'm lucky enough to work with, none of them work in one particular area. It's not the summarization of who they are when they have a hit. That's not the full potential of their creative output. They might want to jump from having had a dance record onto a country record or an R&B record or a classical record. My question to you is, once you've had a hit of that magnitude, how hard did you find it was to pivot people's opinion? Like, if you did turn around to your publisher and go, okay, it was great, thanks very much, Calvin, but now I want to go and write with Vivaldi. How difficult was it for you to make that change and that jump? Or did you find that you'd found a team and a formula and you were happy in that space and you recreated the magic? Or
Yeah, I definitely felt like after How Deep Is Your Love, because we were on, so I'm in a band called Disciples, and we were on a trajectory anyway within underground house music. So How Deep came out, and that kind of propelled us to another platform. And what we collectively decided to do was continue the train we were already on within that underground house music, and then we'll have some commercial music, things that cross over now and again, but just stay true to what you loved. And that wasn't even me saying that, it was one of my band members, because if it was me, I'd be trying to write the next How Deep the next day. Do you know what I mean? I want another one of those. But Gavin in the group, he's got his head on his shoulders and his feet firmly on the ground. He's like, look, just let's keep doing what we're doing. And luckily through that, we kept our sanity because we weren't chasing anything. And then when we were in the studio, just great songs just started to happen. You can put pressure on yourself by thinking that you need to ride a certain wave, and that wave came to you not to be ridden multiple times, but to maybe just to be ridden that once, right? you'll get another chance when you get another chance. But when you chase a wave, man, you have to let it come to you. So I definitely think staying prolific, like what you said, is paramount, because prolific doesn't mean you got to write a hit every day. It means you got to be the best you every day.
Exercise the muscle.
That's it, yeah. So.
Absolutely, thank you. I was going to see if there were any questions for them from the floor. Okay, I see quite a few hands going up, okay. All right, I'm going to start with the first hand up, right here in the middle. Young lady, will you stand up for me so somebody can bring your microphone? Are they ready to hand down? Could we get a microphone handed over? No?
Hi everybody, my name is Nemea. I'm a singer-songwriter from Namibia. I moved to London about 5 years ago to chase my dream. Firstly, I want to say, Mira, you're very inspirational to me. I listened to your music when I first moved here, and it always brings me back to a place. But one of the questions, thank you. One of the questions I have is, what's a few habits that either of you can name that you think has propelled you to that success that you have? As well as, what is a disclaimer that you would give to somebody that is about to join the music industry? And I know that we all say this, be real, but I want you to be really real, because it's a tricky situation when you don't know what you're stepping into, especially someone like I come from a very, very small country. I don't know much. So, yeah, any disclaimer that you guys could have?
Mira, go.
Yeah, I mean, protect your mental health at all costs. If you do not protect your mental health and you don't protect your health in general, as in, even if you're overworking, you're not getting enough sleep or whatever, you're not going to be able to be the best you, and you're not going to be able to make the best music if you're not the best you. So I would say protect your mental health, and also don't let the style and the current trends of the world affect how you feel and what kind of music you want to make, and don't let them affect your surroundings when you're in the room with whoever you're making music with. When whoever it is, producer, artist, whatever, you could be in the room with your mum making a tune with a guitar, like, don't let the outside world affect that room. See how you feel in that room on your own, like, let that be the bubble of, because music is also, a lot of people when they start music, they're like, it's my passion, it's my love, I love it, and then they get into the music industry, and then they're like, I hate this shit. And it becomes, and I think one of the most heartbreaking things about being in the music industry is if you don't focus on the positive side, you will hate what you once loved. And I feel like that's the biggest tragedy, because music is like the one universal language. Do you know what I'm saying? That you don't have to speak the same language as people, and still you show them a song and they can feel it. So I feel like as a songwriter who's come from their country and come to this country and trying to keep your mental health stable, like, if you're happy, even if you're sad, like, even if your mental health is crumbling, it's on the ground, at least use that to push your music. Like, don't suffer in the name of music. It's not worth it, basically. That's what I would say anyway.
Just picking up on, thank you, Mira. Just picking up on that.
Could I just add
Please.
one thing? You said you're from Namibia, right? Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Am I wrong in assuming you knew about Amapiano a while ago? Yeah. So I just wanted to say this to you because I'm obviously from Zimbabwe as well, so it's very close to what we think, what we make. And it's important my dad said this to me as well, as really take note of where you're from. It's your superpower. You know, your culture, we include music from all parts of the world. I could confidently say that I maybe was one of the first people that was telling people about Amapiano, because even though it's from South Africa, the core of it's from Pretoria, where it was birthed, and that's like so nice to know that you could potentially build that. And I'm not saying that even necessarily Amapiano is your genre. I don't know you, but I'm just saying that power of tapping into who you really are and letting that shine through your music, like, obliviously. That's something that you already stand out and you separate yourself. And then also, just for the industry thing, like the disclaimer question, trust me, it's brutal. It's brutal. So don't do it if you're weak. If you're not weak in like a bad sense, but like if it's not for the faint, you know what I mean? Yeah, it is. It's a tough business. Probably one of the hardest businesses in the world. So, you know what I mean? So really, but I don't want to say that to scare anyone to not do it. I want to say that to encourage and also just build up, you know, just like a personality and a real strong character and a strong sense of who you are.
Yeah.
There's nothing, you know,
I was
nothing
gonna
better
add
than
as
that.
well, like just keep hustling, like hustle your ass off, because about 2 years ago now, my family are not from a music background, so I was always installed to have a normal job. And even now, just being brutally honest, I'm signed to Sony, which is the biggest publisher, and I got good money from that and stuff, but I still work a part-time job, and I've just gone like triple platinum in Korea, and I still have to have a part-time job. And that's just being brutally honest. Like, I wanna quit that job like ASAP, because it's a lot, but I'm on this panel and I'm still like working part-time. So there's always like, you can always do more, but just keep hustling. And yeah, that's it.
Do you know what I love that's why we do these things. It's like the honesty, and a lot of the time people come on and they're like, oh, do I deserve to be on the panel? And it's why we pick people to be on the panel. That's why we're very specific, because that's the truth. We're in the age sometimes of the part-time musician. Do you know what I mean? And that's all right.
I remember the night of the Grammys about 2 or 3 years ago, and I'd flown out with a client because her song was being performed at the Grammys, and she had called her day job to take time off out of her holiday time at this full-time job in order to fly out to LA to watch her song being performed at the Grammys. So I'd add to Tate's and everybody else's comments, like, honestly, it looks very glitz and glamour on the surface, but everybody's hustling every day. Like, the journey is ongoing, and it may look like somebody's made it, but you don't know that they haven't phoned into work to be like, I need some time off so that I can get to this session, let alone the Grammys, you know? Amen, everybody gets there one day. Any more questions from the floor to the panel? I'm going to go with the lady in the orange at the back. Well dressed, because I can see your...
Here it comes, it's coming.
Pink, sorry, is that pink? Oh, thank you, Kwame.
Hi everyone, my name's Damara, Instagram Damara Doll, follow me, I'll follow you back. Thank you, by the way, this panel's been so insightful. I'm an artist and a songwriter. This is for anyone. How would you say is the most efficient way or smartest way of going about getting a publishing deal?
I'll chip in for that one.
Do you even want one, is the question.
Yeah, literally, like,
Do you
don't
want
one too much. Like, it's not about, if you want one for the networking, ask yourself, can I do it without them first? Like, maybe get yourself a manager, maybe get yourself an assistant. Having a publishing deal is a big commitment. A lot of people, like Mira said, like, we've all signed something because we needed to get the rent paid. But it can be a bit of a shack around your foot. But if you really want advice on how to get a publishing deal, work with as many people as possible. Like, network far and wide. There's so many producers out there who are going to start talking about you and saying they've worked with you, and soon enough someone's going to be like, oh, this person's making moves. But genuinely, like, my advice is don't seek a deal. Like, when you're popping, a deal will seek you. Before then, you're likely to sign for less money than you're worth.
Big facts. I think you shut that one down, Kate. Okay. Next question, please, from the floor. Okay. I'm gonna come. Can I ignore the tenacity? I'm gonna go to this young man at the front here, but I'm coming for you. This young man in the black and white jumper, just blue and black. Honestly, my colorblind. I'm coming to you. Don't worry.
How you doing? My name is Darren Gifty. I'm a singer-songwriter. I had a question on splits. I had a situation where me and a friend...
My favourite.
I had a situation where me and a friend, we were writing a pitch for a disclosure, and first day amazing, laid down verses, hooks, melodies, great. Second day, she invited her friend, and she literally came in for 5 minutes to listen, and she was like, oh, I think the hook should go la 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 la. And we were like, yeah, we like that. Then the next day she was like, she wants 20%. And I was like, nah, you're getting five. You're getting five. But it was just a weird, we sorted it in the end, but it was a weird, tricky, sticky situation.
Nah, can you not hear me, yeah? Okay, cool.
Before you start, let me just put some gold on your house. I know this is gonna be hot.
All right. So I would say this, yeah. You see that app on your phone that says recording? That stuff is up. I have proof always of what I've done, where I will leave with permission, obviously. But okay, wait. Rule number 1: who are you? Why are you coming into the studio? Are you just a friend? Do you get what I mean? It's like you don't. There's a lot of instances where you will find maybe 16 people in a room and everyone's like, no, say this word, no, say this word, say this word. I feel like as a songwriter, you absolutely have to have control of your own craft. Like, no, me when I'm this is why for a really long time I wasn't really onto getting in with other writers unless I know them and unless they're my friend or unless there's a good vibe, because you know what, a lot of people, and I know a lot of it's not right, but they are only songwriters and their main check is to get that split. So they're coming in, they don't even care whether your idea is better or not. They just want to make sure they get that split. So even whether they say, 1, 2, connecting words like the and but, they're still going to want the splits for that. So I'm not giving you the option to even get split. You're not putting your idea down. My idea is here first and it's better, and stick with that. And I know it sounds a bit cunty, I get it, but at the end of the day, I pride myself in being very headstrong, but within balance of, because I don't care about no split. That's one thing with me. I don't care about the splits. I've got what I did on my phone. Like, I've recorded myself whilst I'm singing my demos, whilst I'm singing my ideas. We've got the scratch mic ideas. Always make sure that they get sent to me. So if anybody tries to come and say, no, I sang this, I did this, you'll be like, no, I did. And also, if you are in the room with people who care a lot about splits, get them out. Because it's, when you care about the split, you're not thinking about the song now. Because I actually wouldn't even care if I was in the room and I said something that made someone sing something, and now they get the split for, like, it doesn't matter, because it's like, your time will come. If you're just there for the splits, you're kind of there for the wrong reason. So I would say be very, very, like, hardcore on your ideas and where they stand. Don't let anyone bully you out of your own idea. If you don't think it's good, tell them. Be like, you know what? Actually, singing it like la 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 la, it's not making sense. And you lot can go back and forth in that room until you come to a consensus, and then you know what the split is. It's as simple as that.
She said what she said.
Because you're not gonna bully me out of my 1, 2 lines. Do you get it? You're not doing that. Like, you're not doing that.
Listen, with that splits thing, sorry, I know we probably have to move quick. See splits here. Do not, like, if you believe in you, this is just the last thing I'll say about splits. My first record that I ever wrote for someone was an A-list artist, Chris Brown, but I got shat on for this record. Like, not literally, sorry. I got done. I really, really got done over because, that was wild.
That was wild.
I hope you know what I mean. I literally got done over. Thank you. I just got done over because there were so many people trying to come in on this song and I was the only writer. I did it with a producer, and I was the only writer. Do you know how many people ended up on this record? About 8. There was a bouncer. There was a bouncer on the splits. I'm not even joking. But I said to myself one thing when this song came out. I agreed to the splits knowing that this is not the splits, that this is not fair. But since that day, I said to myself, I'm going to be one of the fucking best and I can do this. I've written over 100 releases since then. I've had a good percentage of them have done really, really well for me. So I knew I had it in my mind that I'm going to use this opportunity to go and say okay for this. And since then, I've just been on smoke, one after another, doing the best I can. So I used it as the opportunity. So again, she's very, very correct in what she's saying, but there are situations where you might want to think about a smart play to be like, you know what, I'm going to get in. Like, I'm going to use this
to
as a
accumulate.
thing. Exactly, so, yeah.
But also, I will say, you know, there'll come a point in time where you're starting to choose your team. You know, you may be in a position where you want to start thinking about, or you might need a publisher or a manager. And as you're making those decisions, make sure you're choosing people that have your back each and every step of the way, that will fight tigers for you. I had an incident recently with a big client of mine, and bear in mind it's me and my assistant in a little office in Islington, and it was with a very A-list artist, and I knew what the splits were in that room. My client could have just come to me and told me that's what it was, and obviously I have their back. The artist and some of the bigger producers in the States tried to argue down my client's share of the song, and I was very quickly put on an email, little old me, with 12 attorneys trying to intimidate me into reducing my writer's share. They didn't know it was just little old me in an office in Holloway that was battling them, and I stood my ground. And you know what? We won, because I will fight tigers for my clients. I don't care if you're the queen with 65,000 lawyers. If I believe this is what's right for my client, and you know, I often do, I will fight to the death, and we'll get their fair share of what's theirs, always. So I would say that when it does come to making a decision about who you choose to come on board the ship of your career, choose wisely, because they'll need to fight tigers for you one day. I know we have a question in the corner. Is that a red coat? Because come on now, we all, okay, phew. Could somebody take a microphone to the lady in red?
Hi, thank you so much everyone for everything that's on this panel. It's been amazing. I'm going to try and make it really quick. My name is Lolade. I'm a songwriter, but at the moment I'm a backing vocalist full-time for Burner, and I worked my arse off to freaking get there because I love music. And I went, yeah, thanks guys. But my real passion is songwriting, and that's really what I want to do. And I'm really passionate about working horizontally as well. So I make sure that I'm working with like artists across the board, going to gigs and finding people to work with. But I do find that because obviously everyone is a starving, broke artist trying to get up, convincing them to work with songwriters in the first place and getting with those splits is very difficult. So that's kind of my first question in terms of you having any advice for that, especially like working with like rappers and stuff. And then the second piece of that is if you have any advice for a songwriter who wants to be a songwriter but doesn't want to be an artist. So songwriters that's purely what they want to do. They're not like fighting for a publishing deal or anything like that, but yeah. I hope I wrapped that up quickly enough and you got everything I said. I'm gonna take the sprinkles.
RP9.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk to this one?
I think, I think if you just want to be a songwriter, just feel confident just to walk in that, like, if that's what you want to do. So don't feel pressure to feel that, like, okay, you need to be an artist or anything that you're not. Because when you stand true in what you want to do, you always prevail in that. And you'll go far with that.
Yeah, definitely remain persistent. Work with as many different people as possible, and maybe find people who are kindred spirits, who grew up on the same music as you or want to do similar things. I think it's really freeing that you want to be a songwriter and not an artist, because you're not tied down to anything at all. I think one of my favorite things about being a songwriter is that I can change personalities every day. I can wear a different hat every day. Making sure that you're constantly working with different people, and don't worry too much about trying to get those splits in. Make yourself like a friend to people musically, and sooner or later something will come, and it will be a snowball effect, because someone's going to hear what you've did with that person and they want you to come and do that for them.
Yeah, and with the splits thing, I think Mira said it earlier as well. Protect your space. Like, protect your creative space. Do you know what I mean? Be selective about who you write with and who you choose to share your talent with, and know that those people have a certain integrity. You know, not everybody will, not all of the time. It's, you know, thieves and pimps, it's the music industry. But if you're selective and conscious of who you're creating with, more often than not, they're going to be people that are like-minded to you, you know? And you should be able to, if nothing else, have a conversation at the beginning of a session before a song's written and be like, this is my expectation, or I brought in this to this room, and therefore this is what I'm expecting to leave with by way of splits on the song. Deval, do you want to?
Yeah, and you know what? I'll make sure you get my emails. I want to hear your stuff. So there's so much scope. I love your tenacity and the fact that you put yourself out there and you're saying, look, I want to work, horizontally, not just doing what I'm doing now, but you've already achieved something that's fantastic and it's hard to do in its own right. And you put yourself out here now. I'll give you you'll get my email address. We'll meet up. We'll talk and we'll go deeper into what you want to do, and I'll have a listen to your stuff. All right?
Thank you. Okay, we've probably got time for a few more. I'm going to just keep going until somebody shuts me down. There's a young lady at the back in a grey jacket. Oh, that's you. Yeah. Stand
How
up.
much time we got, Kieran? Is it the last one? Last question. Okay.
No pressure. Last question. Closing the show.
Hit it better. This is your conscience speaking.
Hi everyone, my name's Oman Sanga. I'm a singer and a songwriter. Mira, I loved what you said, and it's basically on the topic of that, of like protecting yourself. So I'm focusing on my project as an artist right now, but I'm also songwriting and trying to reach more people to work with and send ideas to. But because I'm not signed, I'm not published, I have had two labels take deals, which have worked out fine. But when I'm sending ideas to people, and it might be overseas, how do I protect myself as someone who's not signed, who's not published, who doesn't have someone like there to do the admin and stuff for?
I know this is going to be a bit controversial, my answer, and please, if there's anyone on the panel who disagrees or has another, I beg you, please interject. I don't send my stuff. And even before I got signed, I don't send stuff to people in hopes that they will hear it and love it. Because what will happen is they'll hear it, they'll love it, and then they'll use it. And then now you've got some girl out in LA who's just written a song that sounds exactly like yours, and you're like, how did that happen? Because you sent an email to this one person who you thought would be like, people this said before, this industry is very cutthroat and it's very brutal, and people will do backhanded things. People will do things that make you go, hold on a minute, that's actually so bad mind. Why would they do that? Because it's a money-fueled system, and when things are money-fueled, there are no rules. So I would say until you've got, unless you are not precious about the idea, unless you don't mind, I would say keep things to yourself and try and play things in person, and try and maybe not give out the full idea. Just try and protect your ideas as much as possible. Don't worry too much about whether you're signed or not. Honestly, that stuff is just so neither here or there. It's people who are signed with big labels and they're having big problems that people who aren't signed aren't having. So I would say protect your ideas and make them the best. And if you are going to share them, you have to try and figure out some sort of clause that makes it that if somebody else you really actually just got to know who you're sending your stuff to, and not just send it about, because it kind of just, you'll send it and then you won't hear nothing. And it's like, why did I send that? Now they just have it. Do you get what I mean? So send with, what's the word, man?
Caution.
Send with caution and send with intent. I want this. And if you're going to send it once, you can send it again and send it again until they reply. That's what I'm going to say. Because spam them. Spam them. If you're going to send it, spam them. If you're not going to spam them, don't send it.
Spam.
Just to add to that, I agree with Mira all the way. But if you are going to do, there's ways of doing it that there's disappearing links. For example, there's a lot of websites platforms where it's private links.
Clever.
You can start there. I'm almost exactly the same as Mira, but I was in a stupid phase where I was sending everywhere. Stop doing that, thank God. If people love what you're doing, go play it to them. Be in rooms, play the music, see how they feel, but really take note of their reaction. And because again, like we said, we're in a money-fueled business. Some people like to hide their reaction, and they be pretending that they don't like that shit, but they love that shit. So
ring the bell, people.
I'll ring my own bell.
Ring it.
But listen, it's not a bad thing to be able to put your stuff out and like put yourself out there. Of course, that's what we all here for. You're an artist. That's probably the priority, is putting yourself out there. So if you are gonna do it in such a way that's like you're protecting yourself, like I said, with caution, with intent, but on the actual instructional way. Like I said, there's disappearing links, but really and truly, the in-person play is one of the most powerful things. See how they're feeling. And if they want your shit, they're gonna ask you shit, and they're gonna ask again, and they're gonna ask again, and they're gonna ask again until it gets to a point where they're begging you. And then when you're ready, you'll feel, okay, maybe I can send. But yeah, that's
Can I just add as well? As like they said, try and meet as many people as possible to play in person. But if you can't do that, this is just advice in general, getting into the industry. Follow people who are in sessions and are in the industry. A lot of people, when they're in sessions, they post on their story who they're in with, the producers, the writers. Follow them people, hit them up, say, do you want to work? Then in person, you can play the music, and that's usually how you build your network, and it's a really small industry anyways, and everyone kind of knows everyone. So once you start working with a few of the same people, everyone will start hearing your name. It takes time and persistence, but yeah, that's another thing
And
as well.
just really quickly before we come off this question, drop the music. Like, drop it. If you've dropped it, it's under your name, it's out there for everyone to listen to, for everyone to hear. Like, that's, I think, the more music you drop, and the more like you're actually out there, rather than like trying to kind of, you can like send things to people individually and whatever, but if it's out there and it's yours and you've dropped it, I dropped it. Like, you can't really, do you get what I mean? So like, also be confident to also just drop your music. Just use whatever kind of means you can, SoundCloud, or, you know, putting links up on, putting stuff out on TikTok or whatever. Just drop the music and get the reaction from not only the producers and the songwriters, but actually from people, because they also matter. So it's not just about getting the respect and the love and the acceptance of these hierarchy, you know, this is a producer who's done X, Y, and Z. I need to just see what everyone thinks, because I feel like everyone's opinion is equally as correct, if that makes sense. So drop your music, I would say.
Just got one last thing, because I know I've got, you see that line over there is pure pressure. You see that line?
That's a long line.
That's a line of pressure. Right, I know, we got to go. All right, one thing just to look up. Tori Alamaze, write that down. Tori, Tori, and then Alamaze. And you will see that there was a track written called Don't Ya. Yeah? It's even released and on Spotify, that was then covered by this Pussycat Dolls.
Crazy.
It's actually on Spotify. Anyway, look, folks, I love that alarm, so brutal. As I said to everybody, as the day goes on, it all gets a bit more emotional. It seems to just go deep. It seems to start with business and then just go deep, 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 deep. I really want to I seriously want to thank every one of the people on this panel, because the simple truth is they could have come here and been like, you know the type of panelists that I'm talking about, that just don't tell you what you need to know. And they did the complete opposite. They laid it down. People here telling you about they're still working and everything. You know, there's people here that have, this one started and she was like, I don't even want to write for other people, then ends up writing for other people and ends up breaking the Shazam record. Do you know what I mean? So, like, all I'll say is, every one of you is a complete hero. Every one of you has done incredibly well. That is why we chose you to be here today, right? And Lucy Francis, you are the queen of all.
Legend.
Absolutely. Ring the bell. Okay, so this has been the Scoring a Hit panel. I'm going to say clap, but raise it and keep raising it as the names get read out. Just like you want your career to go is the volume that you're going to. Lucy Francis. Take home. Duval. Mira May. RP9. Take Caitlin Scarlett. This has been that. Now, as you know, Andrea's law applies. So that means the audience stays, everybody say Andrea's law. The audience stays in their seats. The panel gets led out. The next panel gets led on. Please keep clapping. Please keep clapping. You have pictures to do upstairs, all of you, and that's the situation. All right? Andrea's law, if someone's, yeah, there you go. Very well done, people. That's good. Keep the respect high. Thank you. All right. So if we can change the screen, please. Sir, thank you. Oh, okay. Here we go. All right. So, people, here we go. Well done. So, the first thing I want to say is, who's been here all day? Yeah. Who's been here right from the beginning? Right from the beginning. You see, you're the smart ones. You're the smart ones. I'm not saying the other ones aren't the smart ones, but you're ultra smart. Look, very well done. Because we know that it's like, we know it's really, really hard. And we know that to stick it out, it's almost like an assault course. But the simple truth is, you don't get like a day like this every day. So for us, it's like we squeeze in as much knowledge as possible. That's just how it is. All right. So firstly, could I have Ellie? Oh, Ellie Prohan, please. Next up, could I have Rachel Jenna-Riri? Oh, come on. Could I have Zadi next, please? Oh, this man tore up the stage at Ultimate Live. And we're very proud. The guy did Ultimate Live, and then after that, as a result of doing that, ended up getting Reading and Leeds? Like all sorts of crazy stuff. And it's still going for him. He's set for big things. Please give it up for Prof. Oh, this guy's voice is ridiculous. That's all I'm going to say. Jereb, come. Nice one. Becca, please, can you come to the stage? Nice one. All good. Oh, is he here? Is that all we've got? Is that the lot? Because I'm expecting Avellino, no? I mean, it's all right. It's cool. All right, listen. That's fine.
Check.
Over to you. Take this if you want.
Check.
Oh, you've got it.
Yeah, it's working. Hi, everyone. But before we do that, please can we give a round of applause for Uncle Kwame, Ultimate Seminar. I'm Ellie Prohan. Welcome to the artist segment of today. Before that, as we're artists and we're all performers, we'd like to bring you into our world. Can I get an Oli, Oli, Oli? That was dead. Oli, Oli, Oli! Welcome to the artist panel. As I said, I'm Ellie Prohan. It's an honor to be here, and I'll be honest with you, I really have learned to say no to so many things, just to protect my mental health from working and doing absolutely everything. But this is one thing I do not say no to, because like Kwame said, this does not happen every day. And especially all of the different types of panels that they put on today, the Ultimate Seminar, what you can learn, I've just found every single time you leave here, you just have this new zest for life and this new energy and buzz for everything you want to do. And sometimes you leave with even better, newer ideas, or just, you know, refine your own. And I find personally that I'm in a different space every year that I speak here. So I feel like I can bring something different. And this year I'm in a very different space. And I'm curious to see what that's been like for everybody else on this panel. Kwame wasn't lying when he said he gets more emotional. Every single time I've done this, it has been a very emotional end, but a really nice end to the whole day. And I would like to go back there again. Guys, are you excited? Everyone, mic's working? We're going to share, Rachel. All good? Can I get some feedback from everyone? Everyone good on the panel?
Yeah.
Great. I just want to go straight in and ask my panelists, who are all absolutely incredible, by the way. I love what I've read about you, the journeys you've had, and just the levels that I can't imagine what it's taken to get to the levels that you have just up to this point. But if I was to ask you, have you made it for yourselves, what would you say?
No. Because I feel like I always want to push to the thing that I'm doing. I already want to beat it before I've released it. So I'm like, have I made it? In terms of happiness of me doing what I want, being a musician full time, yes, to a degree, but no, because I know there's so much more for me to learn. I'm 25 and I know I haven't lived enough experiences to put into my music. So there's so much for me to share. So no in that sense, but for the art that I do, yes.
What about you, Sadia?
Do these work? Can you hear me? Yes. You can hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't say I made it at all. But I feel like in recent years, I've started to realize that I'll never feel like that. I'll never, ever feel like that. And I kind of think that's important because you have to have something that's constantly pushing you on, driving you forward. I think that the reason a lot of people go into music to some extent is that you want something to chase. You're chasing something that is kind of completely unobtainable because it's based on subjective ideas. So I don't think I'm ever going to reach a point, but I feel happy in the sense that I'm able to make music and make my way doing that. So
yeah. I wouldn't say I have either. I feel like everyone's probably gonna say the same answer. I don't think anyone will say, yeah, I made it.
So can just to cut to the chase,
Yeah.
has anyone, so nobody feels like they've made it? And I think that's so important because actually when I read all of your bios, it is ridiculous what you have done. And I don't think that you even realize that you have actually made it, because what you're doing right now, if the 8-year-old you was to see you, would you ever believe that you would be in this position right now? So we are also hard on ourselves, like just generally in life. And as artists, when you're putting your art out, it must be so hard because you're your own biggest critic, right? But actually, I want us to all leave here today feeling like, no, we actually have made it. And we're all just a work in progress project, each and every one of us. So guys, you have made it. I just want to let you know that. A round of applause for our Made It gang. I hope that I got to you before you got to me, Prof. Is talent for you guys still the main driving force, getting your talent out there, the main driving force or for you in what you do? Or do the pressures of what people see as successful impact how you're doing what you're doing? Prof, I'll let you take it because we were talking about this upstairs.
Yeah, we was. I think definitely for me, the music always has to come first. And I think as you just like naturally progress in your career or life, like the other things start getting in the way. And it's funny because like you work so hard for so long, like waiting for a moment, and you're like, yeah, like blah, 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 blah. And then it comes, and even though you've been waiting for it and dreaming about it for so long, when it hits, it's different, and everything kind of gets a bit confusing, and there's new voices in your head, whether it be new people that's join the ride, or now maybe you have a bigger platform, or just more noise. That's what I call it, noise, right? And it can kind of confuse things and muddle things up where you first wanted to be and such. But I think when you get over that, you realize it's always about the music first.
Yeah.
It's always that's always got to be, and I think overcoming that's the hardest part. But when you do, you kind of like see the bigger picture. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's really important. Becca and Jareb at the end. I want you both to tag team on this. Has there been a time in your journey, because you both do very specific sound, I call it a very specific sound. I'm a rap and drill girly, so when I listen to your music, I'm like, oh wow, my ears are like having an orgasm. So like with your journeys, especially visually, you're both very visual, people. I feel like it's a very specific style that you both have. Has there been a time where you deviated because of the pressure and you weren't 100% true to yourself? Was there a time, and then how did you navigate that?
Hey gang, nice to be here with you. I love that question. I feel like for me, when it started out, there was kind of this like pureness to for the why behind why I wanted to do music. And it was less like, I just want to be heard. And it was more like, I love what music does in culture. It's so evocative. It does things that, you're having a conversation with your grandma about things you never thought you would because of a song. And I think then visually, that felt like exciting. It felt exciting to be able to put that out. And there was this kind of, I guess, a very pure sense of who I was and what I was, because it was a start. And then I think I've really had to come to terms with the fact that I am evolving like week to week. And I think that can feel like, to be integral, I've got to be who I was when I started, and I've got to go back to that brand style guide that was the Becca sphere. And actually that, we're not who we were a year ago, so there has to be that openness to evolve. And I think for me, maybe less that there was a pressure, but more that there feels like there are shoulds in our industry, aren't there? Like, oh, you should turn up looking okay. You should have that brand identity that everyone can identify with, which maybe doesn't always make space for your personal evolution. Like, my manager actually said something profound the other day, which was just stop thinking in terms of a ladder. We're not just going to a point, like it's a wide career. And I think keeping that in mind visually can be really helpful.
Definitely, because I've been preying your Insta, and you are a fashion babe. Thank
you so much.
Like I look at you and I don't just see an artist, and I think you've done really well to do that. And I just saw that off looking at your social media, which we'll talk about a bit later. What about you, Joe?
You just articulate that so well. I've got nothing else to say. But I think for me, similarly, my why is so important, and I think music is just so hard in general to do anything, and it's just like it's a really hard thing to do if you're not really passionate and if you don't find purpose in it. So for me, the why is like connection, and whether that's like through a song, through a live moment, through a conversation, the why for me is connection. And as long as I keep those things true, I think it's wide, and it's not this like, I can't do this, I'm not going to do this, but I'm like, if this leads to connection for the people that I'm trying to connect with, then I'm open, and I'm not going to remain, constrained, because I don't have all the answers also. I'm also learning. I'm not the same person I was last year, like you said, and I think we're all growing, and I'm growing every year.
Yeah.
So I'm open.
And I think it's important to give yourself grace and also just understand it's really okay. Like what you're saying, it's very okay to grow and embrace growth within yourself. Prof, Zadie, Rachel, I want to ask you, what are parts of yourself that you have come to realize you don't want to let go of, that are really integral to making music? And at any times have you felt pressure to try to let go of that and then had to bounce back to be like, no, actually, that's a part I really do want to hold on to for myself?
Yes, because I do like indie pop music. And for example, my name is Rachel Chinariri. My surname's very Zimbabwean. And there's elements where it's like, when I started, it's like, are you going to keep your surname? Are you going to keep this? Are you going to keep that? And I've tried to adapt my music. At one point, it got very like a bit more soul-like and stuff like that. And I tried to adapt myself, but then I realized it wasn't who I was. And my manager always told me to stick to who I was, and he found me when I was like an indie girl with a guitar. And going back to that is where I saw the majority of my success, and just a glimpse of that, even though it only happened like on TikTok and it went super viral and stuff, just a glimpse of that made me realize that me trying to adapt myself for other people, which is like what you said, it's like noise. If you listen too much to the noise, then you cloud your thoughts. If you focus on what you want and go with your gut instinct, because your gut instinct is your future regret, you will always be able to find your path, no matter if it takes you 1 year or 10 years. So
100%. And I see Prof going like that because we literally spoke about that upstairs. What about you?
I think mine would come in a similar vein. Like, I've always made like a really wide range of genres of music. And I remember when I first started having label meetings, they were like, "Oh, like, are you a rapper? Are you a singer? What are you?" And at the time, I reacted quite badly. I was like, "I can't be chained." Like, I was like really like not trying to like be boxed in. And there was a period of time where I kind of listened to that, and I was like, "Okay, I'm going to go into this lane." And I understand it from a marketing perspective as well. I was like, if I listen to a guy, a rapper, or whoever it was, an artist that I really liked, and then they dropped a house song and I don't really like house, I'd be like, and I was an early fan, I'd be like, oh yeah, maybe I'm going to stop listening to it. So I get it from their perspective, but I also think that before this was my job, it was something I just loved, and I don't think that I should not be doing that for that reason. So I would say that's probably the thing for me. I just want to touch on what you said earlier as well about talent, and if that's the driving factor. That I just feel like I have to share this, that I just don't believe in talent, like, at all. I just don't even think it's... I mean, obviously, some people can sing really well, and some people can't sing that well. So there is an element of some natural ability, but Premier League footballers, the most Premier League footballers are born before December, which is really strange. It's only 3 months in the school year. But the reason for that is because they're the older kids in their year. So then they get that little bit of extra encouragement because they were bigger than their other peers, and that kind of...
So are you saying nurture?
Yeah, I think it's kind
nurture
of
over nature.
With music, largely, I think, yeah, personally, I just think...
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
That is a very interesting take on it, because I wouldn't have even thought about it like that. But actually, when we all think about ourselves, we think, were we born this way? No. And we would have had to have the nurture. And some people don't have the nurture at all. And then you have to navigate your way. Sometimes I'm from a very strong Persian family. There is no way I could have gone to my mum at 18 and been like, hey, I want to do music. She would be like, I came to this country in the boat, in the ship, and you want to do this to me and my respect? It would not work. So my point is that we've had to find ways to be who we want to be.
Yeah.
Actually, you're right. Does everybody agree with that? Oh my God, how did you do that? You should go into politics.
I should.
That was really good.
I'm in the room for it.
Whoa, is this your campaign right now?
Yeah.
And we don't even know it. Okay, I have a question here that speaks about breakthrough, but as our minds have just been exploded with that, I don't feel like we can define anything unless it's what we define it as. So when I say the word breakthrough, do you believe you are a breakthrough artist? Do you believe you have broken through, or are you breaking? Jump to the mic, guys.
I'm going to say, with a little bit of thought, I would say that I'm a breakthrough artist simply because I remember the position I'm in now. I'm signed to a label. I'm about to release an album. I can do the music videos I want. I can do the creative I want. I kind of have a great team around me. And the artist I was when I was posting on SoundCloud and asking people for help, the position I'm in now is the position I was wishing to be in.
So would you say that that is your, like, ingredient for what a breakthrough sounds like for you?
I think so. I think it's remembering that breaking through is remembering where you wanted to be. And then now I'm here to not be like, oh, I want the next thing. It's like, no, you broke through that to get to the point that you're at.
Yeah,
and
I love
think
that.
We forget that sometimes.
Okay, so everyone's breakthrough is going to be basically where they are now versus where they were when on SoundCloud.
Like 6 months ago, I wanted to be here, and now I'm here, and I've actually done it well. So I'm like, also, I have broken through my next thing, and I've continually been able to do that.
I love that, because that gives me context to your life, and that also then makes me think, oh, is that what breaking through is to me? I'm not an artist, by the way, but in context to my own life. So would you all agree with that same?
Yeah, kind of. I think I think it all just depends like where you, or like what you want for your career and how you like position yourself and what you...
Avelino, everyone.
Hey. Yeah, I think it's what you want in it. As in, like, for me, like, I'm definitely a workaholic, and like my definition of where I see myself being and where I think and believe I can be is like worlds beyond like I could even conceive in my mind right now. So it's like, I think it all just depends, because some people are fine with just like, say, I think you can go back to what my man said the other day, not the other day, like a second ago, about like what you want out of music, like if you're passionate about it, because some man just like, cool, make a quick buck out of a song, it goes viral, blah, 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 and they're cool. And then, yeah, I've made it, I'm cool. But it just depends on what you want. Do you get what I mean?
I just think from this whole panel, I don't think that any of you are interested, correct me if I'm wrong, but just having a moment. I think it's, like you said, the sideways, not the ladder, and it's the longevity. And I think it's really important to have those definitions within yourself, but also do not be defined by anything. So hearing that you call that breakthrough, I love that. And then you, like, what would be breakthrough for you then? Like, be on the moon, like a scientist?
I'm dead. I don't know, maybe innit. I think like, well, breakthrough is like, how I put it in my mind, breakthrough is different to made it, I guess, right? Probably.
Like
right?
you're on your way.
Yeah.
Like at least you've made some noise.
Yeah.
I would say you're breakthrough.
Okay.
But that would be me looking at you, because then we've got to be conscious here that this is essentially everyone on social media but without their phones. And this is you. So what everyone thinks of what breakthrough is, we can clearly see it's not like that for every single person. So what about you guys on the end?
I think for me, language is really important, and I don't know that I would really find the language of I'm a breakthrough artist helpful for me, because what I want in terms of where I'm going is very subjective and personal and kind of fluid. So, okay, breakthrough might be like, you might look and be like, oh my God, you did this, you had that. And I guess there is an element of access, which is, you know, there might be industry people who can give you access, or there might be fan exposure that's given you access, and therefore you've broken through a barrier of a bit of exposure. But for me, the language of breakthrough is, it can be helpful maybe internally when I go home tonight and I make my tea and I'm in my dressing gown and think, I like that. I've broken through some things. But in general, me identifying as is it empowering me? Not really, because it's, you know, like Prof was kind of saying, it's like you have your own little path and you have your own journey.
Yeah. Avelino, you've been in the game for a hot minute. Rachel's going to say something right at the end, but you've been in this game for a hot minute. What would you consider? You must have broken again and then sat on it and rolled it around, and like, where do you see your journey?
In general, just in terms of what you lot are talking about, I feel that life is a process of continuously making it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Mike, I think I can't hear from here, but...
Sir, I thought I was getting told off. But yeah, I guess just in terms of what you lot were talking about, for me, life is like a process of continuously making it, you know what I mean? And I feel like my advice to anyone is don't put too much on a goal, do you know what I mean? Because once you get there, you're going to have to set a new one, because that's what life's about. Life's about continuously making progress, because progress is essentially happiness on all fronts, not just in music, in health, in relationships, and everything. Do you get me? So it's a process of continuously making it. So, you know, I guess it's, yeah, you should never think when I get here, I'm going to be happy, or when I get here, I've made it. No, you should be, you know, excited and to get there, but know that when you get there, you're going to need to get somewhere else and get somewhere else and get somewhere else, because that's what life's all about. You know, me personally, I believe I'll never retire. You know what I mean? It's never going to happen. I'll always be working on something until the day I leave. You know, I see progress in music as progress in health, progress in my relationship with my friends and family, you know, progress on all fronts, and these things make me happy, you know? And it's great to be up here with my man Prof, because seeing him and hearing him do his raps gives me invigoration to, you know what I mean? Add to what I'm doing. So, yeah, I think life's a process of continuously making it. Don't put too much on a particular goal and say to yourself, you know, I'm going to be happy when I get there, because I really promise you, you're going to be really sad when you get there and realize that, you know, life is a process of continuously making it. You get me?
Rachel?
I was just going to say, I do actually agree with everyone's points here, but I think the reason why I give myself maybe smaller goals to achieve is for the sake of mental health, because
I was just going to say that.
As a musician, you will absolutely go mental if you try, and there's this top caliber where you're like, I start music, and on your first year of music, you've got every A&R at your gig, you've got everyone in the industry at your gig. You start feeling like hot shit because you're like, oh, everyone wants to come and see me. And that happens to most people in their first year doing it. But then the goal that you're trying to get, there's such a small percentage based on the amount of music that goes out, the percentage that make that top caliber, it's a very hard path to get to. There's a lot more work behind the scenes than just getting in flashy cars and stuff like that. You don't go on holiday, you don't have breaks, it's non-stop. And to get to that, you have to be so mentally strong to get there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do I want to achieve? When I first started, I was like, I want to get that. And when I realized how difficult it is to get there, and that in my lifetime, I might not actually ever achieve that, what will I be happy with? I'm happy that I can live until whatever age, actually making a stable career in music. But what makes me happy is meeting someone and they're like, your song changed my life in this way. And those are the small things that I continue to remember, that even if I have a huge hit and the next song I put out does triple, I don't know, just does terrible, tanks in the charts or something, I can be satisfied that my fan base listened to it and they're like, I could relate to that, and that changed my life, and I'm at least doing the right thing.
Sorry, round of applause. Recently, I asked somebody if they're happy, and they said, no, I'm not happy, I'm peaceful. And that, again, blew my mind up internally, because I was like, damn, actually, how often do we associate peace with happiness? We don't really. We separate it. To be peaceful in your journey with yourself is like the hardest thing to attain. And I think we should always remember that, because at the end of the day, one day you might have to accept as an artist that you might not be whatever you thought you were going to be. And that is going to be a really, really like far place to drop to. But along the way, you just have to be accepting and peaceful of the journey and how things progress. So I love this panel, and I will always do this panel, more importantly, because I get to speak to this side of the music industry, and you get to see the humans behind the talent. And I think that's important. Because for you, you're saying if the streams change, you're just happy knowing that, you know, you've affected one person's life. But again, everyone's at different stages, so that might not be where Prof might be right now, but Prof might be there in 5-6 years' time. Like, God forbid. As in, I'm looking at him and he's like, what are you saying? I'm not going to make it. No. It's just everyone's thing for themselves is their own importance. And it's whatever brings you peace, right? So saying that, how important are numbers to all of you? Streaming numbers. How do we navigate all of this? How do we navigate this mental health, and then with the stats that, you know, you need to be producing so that the team do stay, so that the labels do want to work with you? So, you know, how, and then independently, you can actually make it yourself without a team, I guess, a big, wider team.
I feel like numbers are a good measure because you have to measure it somehow, and it's like a really easy way of measuring. Just like this did this many streams this year, and next year I did these many streams. But I think for me, I find numbers really challenging in that sometimes I think about it as this like well in the desert, which is kind of like this mirage, or like this like illusion where you see it and you're in this desert and there's a well and you get to it, but it's actually further away than you think. And you get to that one and it's actually further away. And I think you talked about it a second ago, which is like you get to the number that you feel like you want, but it doesn't actually like give you the peace that you think it was going to give you, and it doesn't fill you with what you feel like it was going to give you. And I think numbers also comes in with comparison, and there's a lot of people doing what we're doing like in music, and it's so easy to compare numbers because it's so visual. You can see it when people like share on their story, thank you for 200 million streams or whatever. But I think I'm learning recently that that comparison can really rob you of your joy, and the best person to compare yourself to is your previous self, the version of you last year that did less numbers, and now there's progress. So I think numbers are good, but only way you can compare it to your own self rather than other people.
I feel like there's different types of numbers as well, because you can suffer from the curse of like having a massive song like soon or quickly in your life, in your career, and then what happens is, you know, you get the blessed situation where you're doing loads of numbers and, you know, there's financial gain, but then there's the tricky part where it's like these people are like fans of the song and not the artist necessarily, you know what I mean? Whereas there might be an artist doing less numbers, but with like a solid, crazy fan base, do you know what I mean? So I guess it just depends, you know. You got to kind of, and going back to what you're saying, it's you versus you got to kind of just judge yourself against yourself. And I always think of horse racing, like every time I've watched it or seen it, I've never seen a horse look left, right. I've never seen him look back. They only see the finish line. They don't even know if they won or not. They're just running their race, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
I think the whole time we're brought up in this country. The whole time we're brought up in this country, like, even when you're at school, you don't really think about it, but you are still being gradated against each other. So you're doing your GCSEs, your school might put up the kids who do well and stuff like that. So it's really difficult to unlearn that. That's what I think is hard. I remember being in school and I wasn't gifted and talented because I wasn't doing that, I wasn't doing amazingly, and I'd be like, bro, these guys aren't like better than me or smarter than me. And so there's an element to it which can give you a drive, but there's also an element which is quite unhealthy. The difficult thing with music as well, I'm an independent artist, so the amount of streams that I get directly correlates to my income. So that's also a difficult, much like Avelino was saying, it's like I can tell, can I live this year comfortably just off streaming or can I not? So it's quite difficult to separate those things, but what I've tried to do is remove myself a bit from it. Like, I don't have the Spotify for Artists app on my phone, because when I release a song, I'll just be checking it the whole time, and it's not really necessary for me to keep chipping away and figuring out, how many did do today. I think you have to try and find a time to look at it within your working day and a time to switch off from it and separate and just have a bath or something like that.
Yeah. I think have a bath is crazy.
I love baths.
Have a bath is crazy. I hear it though. But
Prof, we need to get you in the bath, not all together, but
Yeah,
we need
okay,
to,
pause.
you know, yeah.
But yeah.
just for you time, not us time.
Yeah. I think it's interesting about numbers, isn't it? Because the music industry is such a numbers game, like now more than ever. It's numbers, especially with the way like technology has developed and just the way the industry has developed, and it's numbers. A lot of labels won't even look at signing you if you're not doing a specific amount of numbers on TikTok or wherever the case may be. I'm sure a lot of people in this room can share stories of maybe their frustration with that, or maybe, you know, an opinion with that. But I think music down to the essence is so much deeper than that, and it's for me, such a spiritual thing and such a feeling. It's literally like, I always call it, when people ask me about, you know, how's music going, and blah, 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 and how do you find the industry, I always say, it's a business of music. It's not the music business, because it's such a simple thing, music, that's been made so confusing and so technical and so like, almost like methodical, right? And it can really get to, like, I'll tell you a story, for example. I dropped my first tape this year, right? Lost in Translation, my first EP. Yeah, thank you. And you know, cheers. Thanks guys. Obviously, I
Should
put
we celebrate in a bath?
you know, I put a lot of work into that tape, right? And if you asked me before it dropped, said, you know, how much streams do you want, like, the whole thing to do overall? I would have told you 10 million, 100, because, like, I put my whole heart, soul, and everything into that shit, right? And obviously that wasn't the case, because that's a jump. But it's like, as a consequence of that tape, you know, it's almost, well, not even almost, every day it's changing my life on a smaller scale, but it's in every single way, because, you know, I'm now in places where I never thought I would be. I'm now getting opportunities I never thought I would get. And even beyond that, you know, I'll see people in the street, like my hometown where I'm from, and they'll tell me, yo, like, you inspire me. You're the coldest, blah, blah. Even Avelino, when I was 14, 13, right, I was the biggest fanboy. I'll say it in my chest, innit? Like, I was in my classroom telling my brethren when like the whole class was silent, and I'm just breaking down a man's song, saying, "Man, he said this and that, and that's crazy and shit, blah blah." My brethren's like, "Yeah, say nothing," because that's what the music meant to me. And you know, earlier this year, I opened up for him at a Headline show, so things like that. Yeah, thank you.
My guy.
You know? So I think, you know, it's all... Cheers, brother. I think, yeah, I think music is like it's something that's been made so confusing, but it's so simple. And once you don't watch that shit, like, and you really, when you take a step back and just pre, you're like, oh, actually, you know what, I'm doing all right, you know, like, I'm doing fine, you know? And when you treat it like that, and you look at what you have rather than what you don't have and what you lack, you really appreciate where you've come from, and you just keep going, innit? If that makes sense.
I think what a moment for you, especially like to be like what you're saying, the small things like this might. Sometimes you might be hard on yourself and think, oh, you know, I'm not getting the big things that you want, but like you are on the same panel as Avelino right now, so that's like a major moment for you, you know, and the show, major moment for you. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I guess with the whole numbers thing and the musician, I think any musician's dream situation would be you make the music that you want.
Haven't you done 120 million streams?
Oh, I've done quite a few, yeah.
So I'm really interested to see what you have to say, because if you're going to tell us it's not real.
No. It's a case of, I think any musician's dream is to make the music that you completely want creatively 100% and put it out, and then you get sold out shows, you get endless streams, you get endless money, your label happy, and then you can just disappear for like a few years and then come back, and no matter, even if you put out the worst thing ever, everyone's gonna buy it. That's like a dream situation, I'm sure, for many musicians. However, it's like the reality, again, it's not that. And when you start looking into numbers, it's kind of like, being a musician, yes, it's being a musician and creative, but you have to be a business person at the end of the day, especially if you choose to sign with major labels. If you choose to sign with a major label, yes, they will like music, but their goal is numbers and streams. So sometimes it can wear down on you a lot when you're in meetings, and it's like, this is the numbers you have there, and it's all statistical, and they're talking about you as a brand. I've been Rachel Chinariri my whole life as a friend and peer, but when you're in meetings and people are like, oh, so Rachel wants this, da-da-da, and I'm sat there and I'm like, this is strange. It's almost like I'm not the person I am. You have to have a lot of thick skin to be spoken about like a statistic or like a number to get through this industry, and that's something which wears on your brain a lot. So sometimes try not to think of numbers, but think of it as business and yourself as a business and brand, and separate that from your creative is a good thing to try and do, because if you take it personal, you will hit rock bottom in many ways, and you will feel very devalued because you'll just feel like a number in a system. I
think it's really important that we get to hear this stuff, because there are so many things that, you know, I've got on here that I want to share with everyone, which actually one of the feedbacks I had, because I personally love criticism. I really love it. I love feedback. And just tell it to me as raw as you like. I don't care, because like we say, I'm the horse in my own race.
It's got to be constructive.
I mean, I totally hear that. But even if it's not constructive, I also even value that, because then I get to learn about people.
So I think non-constructive criticism is like, it should be like a
prison sentence.
Honestly, like I think it should be a prison sentence to small children. Definitely, 100%.
Do you know what though? You can't control people. In this world, you cannot control people.
It's that deep, bro.
Yeah, you can't.
To a small child, you can give them a criticism that they never shake off for their whole life.
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
Criticism has to be constructive.
But do you know what? It's so nice that we have so much access to information that makes us all more awake, and to even realise stuff like that we will hopefully not be doing to our own children, and breeding like a whole generation of really respectable human beings that actually think before they speak, because I think that you can't control people, right? But at the same time, you can control how you react to something. That's why I say I'm open to all criticism, because at the end of the day, I get to know people a little bit more. And I get to think, all right, well, you're off the birthday list, and I'm going to unfollow you, and we will never have to be in the same room again. But going back to what you were saying, there's something I wanted to ask you, because you've said it a few times now, labels. Who's signed? Who's not signed? So hands up, signed? And the rest of you not signed? are the rest of you looking to be signed? Is signing still a thing? Because we can see so many people as well being independent and making it. Do you just have to have a team, and are we okay with just that? Or for the signed people, you know what it's like to come from there to being signed. Is this where you prefer to be now? Go on.
Hello. I think independent often means that you're putting your music out through a distributor, and there's still a team, so you can still feel like you're signed. Like, in essence, to put your music out, very often you're working with people. And I think what Rachel said was so key about the team. You are a brand, and that's what makes every person who is doing music so powerful, is that you are unique, unique makeup from beginning to end. The classical music played as a kid, the like weird basketball you'd see out of your window every day as a teenager, like the weird foot problem you had, that's all comes together to make this very unique thing. And I just wanted to say on that, I think it's so important to see ourselves as holistic beings, full like 360, because then when we're putting out music, it's a 360 you, whether it's an alter ego or not, that your art, which is the thing that is the core that everyone's buying into, is your brand. And like nothing, it's just such a powerful and important thing to think about yourself as that whole human being, not just those numbers, not just the way you look, not just whether people like you or not. And when you were saying like comparison is a thief of joy, I think it's just one of the most important sentences in the world.
So considering the 360,
yeah,
would you feel safe enough to taking your 360 into a label? Are you still aiming for that?
Am I?
'Cause you're not signed, right?
So I put my music out through an independent, indie label. Indie
Okay,
label,
so
yeah.
for you feel like you're safe in that space, and has that helped you and really enabled you to keep going through that breakthrough definition we were talking about?
I think having a team who have access, because my label put out through ADA Warner, so there's like a kind of bigger machine there that helps me, because for my journey I'd had some like success in Asia, because I'd kind of featured on some songs with a band called Han, which meant there was this kind of Asia arm to things. So when I was thinking about who I was going to put my music out through, I wanted to make sure there was that kind of bigger infrastructure there also. But I think I have been able to live in the joy of having an amazing team who we have built ourselves alongside the label. And I think, the thought of having someone who's like, hey, verse 2, the bit about your grandma, it's got to go. And you're like, how are you speaking about my grandma? Like, you didn't write this song. I don't have to have those things kind of come against me. And I can imagine that would be quite challenging. But also equally understanding yourself in terms of yourself as a sort of brand and the CEO of your business, I think is so key, because regardless of who it is that gets to put the music out, it's you and everything that forms you and the way that you curate your life, and therefore the sort of pureness of your art and how that then gets translated. That is, in essence, the artist's game, isn't it? So you're just wondering, for different seasons, who am I putting this with and who's going to facilitate this best? But fundamentally, you're the one who holds it alongside your team. And I think one of the most powerful things I think I have found is thinking about who is in that team. That person who does my PR, how invested are they in me as a human being on the days when I'm not doing so great? Are they still going to want to work really hard and kind of, I guess, hold that art that is so key and precious to me? And I know that, you asked a question about the major versus almost like the indie, but I think another layer on top of that is generally who we let caretake our art.
I think you've really said that. Like, I feel like with your situation, you've got that infrastructure of your chosen people. And I think that's been so important to you. Like you say, you've got to have a PR person that believes in you. If it's just going to be a random PR person in a bigger, wider label, they might not really care if you're having a bad day. They might be like, oh, I don't like that bit about her grandma, and have influence in many other ways, like within your journey. So I think, is that a unique experience, though, being able to choose your team, or?
I think, just kind of to add what you were saying, I think for artists it's important to really know who you are, what you're going for, and being able to communicate it. Because what happens is the people you work with become more equipped to serve you, because you have a lot of scenarios where artists will end up in deals and, they might not be marketed in the right way, they might not be dealt with in the right way, And then, but at the same time, you know, this has happened to a talented artist who doesn't necessarily know themselves that well, and it reflects itself on the execution of their rollouts or their career, you know. But I'm talking from experience, when you like know exactly what you're trying to do, what you represent, and what you stand for, it's easier for people to sort of give you ideas or propose things to you that will work for you when you really understand, when it comes from you, because like you said, you're the CEO, so you really need to lead the vision, you get me? Like I only just now done my debut album, God Save the Streets, but thank you.
Bellings.
Thanks. But I guess with everyone that worked on it with me, I guess it was a lot easier for them to give me suggestions and give me ideas. Like God Save the Streets, I got the idea from the Sex Pistols. I saw their artwork for God Save the Queen. I said, oh, God Save the Streets, made that my album title. So Ruben, my brethren who does art, said, let's just flip the artwork. But that idea comes from my vision. Put your face on there instead of the Queen's, put a Cuban chain instead of the crown, etc. My agent, Craig D'Souza, says, the Sex Pistols performed at the 100 Club, and Nas did something there a few years ago. Why don't we get you to perform there? You know, or that's an idea that comes from me knowing exactly what I'm trying to do, you know, or, you know, my PR company, Doorbell, you know, go, okay, why don't we get you and Glenn Matlock to do a piece for, I can't remember the magazine it was, talking about the correlations between rap and punk, but that all comes from my idea. Do you get what I'm saying? So everyone's contribution could be helped by, everyone's contribution is helped by how well you know what you're trying to do and who you are and what you're going for. And if you don't, and you're like kind of just going with the flow, you can't be so mad at the world for not, you know, doing an excellent job for you, because you got to do an excellent job for yourself first, you get me? Yeah.
So, with regards to this label, independent stuff, I put my music out through DistroKid. So this is the same that I'm sure some of you guys in this room use DistroKid. You can pay £20 a year. So cheap. You pay £20 a year, and you can put out as much music as you want. I've had a period of time where I've spoken to labels, and I've looked at that route. I'm gonna give a brief story, but I'll try and condense it because I know like a lot of people have stuff to say. When I was growing up, I was at like secondary school, single mum, dad not around, same classics. You always hear that, but it is, yeah, you know the vibes. Yeah, I was in. So I grew up in a place called Hounslow, super far west, London. Deprived. Yeah. And yeah, deprived school, whatever. I was at school. I wasn't doing particularly well. I was just fine, and there were kids who were doing really well at school. It just wasn't a huge interest of mine. And I went to sixth form, but I was always like, maybe I could be a doctor because I'm all right at science and I'm good at talking to people. And one of my teachers were like, I don't know why you think you would be able to do that because like you don't have good GCSEs. And I was like, I can't believe that my opportunities have been narrowed. I don't know why I only realized that at that point. Become obsessed. No, I do exams, fail the exams, A levels, get the results back, become completely obsessed. All I do is study. I just don't go out. My friends come around to my house. They're like, are we going out? I'm like, get out of my house. Why would you even come here and all that stuff? I end up doing really well. Go to Cambridge, study physics at Cambridge from being someone who wasn't good at school. Wow. So I'm in a completely different world now. I'm in a completely different universe. And I remember being at school and everyone's like, you're not good at school, so I don't know why you would think that. And I'm the only one from my school to go there. So when I finished the degree, I was like, I'm gonna drop an EP. That's what the world needs. So over this time, I've been learning how to mix, master, produce on YouTube. I finished uni, don't get a job. I'm just like making beats. I make this EP, release it, does not bang. And I was just like, I was like, yo, this is so hard. Someone in this industry is trying to blackball me. I submitted it to BBC Introducing. I was like, they hate me. Why do they hate me? Like, I was so confident in the art. I listened back to it now, it's whack. I didn't even know how to produce properly, anything like that. So I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent. But the point is that I didn't know anyone in music. So I used DistroKid. I didn't know anyone who could produce, so I learned how to produce. I didn't know anyone who did it or whatever. Time went on, I started releasing, they started picking up traction, and I had this year when I was getting hit up by a lot of labels. They were showing me, go for meetings, do it. Then they're like, all right, we'll keep in touch. Like, send us your stuff, and I would send it, and then it would fizzle out, or I'd have a label being like, oh, we want you to have your own label, and then do all this stuff, fizzles out. And I delayed my releases for those reasons, and I was like, you know what, I can't be waiting for other people to dictate what I do with my art. I kept pushing stuff out. And then someone from DistroKid in America reaches out to me. It's like, I'm a huge fan. What can I do to help? And then it gets to a point where that person becomes my manager. I meet someone else, they become a co-manager. They're in Spotify's LA offices. This whole time I was trying to please people who I thought wanted to have me, and they didn't really. And then things fell into place. So my point of that is that you can't control how the industry will view you. You can only control the art you put out, and if people like it, they'll jump on the bandwagon. So yeah, that's what I would say.
I have something. Hello. I'm signed to a major label, and I've been independent, and I've been signed, and I'm currently loving it. I'm sure there's people maybe in my label here who are like, what, she likes it? I do. But there's things that I've learned along the way. One thing I'd say is don't allow your ego to surpass your talent, because if your ego is bigger than your branding and your skill and your talent and your image or your artistry, you best believe a major label will be able to find that and pick it apart. If you have always strive for your creativity and your goal, and don't aspire to be signed to a major label. Because when I started, I was like, I want to be signed. Instead of aspiring to be signed, you should aspire to make sure your artistic imagery is so certain so that when a label gets involved, no matter what you tell them, you're like, this is what my video will be, this is what my vision will be, and they can't even see loopholes around it. Because I was signed 2019, then the pandemic happened, and then I blew up maybe like 2022. And when I signed in 2019, I was so like, oh, maybe I should do R&B, and maybe I should do this. And then people would be like, oh, you should try this and try that. And I took it so personal because I was like, that's not who I am. But then when I went through the phase of having that 2-year gap to really hone in on my artistry, and I went back to indie music and what I truly love, that's what did the best for me. And my team were able to support my vision because they were like, oh, your vision makes sense because it's coming from you. All they can do, their jobs, they're getting paid salaries to help you get to the next place. Everyone in a label wants you to actually do well, even though sometimes artists make it seem like the label is trying to drag you down. Their goal is to try and get you to the place which is the big numbers, the big streams, all that kind of stuff. However, if you go to them and say, this is what I want and this is my vision, and they take you on that, you'll be in a lot better of a position to work with a label. And I think there's benefits like money. Like, I know sometimes I sit there and I'm like, oh, I want to be independent, I want to do this, I want to do that, but I know the amount of money that I can get to support my videos, my campaigns and stuff like that is so hard to find independent. So being able to go to my label with a clear vision and a team who support the vision completely as a black indie artist, it's been a lot easier to navigate that and then tap into the money I need, because no matter what happens in the future, God forbid I stop working with my label in the future, at least I have a portfolio of work which has 40 grand videos, 50 grand, the artistry is exactly what I want, and whoever next comes along, or if I stay with my label, they can be like, wow, the artistry is really shown, and this is who you are, and they can help you take you to the next phase. So I do love a label, but it's making sure you're ready before you get there and not hoping the label makes you. You need to make yourself before you get there.
Yeah, I love that. Jared, just for context, can we have what your perspective is on this, and then Prof not being signed? Because, you know, I'm going to have to wrap this up soon, but I want to ask a couple more things before we have to go that way. But I think this is really important because obviously a massive part of being an artist is the whole label conversation, the distro conversation. One bit of feedback I got was, you know, give us links, like tell us what we can actually do. Like, don't gatekeep the information. Tell us exactly where to go. And I do understand that, and I love that, which is why I want everyone to hear what the opportunities and the routes there are as an artist that you can do with, without, on your own, like with support, whatever it is. But at the same time, I think what has become abundantly clear from this whole panel is that you have to want it and do the hard work yourself. And more than anything, it all comes from knowing who you are.
It actually
That's
gets
like
harder.
Right, so you have to know who you are to even go on this journey.
Can I just add a point as well?
Yeah.
Like, you can, with distributors, you can get a lot of money out of them as well. You know what I mean? Because I was at Sony, had a good time at Sony, left Sony, and, well, never left Sony because I'm at Orchard, which is a Sony company. And the distributor, I found, has the same money. They're getting the money out of the same bank account.
Okay, but we
Could
won't
they gave
know.
me more?
Right, but we won't know that. This is why I want you guys to say the possibilities and the opportunities for artists. So they're not just sitting there thinking, okay, well, that based on your experience, I absolutely understand. And I love the fact that you've got your label supporting, a black woman in the scene of music you're in. I think it's so unbelievably vital and important. And then for the people who are in other parts of music and doing different styles of music, maybe don't want to sign to a label. Like you say, now we know distributions, and I do know this as well.
You can get
it has
like,
to come
I
from you
remember
guys.
I've got the album, got the vision. Yeah. I've left the label, and then all of a sudden, like I say, independently, Fraser T. Smith has got like 30 odd number ones in his room, in his studio, is working on my album. Rich 32 is creative director at Def Jam, is executive producing it. David Kim, I'm in LA spending a month. He's mixing and mastering my album. He's got 3 Grammys to Pimp a Butterfly, and one with Nas, and so, and all these people. And I'm sitting in Ian Dutt's office, the big man at Orchard, and I'm just like, look, Ian, this is what I'm doing. This is what it's about. I know exactly what I want. I've explained it. And Ian's like, I'm in. Let's go. And the money that we've put down is more than I got at the label.
You've got that reputation. You've worked so hard. But what about for people who are just starting?
No, listen, honestly, I left the label. It wasn't a great situation. I put out a mixtape that didn't do amazing things, So in that position that I was in, the stigma is like, once you leave the label in that situation, is that you're done, But the only limitations that are real are the ones that we put on our own mind.
100%.
And I made a decision that isn't the case,
Yes.
You get me? So I sat with myself, for a while and just thinking and having the right sort of conversations. And then that's when God Save the Streets came to me. I remember sitting in my manager's office, like I said, I saw it on the screen. I said, God Save the Streets, that's what I need to do. And then that led to that. And then I run a publishing company called Sync Music. And our partners, Cooking Vinyl, published Glenn Matlock from the Sex Pistols. My guy's like, we know we got Glenn Matlock. That led to that. And I'm in the studio with him, and he's doing the guitar on Vex with me, Get Some Back Row G, which led to that. And next thing you know, I've gone from basically kind of being dropped by a label. It wasn't dropped, but basically, to I'm in LA with Nas, Hit Boy, and David Kim mixing my album, and we're chilling. But I come from the stigma where you leave the label and it's done. But the only difference with my situation was that I just decided that it's not, and I'm not religious, but the Most High guides my steps.
Yeah, I love
all
that.
the way, and that's what happened. Yeah.
I do want to get Jereb and Prof your perspective on this. Rachel just wants to say one more thing.
I think when you're starting out, there is, I can say this now, but there's nothing more annoying than, when you meet someone, they're like, I'm a musician, I want to get into music, and you're like, okay, show me your stuff. Well, I'm not putting it, I've not out yet, it's not ready, I've had it for like 5 years and it's not out, and you're just kind of like, well, what do you want me to do with that information? And before I'd even met my manager, I put out 3 EPs on SoundCloud. I went to Brit School. Education does help. Brit School is a free performing arts school. And the fact that there's people who have, schools, there's other performing arts schools which are paid for. But the fact there's a free one, just even being in the industry for a year and going, I went Brit School, helped me get to places. So education does help. But there's things like when you put your stuff out there, it allows people to just get a glimpse of your potential. And there will be someone within this big, scary system, there will be at least someone who will look at that and be like, there's a spark there that could become this and could become that. But it is getting your stuff out there. I was the person in everyone's DMs. I was DMing NME. I was DMing my manager, who's currently my manager now. He used to do so many things before in indie music, and I would DM him all the time. DMing Fraser T. Smith, all these people when I was like 16 to 19, 20, and I would go to my head teacher with my music and be like, tell me who can do this. Simon Cowell would come to the school, heads of labels would come to the school, and I would be like, please, listen to my song. How do I get into the industry? And they were just like, just put it out and it will happen. And I was just like, that is terrible advice. And then I did just put it out. My song made it to BBC Radio, and my manager, who I was DMing, who's now my manager for the last 6-7 years, who I was DMing consistently before, heard me on the radio, messaged me, had never seen any of my DMs, and it kind of happened. So it's putting your stuff out there, not being afraid to be as wacky and as wild as anything, because my look back then was all sorts of wrong, but someone will come in and help you mold it into the right thing. But it's more people being able to see that vision and then helping you mold it. So just put yourself out there and speak to people and come to things like this. It's like incredible.
So important. Thank you for that, Rachel. That's really, really important information for us all. Fellas?
I think for me, I'm signed to an indie label. I'm currently the only artist on their roster, which is kind of good, but also like a lot of pressure. But I think for me, it's always been about the right thing at the right time. Because I think if it came too early, I wouldn't have been ready. And I totally agree with what you're saying about just putting something out and just making a step and not waiting for a label, waiting for someone with like, a golden ticket to say, this is your pass, because that's not, you don't know when the next opportunity is going to come from. I think for me, one of the things I'm learning is you don't know what thing is going to lead to what opportunity. I signed with this label because I registered to be a part of this development program, and they were also doing a label. And they were
who was that with?
It's I Love Live.
Okay.
So they were like, we're going to do this development program, and I registered to just get a bit of grant from them, and instead they were like, actually, we're going to sign you, you're going to be our first artist. So, and I didn't know that was going to be the case. So I think just the power of saying yes to things, and you don't know what opportunity will lead to what at the right time.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not signed. Independent. I distribute through Platoon. But yeah, I'm not. Obviously, I don't want it to be a thing of like, oh, do you sign or don't sign? Because obviously everyone here has different situations and different things work for different people. So I think it's a very specific question. But obviously, I'll just speak from my experience, because I guess this is what I'm here for, I guess. But one thing that I especially learned this year as well is like, sometimes as an artist, I think you should be stubborn. I think people will tell you not to be stubborn sometimes, but I think sometimes it could be your biggest like attribute, because like you gotta remember, even with labels as well, especially for something like rap, because obviously I'm a rap artist, I'm a rapper, I'm a hip hop artist, I'm a producer. Not everyone in labels knows what they're doing all the time, right? Like, they're humans. I'm a human, right? I can put out a song and think this is cold, yeah, and it might not bang. They can sign a song and say this is cold, and it might not bang. They're humans, like I'm a human, like everyone on this table and in this room is a human, and just because they have A&R or label or whatever the case may be, title before their name, does not mean that they know everything in the world, and does not mean that they can decide whether or not you are who you think you are, right? So I think for me, the way I like to do things is I have a team of people, my 2 managers mainly,
who are amazing, by the way.
who are great fellas.
That's the boys.
Shout out to them and them. Like, I respect their opinion above everyone else's, and I think as an artist, it's the best thing to know whose opinion you trust, and really hold them close and take everything they say on board, but don't let everyone's opinion get to you, because some person might, like, I've had studio sessions here where me personally, I'm kind of closed off when I make music. I don't like to get too many people in, because that's just how I am, and I'm quite private. You know what I'm saying? But like, someone might walk in the room and say something. I have no clue who this person is, right? And that's not a diss to the person, but I don't know who you are. So you might say something to me, and I'm like, alright, cool, but I don't know what music you like. I don't know what you validate. I don't know what you stand for. I don't know any of these things. So I think when it comes to labels and independent and blah, 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 I guess it's down to you. Me personally, you know, I think I'm very stubborn with my music, and I know what works for me, and I know how to execute that, and I know that it's a long game sometimes, and it's fine if it's a long game, because that is how you maintain longevity in this game. Because there's a lot of people, like I said, I speak from experience in rap, who do sign now, and because the label might not know what they're dealing with, they don't know about certain things you're talking about in your song, for example, street issues or this or whatever, they don't know about that, they can't market you, like I've said, right? They don't know what's happening. So you think you're lit, and then it's long. So, you know, I think it's you have to know what you want. You have to know how long you want to be in the game for. You have to know what you want out of music. You have to really know who you are and make that decision and stick to it, whether it is a label or this show, but that's just my view on it.
Basically, I'm being bullied.
Man.
Okay, look, right. Okay. I personally feel like, and we're going to get some questions now. Are you happy? Before we do that, though, I just love every single artist and everything you've said on this panel. Like, I think that it's been so important. Wait, don't do that yet. I think what we've got is numbers really shouldn't mean anything to you, even though might mean something to other people, because if you can get the numbers, get it. If you can't, you never know what opportunities to come back off just putting your music out and not being that person that says they want to get into music and has literally nothing to show for it. Also, not listening to people and their opinions when they tell you that you can't be a doctor. And they tell you can't be the artist you want to be. Making sure you have a good team and the right people around you. You don't have to have a massive team. You can just have one person that sees your spark. Keep those people around, grow with them, grow yourself. And distributions give money, not just labels. Also, signing up to, BBC Introducing, the experience you had. What was that place again? Yeah, I Love Live. Basically, if you haven't got something from this panel, and you haven't walked out of here thinking it's not added one thing to yourself and given you that drive, just stay in bed, because you're not listening. On that note, can we have questions?
We've got one.
We will have 2 questions, and then it will be done. So I can't see anything, or I can see people, I can't see anything.
No questions that start with someone's life story.
Yeah.
Short and concise.
No.
Otherwise, you will be cut.
Basically, no Persian-style questions.
Or Ghanaian.
Or Ghana, any tough culture, don't go there. Leave your mums. Leave your mums and your aunties at home. All right, who's first? I can't pick all these people.
One at the back, someone at the
Oh, I feel sick. I don't know. What? Oh, I have to pick. You're standing. Hi. Just yell. At this point, we don't have time. Okay, thanks. Hi. One person answer, and we move.
And short.
Wait, who do you want to answer this so we can just get cut to the chase? But who would you like to hear the answer from? Okay, thanks. Avelino, no life story. Let's get the answer quick. He said own channel. Rachel says your labels will be logged into your channel, so it's really, and I think what you're saying is your own channel. Your shop front, your channel. Make sure you host it, build your own identity, your own platform, your own name. Next question. Shit. Right here. You, sir. Yeah, stand up, yell.
My name is Jordan, JSY, if anybody wants to hit me up. I'll ask this question to you. It was going to go out to everyone. If everybody thinks that you can answer it better.
Who's you?
Zadie.
Okay.
Zadie. How do you go about finding your true voice? And can I not? Oh, okay, cool. What's the process of finding your true voice?
What was
The
the second
second one was going to be, how do you find a team?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
That's
Alright,
cheeky.
cool.
That's cheeky, sir.
I'ma
Have a
do
seat.
both.
Very cheeky. You just took somebody else's question there.
Yeah. Okay. So going about finding my true, finding my true voice.
Speak faster.
Okay. So basically, I just sat down and started playing the guitar, which I learned on YouTube. That was the first place I ever started at, and I think that when I started making music, I still had to fight through this facade that I had of myself that was still a part of me. The longer you do it, the more you start to break that down and realize the things you actually want to be talking about. That, I think, just comes with experience. Finding a team, that, I think, is putting yourself out there. I found one of my managers from doing a So Far show. I'd never done that before, and I met him that day. And the other manager was from me putting music out, and someone from DistroKid, which I thought was completely automated, reaching out and being like, I love your stuff, how can we help? Agent, it's just putting stuff out consistently and having just the drive to just keep going when you think you shouldn't. Yeah,
Gotta be crazy, man.
Thank you so much.
Gotta be crazy.
Also, Rachel wants to say.
One thing about finding a team, what I did is I looked at the careers of people who I would like to mirror their careers. One person was like Leanne LaHavis, a lot of indie bands and stuff, and I was like, what do I like about their careers? I like the longevity, how many years they had, the things they were doing. Then I would research into either the routes they took, the labels they were in, the people that were around them, one of them being Duncan Ellis, who's now my manager, but finding the names of people and immersing myself in those worlds and keeping around those people so your career can almost emulate what they have.
Or with team, people that love you and people that believe in you. And, you know, yeah. Can we do one more, please? One more. Oh, wow, you're
Can't
loud.
lie, this brother.
He's putting in work still.
All right,
He
yes,
is
sir.
putting in
Please
work.
stand up.
Mate.
I want a lady.
He's gonna mash up everything.
I want the lady with the hat after. Don't kill me. Quickly, sir, please. Just shout.
Why not?
Sorry. Big dad energy. Can I also just say, Rachel Chinariri says she can speak to you after. So please speak to Rachel. Last question. A lady at the back, and I'm not taking
Okay,
no for
this-
oh.
This is the
Okay.
last one.
Okay, go. Quickly stand up and speak.
Woman with the
Hurry up.
hat. Let's go.
Call me,
Yell.
man.
Yell, shout.
No, no. It's the lady with the hat.
Oh, this is getting
Come forward.
nasty.
Come forward. Come forward.
I can't
Come forward.
believe.
Come forward. Just come.
I
come.
say we fight it out.
Quick.
Beef.
Quick. I got it. She's there. Who are you on the red? Go.
Quick,
There you got it.
everybody. Why are we moving so slow?
mic.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Parisa.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Keep going, babes.
And
We're
I'd
fine.
like to know, in an industry that's generally quite young in age, say you're over the age of 35,
Don't matter.
what do you say about, in the current world, about ageism in the music
I'm going to answer
industry?
that. I'm going to answer that.
Go ahead. I can answer.
Let me tell
too.
you something.
And as a new artist,
I can answer.
When,
Go on,
when,
go
and
on.
I think this applies to anything. When I was 25, don't ask me how old I am, because I'm definitely not even as old as you think I am. I'm
Don't
older.
crack it. Don't crack.
It don't crack. Once you go Persian, there ain't no other version. Anyway.
Hit the bell.
Outside of that, when I was 25 and I was going into a radio interview, I got told by some haters in my life at the time that cut. Don't tell them your age because you'll never get into radio. Anyway, I got 2 radio offers and I had no idea what I was doing. I had a business that was nothing to do with this industry. I made my money outside this industry. I came into this industry, and within the last 10 years, I am now on Kiss FM and Kiss Fresh, and I have a very successful life and radio, DJ, festivals all over the world, and wait. More importantly, I share 28 artists that you probably never heard of in rap and drill on my radio show every single week on Kiss. And I'm telling you now, age does not matter. It is a load of crap.
And the bell.
It's only if it matters to you, it matters to you. But actually, you just do what you want to do in life. Last question, quick, man with the belly.
No. No.
Come on, he's got a belly on.
I can't. They'll charge us, Dread.
Come on, quickly,
you want to
quickly.
pay?
What is
Come.
it? Quick. How do you manage your time with the independent artist?
Man,
Go.
come with ballet and everything. Man, not
We've
even his
got
face.
him.
You
He's
know.
wearing a belly. Let's
Can I
go.
answer that?
Not even his face.
I actually think this is an amazing question. I think number one, you have to remember you are a creative, aka you're making art, so therefore you have to make time for that flow state, that bit where you're not thinking, oh, will this hit? How well will this do? The bit that inspires you and living life. Otherwise, what are you writing about? And so I think you have to make sure you curate a life that doesn't just represent the 9 to 5 of an office person, but make that space for the walk, for the writing, for the journaling, for the interesting interview. Make sure you make time to be inspired. And also find the time of the day that you do the bit where you are most productive to do the bits that you hate.
At the same time, yeah, you got to remember.
Someone rugby tackle Uncle Kwame.
That's very valid, but last thing is you got to remember, independent artists, you're going to have a lot less time if you're signed in it, so it's hard work, innit? It's no play thing, you got to, you might not have as much time, you might be in your house, your brethren might be going out, you might not be able to have a life. I'm just putting it out there, it's facts, innit? Sometimes
And
you just
if
gotta
we
do
could
it.
clap for the panel. If the panel could go against the wall because there's going to be a picture taken, right?
And can I just say thank you,
With
Ultimate
all the-
Seminar. Thank you so much, panelists. You've been amazing. I'm Ellie Prohan. Pace.
Ellie Prohan, Jerob, keep clapping, Becca, Rachel Chinariri, Zadi, Avellino, Prof. Once again for Ellie Prohan. Ellie. Okay, listen. A couple of things. Shh. Don't leave just yet. A couple of things. Firstly, you made it all the way through the day. Please clap for yourselves. Okay. Secondly, right? I'm giving this gold dust glitter to people. Anybody that comes up here is going to get some. Take it with you and have it as a memento, Dread. Take it. Dread, I'm serious. No, don't put it on the floor. I'm saying don't put it on the floor. Yeah, we're going. All right? Yeah. Take it with you. Take it with you. Take it with you. Take it with you. And take it.
Okay, everybody, thank you for making it down tonight. We look forward to seeing you all next year, same time. If you can please make your way to the exit of the building, please. Please remember to follow us on creatingvision.com, where we will send out regular mails about what we do on a regular basis. Right.